Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 191, Senior League Tournament. The anticipated day came and my parents arrived. There was not much to prepare for our stay in Indigo City, since they already had their change of clothes and care products inside their space bag. The same was true for me as well, and anything else could be procured in Indigo City if necessary. Horace/Zada teleported us to Pewter City and we used the service of the teleportation hub to jump straight to Indigo City. The checkup was slightly stricter before and after our teleportation to Indigo City, but that made sense since the city was the de facto military capital of Kanto. This was due to its position and history. Indigo City was one of the border cities of Kanto and in the past helped defend Kanto from an excursion from Johto's direction. It was also close to MT Silver and Viridian Forest, which were two of Kanto's biggest danger zones, with MT Silver being the most dangerous one. While Indigo Plateau was located on MT Silver, roughly halfway up the mountain, it was not a city but more of a military outpost used to keep the more dangerous Pokemon living there from entering Kanto. It was less than 1/100th the size of Indigo City, which was the city that actually supported the Indigo Plateau. That was also the reason only the last 2 days of the tournament were held there. Only those that managed to enter the top 64 had the honor to battle on the Indigo Plateau. Anyway, as soon as we were cleared by the personnel of Teleportation Hub select the building. My first impression of Indigo City was stalwart, steady, and enduring. The buildings were built with hardiness and defense in mind, and apparently the same was true for the whole layout of the city as well. The city was more focused on functionality than on looks. One immediately knew that this was a city that was built to defend the region and that it had gone through a lot since its foundation. It gave one the feeling that one was safe as long as the city stood. This was the first time I actually felt a city giving off an aura/feeling, so I was seriously impressed. I could not see the city walls from our current position, but Dad said that it was an impressive sight since they were the sturdiest walls in Kanto. According to him, one could still see many of the marks left behind by tides and wars from the past. My father led us through the streets towards our hotel while I was gawking at the surroundings. The hotel was an Alliance-owned one called Rising Dragonite. All participants got a room for free and those that could skip the preliminaries like Dad got a better room than the others. We obviously chose to stay in the room offered to Dad, and he asked for one with an extra bed for me. Afterward, we left the hotel to walk around, checking out Indigo City. The city actually had 16 stadiums where the battles of the preliminary round were going to be held. We took a look at each one and they were all medium-sized. Each stadium had a capacity of 75,000 seats, each field was 14,400 square meters in size and each one had a different terrain. Unlike the anime, the fields did not have a change mechanism to change the terrain depending on their mood. No, each arena had a theme and the participants were randomly assigned which stadium they had to battle on. Grassy, sandy, rocky, just water, Arctic, forest, swamp, and stream were the 8 main types of terrains used for the fields. Now, one would wonder if the terrains were used twice since there were 16 stadiums, but no. The other 8 stadiums were a combination of the previous 8 terrains. Like forest and swamp being used for the field in stadium number 12, and just water, sea, as well as Arctic being used in stadium number 16, which created ice shoals and icebergs. Visiting each one took nearly the rest of the day, so after eating a nice Toro steak with some mashed potatoes at one of the restaurants we just watched a movie in our hotel room before going to sleep. The next day we visited the wall since I wanted to see it after my father's description yesterday, and I had to admit that it was an impressive sight. The wall was 40 meters tall and 15 meters wide. We climbed on top of it and I looked down the other side to take a look at the marks left on the surface of the wall. I saw dents, scratches, burnt spots, and dark patches. I was not sure if those dark patches were due to water attacks leaving a mark or blood doing the same. We came across a group with a guide who was narrating how some of the marks were created. Dad paid some money and we joined their tour for a while. That night we spent just relaxing and on Arc Day, July 8, 2179, the preliminaries officially began. At 8 a.m. Mom received a message informing her that her first battle would be at 12:30 p.m. at Stadium Number 9, which was a mixed terrain of rock and sand. The message also contained the latest numbers and information. Apparently, there were 4,768 participants in the preliminaries, and the first phase consisted of 4 elimination battles. Each battle was 1 versus 1, and whoever lost even once got disqualified. Each stadium had a dedicated channel that streamed the battles that were happening there. All channels were in constant use since there were always battles happening in all 16 channels/stadiums to finish all battles. I mean, in just the first round of eliminations, 2,384 battles had to be held. We chilled inside our hotel room until 11:45 a.m., switching between channels, searching for the most interesting battles among the available options. At noon we arrived at Stadium Number 9. Mom went to the waiting room while Dad and I went to the stands. Roughly a third of the seats were filled, which honestly surprised me a bit since I thought that watching the preliminaries on TV was better due to the option of switching between channels in case a battle did not seem interesting enough. While we were waiting for Mom's turn, we saw 4 battles, and none of the trainers were strong enough to pose a challenge to either of my parents. At 12:32 p.m. Mom appeared on the right side of the field, while a man appeared on the left side. On the right side of the field we have Arya Gio from Hopetown, and on the left side, we have Arnold Grundig from Pewter City. Both are participating in the Senior League tournament for the first time, so we'll have to see how they deal with their first appearance on the big stage. The commentator announced, and I was wondering if he was trying to make them even more nervous or if he was just shit at his job. The referee went over the rules of the fight before telling Mom and her opponent to get ready. Upon the referee's signal, they released their Pokemon and began their fight. Mom called out Titania since her Nidoqueen was the best suited out of her Pokemon for a mixed sand and rocky terrain. And Onix appeared on Arnold's side of the field. However, despite the big difference in size with the Onix being over 10 meters long, the first exchange showed that Titania was much stronger. Which I had kind of expected since Titania had recently reached the high gold stage, while the Onix seemed to be at the high silver stage. It was actually kinda sad how fast the battle ended. Titania began the battle with Earth Power, which actually threw Onix into the air, interrupting its Dragon Breath. She quickly followed up her attack with a Water Pulse straight at Onix's head. I saw her starting another move before the referee called the match in Mom's favor, forcing Titania to abort her third move. After meeting up with Mom in front of the stadium, we returned to our hotel room for a bit to watch a few of the ongoing battles before going out to stroll around for a bit. Mude was spent watching a few battles and just strolling around as well since the first round of battles was still going on. Mom received a message concerning her second battle on Girardidae. Her second battle was at 3:45 p.m. at Stadium Number 4, which was the one with a water field. Out of her 3 water types, Mom chose to use Star/Starmie for this battle. Meanwhile, her opponent used a Tentacruel, which was a bit unlucky on her foe's part. Despite both Pokemon being at the low gold stage, Star made use of its type advantage and kept attacking Tentacruel with Psybeams and Psychics. While it took Star more than 5 minutes, it finally managed to wear down Tentacruel. The referee declared Mom the winner, and we had to resume the waiting game. This time around we only had to wait for the next day for the message with the date of her battle. Her third battle was at 5:15 p.m. on Pocket at Stadium Number 2, which had a sandy field. Mom chose to use Titania for this one as well, while her opponent used a low gold stage Sandslash. Unfortunately, for her opponent, his Sandslash stood no chance against Titania. It took less than a minute for her to end the battle, and that was because Sandslash kept going underground using Dig. While Earthquake was normally useful in situations like this, the Sandslash seemingly escaped the range of Earthquake whenever it felt the ground rumble. Anyway, Titania managed to hit it with a Brick Break when it tried to ambush her and ended the fight with a near point-blank Water Pulse. On Dial Day she had her fourth fight, which was also her last one for the first phase. She had to battle on a grass field and chose her low gold stage Fiero. Her opponent had a Victreebel that was actually a bit stronger than her Fiero. Still, Fiero kept his distance, remained up in the air, and used quick diving maneuvers to attack using moves like aerial ace and drill peck to wear Victorybell down, while dodging any counterattacks. It turned out to be her longest battle yet, but after nearly 10 minutes Fiero finally managed to wear down Victorybell. By 8 p.m. all battles of the fourth round ended and 298 out of the initial 4,768 participants were left. Since the main tournament had 256 spots, and 26 people had directly qualified for the main tournament, 230 spots were free. That meant out of the 298 participants only 230 could advance to the real deal. To that end, all 298 participants would fight 3-1 versus 1 battles on Kaede, and the 230 with the most wins would advance, while the 68 participants with the worst win-loss ratio would be eliminated. Mom easily won her first battle using Rivers/Polyrath, who was at the high gold stage. However, she actually lost her second battle against a Lantern using Aomi/Lapras. Both were at the mid gold stage, but Lantern came out on top using its electric moves. Thankfully, she got lucky and her third opponent used a Typhlosion while her Pokemon was Rivers. Add on top of that Typhlosion was only at the mid gold stage, and she won that battle without too much drama. That allowed her to qualify for the main tournament on Arc Day, August 14, 2179. Still, I noticed something quite peculiar at the end of the preliminaries. The title Senior League Tournament had to be a fib. I mean, of the 256 trainers that qualified for the main tournament, only 23 were regular senior class trainers, while the rest were either expert class trainers or those qualified for that class. Nonetheless, tomorrow was a break day for everyone, and after that, my parents would have to fight in the main event. All of us were hoping that Mom and Dad would not meet each other in the first few rounds. It would be really awesome if they did not meet until the finals. Chapter 192, Senior League Tournament. I spent most of Crew Day on my own, either roaming around Indigo City or watching replays of the more interesting battles that happened during the preliminaries that I had missed. The reason for that should be pretty obvious. My parents spent a big part of the day with their Pokemon, going over strategies and making sure they are ready for the main tournament. They left for breakfast, returned for lunch before leaving again, and came back for dinner. After that, we watched a stand-up show before they retired for the day. The next morning at 9 a.m. a Hypno sent by the Alliance teleported my parents to the main stadium on the Indigo Plateau. The two, along with the other 254 participants that qualified for the main tournament, were all teleported there for the official opening ceremony. The Alliance president of the Kanto branch presided over the ceremony. No legendaries made an appearance, which to be honest would have been overkill and would have made no sense. I mean, regional tournaments happen everywhere, and I was sure they had better stuff to do than to play mascot. That did not mean that they could not spontaneously show up if a mortal/trainer piqued their interest, but I wanted to establish that it was not something regular as in the anime with the whole Flame of Moltres thing they had going on. Now, an interesting side note. While I was researching the league tournaments, I actually found out that legendaries showed up 6 times in the last 2,179 years since the tournaments became a thing. Mew, herself, showed up for the very first Senior League tournament, held here in Kanto, which had also been the first official regional tournament of the current era. When I read this, my first thought was awesome, but then I thought back to all the history books I had read till now, as well as the knowledge I had inside my mental superlibrary, and I came to a realization. Out of the big 5, those being Arceus, Mew, Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, only Mew bothered with Terra. The other 4 pretty much had a hands-off attitude towards our planet, and only Mew bothered acting when she deemed it necessary. The running and observation of the planet were pretty much done by the other legendaries, with Mew as the big boss behind them. I had no idea if they were only in charge of Terra or if there were other planets as well, but it seemed, at least to me, as if from the creators of the whole universe, only Mew was active. Well, at least in our corner of the universe that seemed to be the case. Anyway, back to the legendary appearances. Mew appeared a second time when the first global tournament was held, and the other 4 appearances were by members of the roaming legendaries. A Moltres appeared during a Grand League tournament that happened to be held in Kanto roughly 1,500 years ago. A Landorus appeared during a Global League tournament that was held in Unova roughly 1,100 years ago. A Zapdos appeared during a Grand League tournament that was held in Sinnoh roughly 600 years ago, and a Suicune appeared during a Global League tournament that was held in Kalos roughly 300 years ago. Each time one of the roaming legendaries showed up, a rare super genius with the potential to become a legend-class trainer appeared in that generation. Now, taking that info into account, it was pretty normal that no legendary showed up. Anyway, I had to stay in the hotel room and watch the whole thing on TV since only Alliance personnel and participants were allowed to take part in the ceremony, so there was no place for family members like me. The whole thing took 30-ish minutes and within an hour my parents were back. Apparently, the draw was not shown since it was, overall, pretty boring. They seemed pretty happy with their placement, and my mom seemed to feel my curiosity. We were pretty lucky during the draw. We'll only meet each other during the semifinals, so your dad can still get third place when we inevitably meet and he loses. She explained, and I only raised my eyebrows in disbelief at the second part of her sentence. Meanwhile, Dad broke out into laughter, and I mean I could understand where he was coming from. Strength-wise his Pokemon were a lot better than Mom's Pokemon. Still, I didn't want to be rude, so I didn't laugh, not too sure how serious she was. She did in fact look a bit offended at Dad before she broke out in giggles, which I joined with my manly chuckles. Once we calmed down, Dad told me there would be 2 rounds today, so by the end of the day only 64 participants would be left. Unlike the preliminaries, the 2 rounds today would be 3 versus 3 battles. The stadiums, opponents, as well as rough timetable were already prepared, and Dad had his first battle scheduled in 1 hour, but he was told to be there 15 minutes prior in case the previous battle ended earlier than expected. I could still enter the stadium for free since I was a family member of a participant, and my mom was a participant herself, but everyone else had to cough out some dough for a seat ticket. The preliminary battles had been free, which had honestly surprised me since the Alliance would have made some good cash even then, but they had not even bothered to sell a day ticket. Now, however, each battle had its own ticket, so they probably thought that they could cover the expenses and earn some extra using just the main event. Depending on the seat, the tickets cost between 20 to 100 poke, so they were not really expensive, but with the number of battles and the number of tickets sold/seats it did add up to a nice sum. Still, I was sure the ticket price would increase the closer we got to the finals. I kept getting distracted by details since it was my first tournament. Anyway, back to Dad. The terrain was a grass field and his opponent was a slightly chubby man called Josh Peck. From our research, before the fight, Josh had revealed a high, gold stage Snorlax, which was impressive since they were rare and hard to train, a low, gold stage Lickitung, and a mid, gold stage Bibarel. Now, I did not want to assume things, but that gave me and my parents the feeling as if the guy was trying to specialize in normal types. Still, since he could have done that on purpose to trick the other participants, we choose to not bank on that assumption. Dad was prepared to use Titan/Nidoking, Duke/Crobat, and Tangela for the battle. At 10:55 a.m. Dad and Josh appeared on the field. The referee like always went over the rules, but this time around I noticed something new. They were only allowed to change/swap their Pokemon once. I did not know if that was only for the 3 versus 3 battles, but I was hearing that rule for the first time. Once both sides confirmed that they had understood the rules and were ready, the referee gave the starting signal, and both trainers simultaneously released their first Pokemon. Josh proved that he had been playing everyone when an Ampharos appeared on his side, which was pretty unlucky since Dad had decided to use Duke first. Dad's immediate reaction was to recall Duke since he did not want to waste Duke's energy trying to win an uphill battle. Josh's little trick in the preliminaries forced Dad to waste his one recall/swap chance. Dad sent out Titan in return, which forced Josh to swap his Ampharos since the guy had no plan to work around Nidoking's immunity to electric moves. He sent out his Snorlax, which made me think it might have immunity as its ability. Otherwise, Bibarel would have made more sense, strength aside. Maybe he just knew that Bibarel would lose pretty quickly despite having a type advantage. Who knew? Honestly, I found it just a smidge funny that the first actions of the battle were a series of swaps. Anyway, the battle finally began and it turned into a drawn-out affair. Dad had Titan attack Snorlax from afar, and any time it tried to get close, Titan would make sure to keep his distance. The difference in their speed ensured that the distance was preserved, ultimately forcing Snorlax to attack using long-range attacks as well. Unfortunately, for Josh and Snorlax, it seemed they did not bother learning enough of those since it only used Water Pulse and Belch. In the end, it took a long-ass time, nearly 20 minutes, for Titan to wear down Snorlax, especially since it managed to use Rest twice before it was knocked out. Also, seeing as it did not get poisoned during the fight despite being hit pretty often by poison moves, my guess regarding immunity got confirmed. Thanks to Snorlax's endurance and vitality, Titan was fatigued quite a bit, despite not being hit once, due to his own offense. Still, Titan managed to beat Bibarel as well using Thunderbolt and a few poison moves before being unable to continue due to being out of energy/stamina. Still, Josh only had Ampharos left, while Dad still had Duke and an unknown. Duke was the last option for obvious reasons, but instead of using Tangela as he had planned before the fight, he called out Vibra/Rhydon. He practically decided to cut off any hope, and as expected it didn't take long for Vibra to take down Ampharos. She used Earthquake to destabilize it, Rock Blast, and Stone Edge to maneuver it into position before finishing it off with a drill run. Dad was declared the winner and we directly left the stadium. The whole battle took roughly half an hour, with 2/3 of that time being spent on Snorlax. Anyway, it was currently 11:35 a.m., so we decided to walk around the city for a bit before eating lunch in a restaurant instead of returning to the hotel. Mom's fight was only at 3 p.m., so we had time to kill until 2:30 p.m. before we had to make our way to Stadium number 5, which was the Arctic one. Her opponent was a slim man called Drake Bell that had so far revealed a mid Gold Stage Wigglytuff, an Honest Mew, low Gold Stage Cricketune, and a mid Gold Stage Exploud. Once it was time, we went there and took our seats. Mom went to the waiting room, but due to the fight before hers taking a bit longer than expected, her battle only began at 3:10 p.m. Mom's first Pokemon was Titania/Nidoqueen. Drake actually released a low-key Toxtricity, but seeing Titania he quickly switched it out with his Exploud. Not that it changed all that much since Exploud still got beaten by Titania. Still, at least it managed to cause enough damage for Drake's Wigglytuff to take her down while suffering some damage. Mom called out Rivers/Poliwrath next, and Rivers managed to win without getting too hurt. Unfortunately, Toxtricity was Drake's final Pokemon, and being practically fresh and an electric type, it managed to beat Rivers while only getting slightly hurt. Nonetheless, good old Rivers managed to hold out long enough to tire out Toxtricity quite a bit, despite causing only a slight amount of damage to it. Still, I knew that Mom was now in a dilemma. Toxtricity was at the low Gold Stage, and all of Mom's Pokemon that were strong enough to battle it were at a type disadvantage. Those that could have an advantage, like Rosalia, with electric and poison moves being ineffective, were not only weaker but also had a field disadvantage due to the Arctic field, which was practically a snowfield with cold air. She ultimately chose Epona/Rapidash, who was also at the low Gold Stage. The cold forced her to expend more stamina to stay warm and use more energy for her fire moves, but that was somewhat acceptable. The fight between Toxtricity and Epona was much narrower than I would have liked. While she managed to win after a final high horsepower, there were multiple moments where I thought she would lose. Thankfully she won and moved on. Dad's next fight was an hour later at 4:45 p.m., and Mom's second fight was at 6:30 p.m. Thankfully, both won their second fight as well, which allowed them to enter the top 64. That meant that they would be battling at the Indigo Plateau tomorrow. Chapter 193, Senior League Tournament. Today was the second day of the main Senior League Tournament, and the 64 participants that had reached this stage had the honor to conduct their battles on the Indigo Plateau. Well, the first 2 rounds of today were still being simultaneously held in 8-side stadiums to reduce the time it took to go through all battles. However, since the battles were being held on the Indigo Plateau, it was still considered an honor to reach and battle on this stage. Those that got through both rounds would enter the top 16 and would get the honor to have their final battle of the day on Indigo Plateau's main stadium. Unlike the medium-sized, 75,000 seats stadiums with a 14,400 square meters field, the main stadium had a 200,000 seats capacity and the field was 30,000 square meters in size. The terrain was a simple grass field with a stream flowing across parts of the field to allow for the usage of water types without being disadvantaged. There were a few large stone platforms on the stream to allow for passage across the stream and to give the non-water types the option to get close. Still, that was part of all stream fields, so it was not unexpected. The quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals on the third day were going to be held there as well. Yeah, that stuff really got stuck in my mind after the announcer began introducing/bragging about the venue for the third and final round of the day, once the second round was over. Mom and Dad both won their 2 battles, Dad with more ease than Mom, but what mattered was that both made it to the top 16. We were currently eating lunch together. To be honest, we were eating a bit fast since Dad had the dubious honor of participating in the first fight at the main stadium. The battle was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. and he had to be in the waiting room 15 minutes before that. It was 12:40 p.m. right now, which was why we were a bit in a hurry. Unlike Dad, Mom's battle was the 4th one, so she had more than enough time to prepare and get psyched up. This round and the quarterfinals tomorrow were going to be 4 versus 4 battles, so the battles were estimated to take longer than before. On another note, there would still only be one swapping chance. Anyway, back to Dad's fight. I thought that Dad's fast eating speed could also partly be due to his opponent. Natalia Mirikova, Dad's opponent, had reached this point using/unveiling only 2 of her Pokemon. A. Mid, Gold Stage Zangoose and A. High, Gold Stage Walrein. Both her Pokemon being from Hoenn was no coincidence since she seemed to be from there as well. It just seemed like she wanted to participate in Kanto's Senior League tournament this time around, and she was not alone in that. 4 others in the top 16 were from different regions as well, with 2 of them even being from other continents. Still, I was confident that Dad would beat Natalia. He had his low, dark Gold Stage Nidoking and 3 high, Gold Stage Pokemon as his big guns after all. I did not believe Natalia could keep up in that aspect. As soon as I thought that, I went a bit pale at the realization that I had raised a flag before I released a sigh of relief once I remembered that I had not said that out loud. I mean, it only counted as raising a flag and provoking Murphy when one said stuff like that out loud, right? Right? Amidst such thoughts, we finished lunch and moved toward the stadium. Dad split from us at the entrance, moving towards the waiting room, after a good luck kiss from Mom and a hug from me. I followed his back with my eyes until he went around a corner, secretly hoping that I did not make his job harder through some metaphysical bulls **T. Mom seemed to have felt my uneasiness somehow since she grabbed my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Anyway, we took our seats in the first row. Natalia and Dad were not yet on the field, so the 4 big screens were showing the crowd/seats instead of the empty field. It actually looked like nearly all 200K seats were occupied since I could not see any empty seats while the camera kept shifting its focus. The Alliance ought to have made a killing selling the tickets. Anyway, I was not sure if a full house was a good thing or not, from the perspective of a participant. Hell, the way I saw it, standing on that field with the eyes of 200K people on oneself could be considered a challenge in itself. I'm not counting the millions of people watching the battle on the TV since the people were far away. However, being directly stared at by 200K people was enough to make most individuals nervous, and nervousness led to mistakes. I mean, I could feel the excitement, anticipation, and expectation of the crowd here from my seat, so there was no way the target of all that was not feeling it. I had witnessed many such examples during the preliminaries where people made simple mistakes due to the pressure they felt from the large audience. While most got used to it after a battle or 2, if they managed to advance, the jump from 30 to 40K to 200K was big enough to still cause tension. As I was wondering how I would deal with the pressure of such a huge audience, Natalia and Dad finally showed up. The commentator began introducing them while they were walking to their designated spots. The focus turned to the referee, who went over the rules and directly shifted to the field after he gave the signal to start the battle. Duke/Crobat appeared on Dad's side, while Zangoose appeared on Natalia's side. The picture of both Pokemon appeared briefly under their respective trainers' names on the screen, before moving to the background for the field. The host immediately began giving his 2 cents on the matchup. Oh, the battle started with a surprisingly even matchup. Zangoose are known for their close combat capabilities. They generally don't learn long-range moves, as long as not specifically taught, which could be a problem for attacking Crobat if that is the case here as well. On the other hand, Zangoose are generally immune to poison due to their rivalry with Seviper, so that closed a few of Crobat's options. Still, Crobat are infamous for their speed and they have no problem fighting close range or long range, so this will be interesting to watch. The host finished his statement. Meanwhile, the 2 Pokemon on the field already used their opening moves. Zangoose performed a sword dance to boost its already impressive strength, while Crobat used a mean look to prevent Natalia from swapping out her Pokemon. After that, Crobat began using Screech and Supersonic alternately while keeping his distance. This started a game of cat and mouse between the two that went on for nearly 10 minutes, and in that time Crobat reapplied mean look once. Poor Zangoose could only attack using Thunderbolt during that time, since that seemed to be the only long-range move it knew. Unfortunately for it, Crobat managed to dodge all of them except for the first one that managed to catch it by surprise. Near the 10-minute mark, Dad gave a signal and Crobat attacked Zangoose directly. He dodged 2 of Zangoose's slashes that would have hit, and tanked a Crush Claw but hit it with a Supersonic in return. Afterward, Crobat swiftly began sucking it dry with Leech Life, making use of the reduced defense/endurance caused by Screech. He was recovering from the damage he suffered due to the Thunderbolt and Crush Claw. Natalia tried to have Zangoose get rid of Crobat, but in its confused state, it did not succeed before being rendered unable to battle. Natalia returned her beaten Pokemon and quickly called out her second one, but even after she pocketed her ball, her second Pokemon could not be seen anywhere on the field. The host quickly identifies her second Pokemon as Kecleon, which I obviously immediately thought of. The man wondered out loud how my dad was going to deal with his invisible foe. Crobat just used haze and covered a large part of the field in a dark fog. The fog revealed Kecleon's position since it displaces the fog every time it moves. Still, since Crobat had to keep up haze to track Kecleon, none of the two were able to use any parameter-enhancing or diminishing moves. Kecleon still managed to slip from the haze-covered parts and make use of its invisibility to hit Crobat with Psybeam or Ancient Power. It proved itself to be at the high, gold stage through its performance. Crobat meanwhile managed to hit it with Air Slashes, Air Cutters, and Venishocks. Still, it quickly became obvious that Kecleon had a slight advantage due to it using its invisibility to its advantage. Dad seemed to have reached the same conclusion and reacted accordingly. He gave a signal and Crobat went full-blown kamikaze on Kecleon. He forewent any thoughts of defending himself and dive-bombed Kecleon with all 4 of his wings having a metallic shine. Kecleon tried to dodge and force Crobat to abort through Psybeams, but Crobat took it like a champ and managed to land a double steel wing on top of Kecleon. Together with the damage Crobat delivered in the 8-ish minutes the fight had already gone on, he managed to knock out Kecleon. Unfortunately, he was unable to continue as well due to the damage he suffered, especially during his last stunt. They both recalled their knocked-out Pokemon before releasing their next ones. Dad called out Agni/Arcanine, and Natalia actually used her Walrein, prompting Dad to recall Agni. He actually chose to send in Cell/Magnezone. The reason I was slightly surprised despite knowing that Cell had a type advantage was that at the mid-gold stage it was slightly weaker than Walrein. Still, it seemed Dad was confident in their chances, showing once more that differences at the same stage were not insurmountable, at least not for the first 4 to 5 stages. One of the screens showed a close-up of Natalia, so we could see that she seemed to be struggling with something, probably wondering if she should swap her Pokemon as well. This told me that she did not have a Pokemon that straight-out countered Cell, or at least it was not strong enough to face Cell. She came to a decision and recalled her Walrein, swapping it with a Toxicroak. That explained why she struggled. Toxicroak's poison was useless against Cell while its fighting moves were really useful. In the following minutes, Cell tried to keep Toxicroak at a distance using long-range electric and steel moves. Toxicroak dodged what it could while occasionally blocking the electric moves using Mud Slap. While it got hit by a flash cannon and a discharge, it still managed to get close to Cell. Cell tried its best to get rid of Toxicroak, but that one stubbornly stuck close and attacked using Brick Break. It used revenge whenever it got hit by Cell's moves. Both Pokémon were equal in strength, so the fight turned into a slugfest with moves being traded. Cell's Euro Ball turned out to be his most damaging move against Toxicroak, but the damage it was taking was stacking up as well since it just couldn't get rid of Toxicroak. It seemed like Toxicroak was going to win if the fight went on like this. Both trainers seemingly came to the same conclusion since Natalia could be seen smiling while Dad looked resigned. He gave a command and before anyone could react a big explosion shook the field. Once the first cloud settled, both Pokémon could be seen on the ground knocked out. This meant Natalia only had her Walrein left, while Dad still had Agni and a Pokémon of his choice. Dad decided to play it safe. He first had Agni cause as much damage as he could, before letting Titan/Nidoking finish the job. With that victory, Dad officially advanced to the quarterfinals. We congratulated Dad after he joined us, and 2 hours later it was Mom's turn to battle. Her battle was an extremely close affair. Still, she won, even if barely, and thus managed to qualify for the quarterfinals as well. Nonetheless, even after Mom joined us at our seats, we stayed to watch the rest of the battles as well. One of the 4 winners would be a finalist whom they would meet in the finals if Mom or Dad made it that far. We ate at the hotel restaurant, and afterward both Mom and Dad started to make plans against all their possible opponents on their own. Chapter 194, Struggle. Today was the last day of the tournament. Today a winner, a champion, would be determined, and everyone was hoping to become that champion. Prize money, merit points, and fame aside, the chance to enter the tutelage of a genuine champion-class trainer for at least a year was what really attracted all of them. I had no idea how the mentor would be chosen, could be randomly assigned, one could be allowed to choose from a list, or any other method really. No matter which one it was, the fact remained that it was an invaluable chance for all contestants. If I did not have a plan of my own on how to get myself a mentor above the champion class after finishing my secondary education, I might have been a tad jealous. Anyway, once more Dad had the first fight of the day. Mom's fight was second, and after that, the other 2 semi-final battles would be held. Afterward, there would be an hour break before the semi-finals and the final would be held. Mom and Dad along with their opponents were staying in the waiting room, so I was sitting in the stands by my lonesome. Dad would join me after his fight and Mom would do the same after hers. They would stay with me until the end of the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals and semifinals were 5 versus 5 battles with 2 permitted substitutions, while the finals were 6 versus 6 with 2 permitted substitutions as well. Honestly, from what had been exposed so far, Dad's quarterfinal opponent seemed to be around the level of Natalia from yesterday, if not a tad lower. An excited buzz came from the crowd as Dad and his competitor came onto the field. The commentator did his job and the referee went over the rules, before giving the signal to start the fight. Well, as I had expected, the guy's team was around the same as Natalia's, and just like yesterday, Dad won this one as well. I would even go as far as to say that he had an easier time today than yesterday, since the Pokémon were not as challenging. Mom's opponent, on the other hand, was her strongest one so far, and I was a bit worried for her sake. Her opponent was a woman called Valentina Valencia. She was one of the remaining 3 foreigners that made it to the top 8, and she had revealed some pretty strong Pokémon during her previous battles. She had so far used an Excadrill and Liepard at the high, gold stage, as well as Seismitoad and Zebstrika at the mid, gold stage. Since she had only exposed those 4, we had no idea what her 5th Pokémon was going to be. Well, we did not know if she had other Pokémon to replace those she had exposed as well, but either way, it promised to be a hard fight for Mom. There was also the fact that whoever won would face Dad in the semifinals. I heard the excited chatter die down for a moment and saw Mom as well as Valentina stepping onto the field. The host started doing his job, introducing and hyping up both contestants. The referee took over, did his obligatory speech, and gave the signal to start the battle. Both Mom and Valentina released their Pokemon. Rivers/Poliwrath appeared on Mom's side while Liepard appeared on the other side. Rivers lost no time and spun around, spraying bubbles everywhere using Bubble Beam, creating a shield around himself. It came in pretty timely because Liepard vanished and appeared behind Rivers right among the bubbles. It looked like it tried to perform a fake out and ran straight into Rivers' defensive Bubble Beam. The bubbles around Liepard all burst, stopping its attack and causing a bit of damage. Furthermore, it alerted Rivers, who promptly turned around and delivered a dynamic punch, making use of its proximity courtesy of its own move. At that distance, missing was pretty hard, so the powerful blow sent Liepard flying. Not wanting to let go of the chance, Rivers quickly shot a Hydro Pump after it. While the Hydro Pump did hit, it also hurled Liepard further away from Rivers, which stopped him from following up his offense any further before Liepard could recover. Liepard, in feline fashion, landed perfectly on its feet, despite the attacks it suffered, but slid a bit further due to its momentum. It began swaying slightly after it tried to move due to the confusion caused by Dynamic Punch. Still, it seemed Valentina and Liepard were prepared for confusion, since Liepard stopped all movement, remaining on the spot it landed, and began to glow in a dark light. The speed at which it performed one status-boosting move after the other told me it definitely had the prankster ability, which boosted the speed of status moves. By the time Rivers used Earth Power on it, Liepard had boosted itself multiple times. Still, the earth below Liepard erupted, not only causing damage but also flinging it into the air. Instead of using another attack, Rivers was told to approach Liepard, which he did. Meanwhile, Valentina tried to snap Liepard out of its confusion. Each ascent had to have a descent, so Liepard inevitably landed back on its 4 feet. Moreover, it was no longer swaying on its feet, which showed it had snapped out of its confusion. Still, by that point, Rivers was already upon it and delivers a brick break. Surprisingly, instead of trying to dodge, it retaliated using Play Rough, which, boosted by the multiple stat boosts, caused great damage. Noting the damage Liepard was causing close-range, Mom had Rivers use Circle Throw to get some distance between them. Rivers managed to grab a hold of Liepard and used a Shoulder Throw to hurl it away. Liepard once more managed to land on its feet and then began concentrating a huge amount of energy in front of its mouth. Everyone noticed what was following next, including Mom, who swiftly yelled Protect. Rivers managed to throw up a Protect just as the Hyper Beam arrived in front of him. The two moves clashed and Protect managed to briefly stop the boosted Hyper Beam before it was broken through, allowing the weakened Hyper Beam to slam into Rivers. An explosion ensued that flung Rivers away, and his momentum had him skip along the ground a few times. Nonetheless, Rivers managed to stop himself by grabbing onto the earth, creating a trough along the ground. One could see that he had taken some serious damage, but Rivers ignored his own condition and focused on the cause of his pain. Due to Hyper Beam, Liepard was momentarily unable to move. Rivers ignored everything else and ran towards Liepard. As soon as he arrived there, he aimed a Dynamic Punch straight at its head. While Liepard was unable to dodge, it recovered enough to retaliate using Sucker Punch while eating Dynamic Punch. Rivers flinched at the blow he received, but Liepard got flung away, and this time around it got knocked out. Valentina lost no time to recall her Liepard. She swiftly released her Zebstrika to give Rivers as little time to recover as possible. The referee gave the signal to resume the fight once Zebstrika was on the field, and they lost no time to fire a discharge at Rivers. Rivers managed to barely hang on. He was trembling to stay on his feet, but the opposition was ice cold. Valentine ordered a shock wave, which was promptly executed, and Rivers fell on his knees, unable to stay standing, before falling on his belly, due to losing consciousness. The crowd gets all fired up by the situation, and everyone waits with bated breath for what Pokemon Mom was going to send out next. Knowing Mom's roster, I knew that her only real options against Zebstrika were Titania/Nidoqueen and Epona/Rapidash, since the others were either much weaker, at a type disadvantage, or both. She, ultimately, made the right choice and sent out Titania on the field. Before the referee could give the signal to resume the fight, Valentina recalled her Zebstrika using one of her 2 chances, which was a smart move on her part but pissed me off since it was bad for my mother. She switched in her Seismitoad, which while weaker than Titania had a type advantage. This was an unfortunate matchup for Mom because Seismitoad's only weakness was towards grass-type moves which Titania did not have. Mom's only grass type, Rosalia, was too weak to be used and the others would not fare that well either. The referee gave the signal to resume the fight, and Seismitoad lost no time to set off a rain dance. Titania quickly spread out toxic spikes across the field focusing on Seismitoad's direction. However, the rain passively diluted/weakened Titania's long-range poison moves, and it also reduced the duration of her toxic spikes. Moreover, electric moves were useless due to Seismitoad's ground typing. Titania had to get close and Mom noticed that as well, so she gave that instruction. Valentina's side did not wait for them and used muddy water to keep Titania away while also attacking her. Nonetheless, the approaching wave of muddy water got frozen by Titania, who proceeded to break it apart using Brick Break before resuming her run straight at Seismitoad. Once she was close, she jumped into the air and used her landing to cause a strong earthquake that not only hurt Seismitoad but also unbalanced it enough that it could not dodge the toxic she fired at it. It got hit, putting Seismitoad on a timer it couldn't escape from. Well, seeing the inevitable outcome, Valentina and Seismitoad switched to an "I'll drag you down with me" mentality, foregoing any defense to cause as much damage to Titania as possible, hoping to knock it out if possible. For the next few minutes, Titania attacked Seismitoad using moves like Ice Beam, Earth Power, whenever it could get enough distance, and Brick Break, Poison Jab, and Fury Swipes whenever she was forced to attack close range. She obviously dodged whenever she could, which was easier at long range. However, the other side knew that as well, which was why Seismitoad tried to stay as close as possible despite having a great long-range arsenal. Its devil-may-care attitude allowed Seismitoad to cause quite some damage to Titania before it got knocked out by a final Brick Break at the face by an irate Titania. When Valentina recalled her knocked-out Seismitoad, Mom followed suit, using one of her 2 swapping opportunities to let Titania rest for a bit. The score was 2-1 for my mom, with Zebstrika being on standby for Valentina and Titania being on standby for Mom. They released their exchange Pokemon. Excadrill appeared on Valentina's side, while Almi/Lapras appeared on Mom's side. Valentina chose not to use her last swapping right, probably counting on Excadrill's steel moves, as well as it being a bit stronger, by a substage. Lapras was the first Pokemon during this battle to make use of the stream, which neutralized some of Excadrill's useful moves like Dig and Earthquake. Lapras attacked Excadrill using long-range moves like Hydro Pump and Ice Beam, while Excadrill's long-range moves were limited and promptly dodged by Almi. The water/stream made it hard for Excadrill to attack Almi from close range, which all its steel-type moves were since it could only use the occasional stone platforms which Almi tried to avoid. After more than 5 minutes of being hit by Almi and only managing to inflict some minor damage, Valentina decided to switch out Excadrill after all. She called in Zebstrika, using up her last swapping chance. Mom once more followed suit and used her last swapping right to switch in Titania. Titania looked less fatigued than before, but her injuries were still the same. Nonetheless, exploiting her electric immunity along with the small non-electric move pool of Zebstrika, Titania managed to beat it using Earth Power and Earthquake while receiving minimal new damage. Despite this being her 3rd knocked-out Pokemon, Valentina did not seem too nervous and just called out her Excadrill once more. Due to its steel typing, Titania's poison moves were useless against it, so she was forced to focus on her ground, fighting, and other moves instead. Both Pokemon began attacking each other from long range at first before Excadrill forced the battle into a close-ranged one due to Titania having a larger long-range move pool. A few minutes, roughly 2 I think, after both had gotten into their close-range battle, Excadrill used Fissure from practically beside Titania to make sure she had no way to dodge. However, due to its extremely close proximity to the super powerful move, it received some damage as well. Still, they seemed to be ready to pay that price, and it seemingly paid off as well, since Titania got knocked out by his surprise finisher. This meant the score was 3-2 with Mom having Aomi on standby, whom she promptly called out next. The battle that followed was a pretty drawn-out one, due to Lapras doing her best to keep Excadrill away. She succeeded, not only that, but she even managed to knock it out after more than 15 minutes of dodging and firing long-range attacks. Well, part of her success in keeping Excadrill away was due to it keeping a slight distance to make sure it could dodge most of Aomi's attacks. This meant she had to pay the price for her victory, which was her being completely out of energy. Yet, despite being at her last Pokemon, Valentina still did not seem to be worried, which honestly worried me a bit. Full of confidence, she released her final Pokemon after calling her down Excadrill. When everyone saw her final Pokemon, the crowd went wild in excitement. An Emboar appeared on her side, probably her starter and trump card, that she had kept a secret up to this point. While I would normally say that Aomi could have a pretty good chance against it, despite the Emboar probably being stronger than her, she was fresh out of juice, so I was not expecting anything from her. I was proved right when she could not even manage to muster the energy to dodge the flamethrower after the starting signal from the referee. Just as it seemed like the referee was going to declare Aomi unfit to battle, Mom recalled her on her own initiative. This turned the score to 4-3. Unfortunately, all of Mom's remaining Pokemon were not that strong. The strongest one was Emerald/Butterfree at the mid-gold stage, while the others were weaker than that. Her best bet was to use Epona and hope that her fire immunity would be enough to either beat Emboar or weaken it enough for her last Pokemon to beat it. Mom seemed to have come to the same conclusion as me, since Epona was her next Pokemon. Unfortunately, the plan fell through when it became apparent that Emboar was at the low, dark gold stage. It had no problem beating Epona using non-fire moves, especially fighting ones. The best Epona could do was try to tire it a bit more by dodging as many attacks as possible, forcing it to expend more energy to take her out. Epona ultimately fell, and Mom was forced to her last Pokemon as well. It was now obvious to everyone that Mom had no way to win if she did not pull out a secret super weapon as Valentina had done, but I knew that she had no such weapon. Still, Mom did not give up and actually called out Emerald. The two really tried their best, hoping against everything to take down Emboar by using powder moves to inflict status conditions. Though that did not work, since Emboar burned down the powder clouds before they could affect it. In the end, it took Emboar less than 5 minutes to kick out Emerald, and the only reason she held out even that long was that she kept flying around dodging Emboar and keeping her distance from it. Once Emerald was down, the referee declared Valentina the winner, which confirmed that Mom's tournament journey ended in the quarterfinals. She recalled Emerald and put away her ball after saying a few encouraging words. Then she congratulated her opponent, showing great sportsmanship before leaving the field under the applause from the spectators. Chapter 195, The Champion Is. Mom joined us in our seats and we tried to comfort her. However, there was not much comforting to do, since Mom was not as sad as Dad and I had expected. In her words, she gave her best, had a good showing, and made it to the top 8. She was obviously a bit sad about her loss, but that much was normal, and she put it aside pretty quickly. She even joked that she lost just so that she and Dad did not have to face each other in the next round, since she was loath to kick his ass. I had to laugh when she said that, and Dad had to chuckle as well after he protested for a bit. We were both just happy that she was not hung up on her loss. We watched the next 2 matches together, since one of the 4 trainers involved would face Dad in the finals. Once all quarterfinal battles were over, a 90-minute lunch break was announced. Since Indigo Plateau did in general not have to deal with such a huge amount of people, the restaurants available were not enough, so the Alliance had erected temporary large restaurant pavilions. Those that did not want to eat there could teleport to Indigo City, but our little family chose to eat at one of the pavilions, offering noodle dishes. While we ate, we talked about Valentina and her Pokemon, since she was Dad's next opponent. After lunch, Dad spent roughly 30 minutes talking with his Pokemon about their next adversary and planning how to react in certain situations after going over Valentina's reaction during the previous battles. Afterward, we leisurely walked back to the stadium. Dad had to be in the waiting room 15 minutes before the start of his fight, and we made it to the stadium with 5 minutes to spare. We wished him success for this fight as well as the finals, since he would be staying in the waiting room until the finals began. After a final hug from me and a kiss from Mom, Dad went on his way, while Mom and I went to our seats. At 3 p.m., Dad, as well as Valentina, appeared on the field and their battle set off the semifinals. During our discussion at lunch, we theorized that the Pokemon Valentina would use in their battle would not change from her battle against Mom. She would most likely still use her Seismitoad, Zebstrika, Excadrill, Liepard, and Emboar. I was curious if she would prove us wrong or not. Still, that discussion reminded me that not everyone was as fortunate as me and that nearly everyone had to focus on a small/certain number of Pokemon, my parents included. There were many factors for this, including resources, talent, time, space, and so on. This meant that, like with Valentina, most were unable to swap out their top roster. Thankfully, I had no such problem and everyone on my main roster could make it to the top roster of others at the same stage. Anyway, after the standard introduction and referee's speech, their battle began and Valentina tried to get a strong start with her high, gold stage Excadrill. She probably also thought he would do pretty well in case Dad went with Titan/Nidoking as his first choice. However, Dad's first pick was Agni/Arcanine, who was just as strong as her Excadrill. Knowing that with Agni's speed and type advantage Excadrill was at a massive disadvantage, Valentina immediately recalled her Excadrill before Agni even had the chance to perform his opening move. I was honestly surprised at how fast she reacted. She swapped in her Seismitoad, and Dad simply switched Agni with Duke/Crobat. Probably Lyria using her last switching right at the start of the battle, or because she underestimated Duke, Valentina kept her Seismitoad, who was weaker by a substage by the way. That swiftly proved to be a bad idea since Dad had him stay in the air and toxic bomb him from above. When he tried to hide inside the stream, Duke poisoned the water. Anyway, just 3 or 4 minutes in, Seismitoad was hurt and poisoned quite badly. It was freed from its misery after being hit by a Venoshock. Valentina recalled it calmly and released her Zebstrika next. Dad kept Duke on the field since he was nearly unharmed and only mildly fatigued from the previous fight. Despite being weaker by a substage as well, Zebstrika delivered a wonderful performance attacking Duke with electric-type moves while dodging as many poison attacks as possible. Duke obviously did the same with Zebstrika's electric moves, and succeeded many times, even if he got hit a few times due to the speed of electric moves. They could not use the grounding tactic to block the moves since Duke would have to come in contact with the earth for that one, and Zebstrika could have made use of that time to attack it physically due to its speed, especially after it used a few flame charges to up its speed. Still, their cat and mouse game ended with a draw, or rather a double knockout. Duke managed to knock Zebstrika unconscious after roughly 10 minutes of back and forth, but by that point, he was quite hurt and out of energy. Still, he took out 2 of Valentina's Pokemon, so he earned his rest. Both trainers had to call out new Pokemon, and what appeared on Valentina's side was her Liepard, while Dad called out Agni once again. That was a pretty bad matchup as far as I was concerned, because I believed that Agni would wreck Liepard since he was such a good boy. I was not biased or anything, but Arcanine was just superior to Liepard. Anyway, Valentina seemed to agree with me since she changed her Liepard with her Emboar, bringing out her trump card this early into their battle, while also using up her final switching right. She was probably betting on his superior strength and fighting-type moves since she had to know that Agni was immune to Emboar's fire-type moves. Instead of using Agni to exhaust Emboar, he did something I had not expected him to do. He swapped Agni with Azure/Kingdra. The reason I had not expected that was that Azure was at the mid-gold stage, so him beating Emboar, while not impossible, was pretty improbable. Still, after thinking for a bit, I understood why he swapped out Agni. He did it because Agni was best used against Liepard and Excadrill, especially Excadrill. He was making sure to not leave anything to chance. Anyway, as soon as Azure appeared, the crowd went wild, and the reason for that was pretty simple. Azure was a dragon and everyone, or rather nearly everyone, thought dragons were awesome. Moreover, they were pretty rare, so most people did not get to see them that often. I mean, believe it or not, more than 10 royal starters from multiple regions, mostly Kanto, had appeared until now. However, this was the first dragon type that appeared in the tournament so far, so the crowd was excited. Azure fought valiantly, much to the joy of the spectators, successfully causing moderate damage to Embor. Nonetheless, Embor, by the virtue of its much higher strength, still managed to take down Azure after a nearly 10-minute-long struggle. That equalized the score at 2-2, with Leopard and Excadrill being on standby for Valentina, while Dad had Agni on standby. After he recalled Azure, Dad went straight for the kill and called out Titan/Nidoking. The two low, dark gold stage Pokemon put on a great fight, but thanks to Azure's efforts, Embor went into their battle moderately hurt and fatigued, so Titan came out on top of their struggle. Yet, he was hurt quite a bit due to Embor going berserk, trying to cause as much damage as possible once it became obvious that it was going to lose. Near the end, it set more than half the field on fire with an overheat followed by a burn-up, which would have been pretty bad for Embor if it had not already been at its last leg. That was also where most of the damage Titan received came from. Everyone was really happy about the force shields around the stands when the fire engulfed the field, and there were a lot of screams of fright at the sight of the approaching flames, even if they were ultimately blocked. I was positive a few spectators had probably wet their pants in surprise. Valentina seemed a bit disappointed that her Embor did not manage to drag down Titan with it, but her face quickly changed to a determined look and she released Excadrill on the field. The fight that ensued was pretty even thanks to the damage Titan suffered, but in the end, Excadrill managed to take down Titan while getting hurt pretty badly in return. Still, that it managed to knock out Titan was already an accomplishment that made the crowd go wild. There was nothing that riled people up more than seeing underdogs beating the odds, well, except maybe the fall of successful people, which was not mutually exclusive. Yeah, people were weird like that. Anyway, Dad recalled Titan and called out Agni, who made quick work of Excadrill. No, one made fun of its quick loss since they had seen how injured it got to take down Titan. Valentina wordlessly recalled Excadrill and released her Leopard. She obviously had no intention to give up. Leopard did its best, but it could not win against Agni, who was nearly fresh after his swift victory against Excadrill. Their battle actually resembled a high-speed chase since long-range attacks were mostly dodged by Leopard using its speed, so Agni began hunting it down to deliver a paw of love, Garp style. Once Leopard was down, Dad was declared the winner, and he won quite decisively since he still had another available Pokemon slot besides Agni. Dad exchanged a few words with Valentina before returning to the waiting room under the cheers of the crowd. With his victory, Dad became the first finalist in the senior tournament. Once the field was clear, a few Pokemon appeared and reset the field to its condition before the fight. Afterward, the other semi-finalists came up and held their battle. The battle itself was great, but the winner and new finalist won his battle even more decisively than Dad did, which honestly worried me and Mom a tiny bit. The winner, a man called Richard Savant from Pallet City, only used 3 Pokemon to win his semi-final match. Those 3 Pokemon were A. High, Gold Stage Snorlax, A. High, Gold Stage Lapras, and A. Low, Dark Gold Stage Charizard. Those were some impressive Pokemon and strong to boost, and who knew what his other Pokemon were like? Were they as strong or stronger than that? Was Charizard his only Dark Gold Stage Pokemon? Mom and I certainly were hoping that was the case. Anyway, to give both finalists a chance to prepare mentally and physically for the final battle of the tournament, the Alliance prepared a 45-minute performance that was held after Richard returned to the waiting room. A construction team spent less than 5 minutes setting up a stage in the middle of the battlefield. The performers were a group of famous singers I had not really bothered learning about, but since Mom told me they were famous, I chose to believe her. I was pleasantly surprised by the impromptu concert. The songs were pretty nice and all 3 women had pleasant voices. Their choreography was great as well. The background dancers meshed pleasingly with the singers without stealing their thunder or overcrowding the stage. The audience was going wild as well, and before many people knew it, around 30 minutes went by and the singers finished their performance. After the idols left the field with their entourage, the construction group returned and cleaned up the field. Less than 3 minutes after everything was done and the field was cleared, the break was over and Dad, as well as Richard, appeared on the field ready to battle for the crown. Chapter 196, The Champion Is. And there they are. Both our finalists have entered the field. On the right side of the field, we have Edward Gio from Hope Town, who made it all the way to the finals on his first time at the Senior League tournament. He's only going to turn 30 this year, so Kanto officially has another genius that I'm sure will go far in the future. I'm sure many of you have noticed that he has the same surname as our quarterfinals, Arya Gio. That's because they are married. The two are what one would call a power couple. On the left side, we have Richard Savant from Pallet City. He has reached the finals despite this being his first Senior League tournament as well. Not only that, but he has managed to reach the finals while only revealing 3 of his Pokemon, so I'm sure everyone is curious to see who else he has on his team. Moreover, Richard is only going to turn 20 this year, so he can be considered a bona fide super genius. With him hailing from Pallet City, I'm sure the great Professor Oak has been keeping an eye on him. I have to admit, we truly had a tournament where the newcomers showed their brilliance, and with how young both finalists are, they can definitely participate in 3 more senior tournaments. So, we might see the start of a string of tournament finals between the two if no one else emerges to challenge them. The commentator announced, and he did a great job at hyping up the atmosphere. The air was vibrating due to the excitement of the spectators. They made a slight ruckus when Dad's fresh age of 29 was revealed to those that did not bother looking up the available info on the finalists, which was the majority. Understandably, they made an even greater ruckus upon hearing Richard's age, and I was really shocked when I learned that as well. The guy was still 19 years old and his Pokemon were already this strong. Honestly, in my opinion, this Richard was straight up MC material. He had even had the eye color for it. Richard had red eyes, which was a pretty rare eye color, but his hair was black, which was rather common. Still, he had worn a red cap for the whole tournament, so that could be considered a gimmick that made up for the common hair color. Height-wise, he was around 179 centimeters, so tall but not too tall, rather average even. He had a lean build, probably forged by plenty of outdoor activity. His healthy, medium, tan supported that outdoor theory. Though honestly, nearly all trainers had some form of tan outside of winter as long as they were active. On another note, I was not sure how many people noticed, but I was pretty sure the host straight up used good old Professor Oak's name to threaten/warn anyone with ambiguous motives and ideas. Okay, it might not have been straight up, but I was sure that was the idea behind his mention of Professor Oak. As for the 3 more participations part, that had to do with the rules and regulations set by the Alliance regarding the Senior League tournament participation. First was the age limit, which was set to 60 years, which might seem pretty high, until one considered the prolonged lifespan of trainers. This was mostly to prevent the participation of someone that went into a super long retreat like some Shinsha character and decided to wreck some youngsters after coming out of secluded training. The second rule he hinted at was the participation limit, which was set to 4. No matter how young one was or how early one got disqualified, everyone could only participate in 4 Senior League tournaments at most. So, the highest number of Senior League championships anyone could get if he or she bothered repeatedly attending was 4. Anyway, under all the hubbub, Dad and Richard reached their positions and the referee began his part. The battle is going to be a full-on 6 versus 6 battle with 3 permitted substitutions. The battle starts as soon as I give the signal, and in the case of a switch or knockout, the fight only resumes after I give the signal. Usage of items during the battle is forbidden. If I deem a Pokemon unfit for battle, I shall declare it as such and you'll have to recall it. In case you have a complaint regarding my decisions, you can bring that up and the ruling shall be checked by a panel of judges. The referee kept going for a bit more before he raised his flag in preparation. As soon as he lowered the flag, Dad and Richard released their first Pokemon. Snorlax appeared on Richard's side, while Sky/Pidgeot appeared on Dad's side. While both Pokemon were similar in strength, Snorlax as a species were beasts, so that could get pretty bad for Dad pretty fast if they were not cautious, but if they went at it the right way they could take down Snorlax. Sky immediately increased her altitude and began using Heat Wave to attack Snorlax. Meanwhile, Snorlax was increasing its defense, both physical and energy, through Stockpile, Defense Curl, and Amnesia. While Snorlax seemed to ignore Sky, she began alternating between Heat Wave and Air Slash to attack it. She even threw in the occasional Agility and Tailwind to make sure she was fast enough to dodge any attack from Snorlax. By the time it seemed like Snorlax was done boosting its defense, Sky had managed to cause some damage to it. However, that proved to be for naught when Snorlax used Swallow to return to perfect health. I had to admit it was a brilliant idea and explained why Snorlax could afford to ignore Sky's attacks to boost its stats. It first used Stockpile to quickly raise both of its defense aspects to the max before switching to Defense Curl and Amnesia to make sure the boosts remained. Afterward, it swallowed its Stockpile to heal from the damage it received while boosting. The only reason it could afford to use this as an opening move/sequence was that it was a freaking Snorlax. There were probably only one or two species that could try to do the same. What was admirable was that Sky did not get discouraged by Snorlax's full recovery. She simply added Hurricane to the move she used and dodged any Ice Beam and Rock Slide thrown at her by Snorlax, who had switched to offense. Her increased speed was helpful in that regard. That exchange dragged on for a while before Sky released a cry of happiness. I saw that Snorlax finally got burned by Heat Wave, and the constant damage would help beat Snorlax, especially since the damage caused by her individual attacks was small due to Snorlax's stat boosts and high energy density/defense. Nearly 10 minutes in, Sky had managed to cause a considerable amount of damage to Snorlax, so it tried to rest, but Sky created an uproar to prevent that. Despite Sky's success so far, she was starting to get tired due to the moves she kept using and the maneuvers needed to dodge Snorlax's attacks. Even though she had yet to receive any damage, she could not afford to drag out the battle any longer. So, letting Snorlax heal itself was something she could not allow. Hence, once Sky noticed that Snorlax was starting another round of stockpiles, she moved in a bit closer to deliver a strong Hurricane to interrupt it. Yet, it seemed like Stockpile was only used as bait, since as soon as Sky was close enough, Snorlax swiftly released a Hyper Beam so big that I was wondering if Snorlax managed to add/infuse the one Stockpile it managed to use into the Hyper Beam. That was a pretty scary thought, but also a great idea that I made sure to note somewhere in my mind. Thankfully, Sky managed to react fast enough to swerve to the right, barely dodging the Hyper Beam. I did not doubt that Sky would have been knocked out if she had been hit by that Hyper Beam. Yet, she did dodge, and now she was capitalizing on Snorlax's temporary inability to move after Hyper Beam to counterattack. She rose straight up before diving back down at Snorlax. One of the screens shows a zoomed-in picture of her, and it was possible to see that her wings had taken a metallic hue. On top of that, she was falling in a corkscrew motion while shining in the telltale light of Giga Impact. It took only a few moments in reality for her to arrive on top of Snorlax, and at the final moment, she focused all the energy of her dive/fall and Giga Impact on her steel wing, colliding with Snorlax's head. The collision created a big dust cloud, and once the dust settled we could see a knocked-out Snorlax with a hurt Pidgeot sitting on its prone body. The crowd was going wild, cheering for the great spectacle they just witnessed. The referee declared Snorlax unable to battle, and Pidgeot moved away while Richard recalled his beaten Pokémon. He swiftly called out his next Pokémon, which was one he had not revealed before this. It was a Pikachu, and as soon as it appeared on the field, I got a nagging feeling that I could not identify. It looked like Dad had no intention of switching out Sky, which I thought was not a good idea. Still, Sky stayed on the field, and as soon as the referee gave the signal to resume the battle, Pikachu lost no time to perform a rain dance, which was quickly followed by an enormous thunder. The two moves were performed so swiftly and smoothly that poor Sky had no time to react, giving her no chance to dodge. That performance speed was definitely abnormal, as was the strength of that thunder. I was pretty sure another electricity boosting move was involved on top of the rain boost, because even with Pikachu being at the high gold stage, the move was too strong. It probably was Charge, which was something Pikachu could only get as an egg move. Not only that, but Pikachu looked only slightly winded by the moves it used. While I was thinking about the abnormal Pikachu, it made click, and I understood where that nagging feeling had come from. The Snorlax, Lapras, Charizard, and now Pikachu, combined with the black hair as well as red eye color, on top of his red cap and Palette City as his hometown. Richard Savant was Motherf ****ing red, or at least a version of him. My dad was fighting against one of the MCs of the Pokeverse, and it was one that could be considered one of, if not, the most monstrous geniuses of the franchise. That would explain how a 19-year-old managed to reach the strength he and his Pokemon had achieved. I mean, the host has actually kept the feed a bit on the down low, but it was unbelievable for a 19-year-old to reach such a height. I did not like it, but if I was right and Richard was really red, then as much as I was reluctant to admit it, Dad was most likely going to lose. If he was red, then his last two Pokemon were either Venusaur and Blastoise, or one of them plus some other super strong species. Still, there was a part of me that was extremely excited at the thought of him being red, because that would mean I would definitely have someone in my generation that could keep up with me somehow. Someone that could be a decent rival. He could stimulate me and keep me from slacking off. While I was going through a minor crisis, Dad and everyone else finally reacted. The crowd went into an uproar while Dad recalled Sky before blankly looking at her Pokeball for a moment. Still, he recovered pretty quickly and let out Titan/Nidoking. Before the referee could give his signal, Richard recalled his Pikachu and released his Lapras, using his first swapping privilege. Dad, knowing for certain that Richard had at least a low, dark gold Charizard in waiting, chose not to waste Titan strength on Lapras and used his first substitution right as well. He called out Cell/Magnezone, and it seemed like Richard did not plan to swap out his Lapras in return. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, Cell discharged a Thunder to make use of the rain dance started by Pikachu. Meanwhile, Lapras tried to use Hail to prevent exactly that situation. Unfortunately, for Lapras, Cell's move was released before the rain changed to hail, and Lapras received the full brunt of the thunder, which made Lapras release a cry of pain. Nonetheless, it reacted quickly and released a blizzard that together with the hail obscured Magnezone's vision. Lapras used that moment to dive into the water and hide, presumably to heal. Chapter 197, The Champion is? As soon as Dad and Cell/Magnezone noticed that Lapras had gone undercover, Cell directed discharge at the stream. Yet, the expected reaction did not come. It looked like discharge showed no effect despite the electricity being conducted by the stream. Upon command, Cell moved to the stream and used Lock On to locate Lapras. Once he had locked onto his target, he began gathering electricity and fired a zap cannon into the water. The move seemed to have hit something because a big explosion happened that threw large amounts of water into the air. The sharp ones noticed ice splinters being thrown in the air as well, but everyone else saw the pieces of ice floating to the water surface. It seemed Lapras had frozen the water around itself while it was underwater to prevent any electricity from being passed onto it. Which was a clever move and explained why she did not hesitate to stay inside water against an electric type. Still, it looked like Zap Cannon had broken the ice shell she had created, and Cell lost no time to follow up his attack with another discharge. This time Lapras got hit since bubbles came up in its position and the water showed movement indicating screaming and thrashing associated with getting shocked. At least the commentator agreed with me since he said as much. Cell was trying to keep up the discharge for as long as possible, but Lapras was obviously not going to let itself be shocked unconscious. A hydro pump came out of the water, crashed against Cell, pushing him away, and broke his concentration along with the ongoing discharge. That was quickly followed by a wave, probably created through surf with Lapras riding on top of the wave. Lapras swiftly swam down the other end and stopped on top of the grass field, while the wave kept going, heading for Cell. While Cell was splitting the sea, I met wave with a flash cannon. Lapras began using Ice Beam to freeze a big part of the battlefield. By the time Cell had weathered the surf, Lapras had covered nearly half the field in ice. It began sliding on the ice and expanding the ice field while dodging Cell's flash cannons and discharges. Cell was doing its best to damage and exhaust Lapras, hoping to beat it by steadily wearing it down. However, Lapras was slowly boxing Cell in, raising ice walls around Cell to reduce its moving space. Cell obviously would not allow that and used Euroball to move around, breaking any ice walls in its way. Still, that alone reduced his movement speed. It became harder for Lapras to keep up the ice after the hail settled, so it had to reapply it, which Cell used to get rid of all the walls Lapras had created so far. That back and forth with Cell attacking as well as dodging and Lapras trying to freeze and box in Cell went on for a while. Until a moment came after a blizzard where Lapras found an opportunity to close in on Cell where he could not dodge. Lapras wanted to finish the battle using a sheer cold, but Cell had an objection. While frosting over, Cell lit up in an explosion, trying to drag down the clothes by Lapras. The explosion threw up dust and ice everywhere. After the aftermath settled, one could see Cell on the ground knocked out. It looked quite banged up. Lapras did not look much better, yet it was still conscious. Honestly, it looked like it was barely hanging onto its consciousness, yet that was enough. The referee declared Cell unable to battle and Dad recalled it. I was wondering if Richard was going to recall his Lapras since it did not look like it could continue, but he didn't. Dad called out Azure/Kingdra and an excited murmur went through the crowd. The people's fascination with dragon types was a really curious thing. Well, it was a curiosity that I shared, so I had no right to criticize anyone. The referee gave the signal to resume the fight and Richard gave just one command. Lapras performed Perish Song before it used up the last of its energy and lost consciousness. Lapras managed to make sure Azure would lose at least a part of his strength before she fainted, and that persistence earned it, as well as Richard, some respect from everyone. Richard recalled Lapras and called out a Venusaur. Seeing one of the royal Pokémon of Kanto excited the crowd, especially since it was going to go up against a dragon. Honestly, the matchup was not that great for Dad. While Azure did not have a weakness towards grass-type moves, his water moves became pretty useless, which made up like 70% of his move pool. Azure would have to fight using dragon and ice-type moves. As soon as the referee gave the signal, both Pokémon jumped to action and coincidentally both their objectives were the same. Azure was using Rain Dance, while Venusaur was using Sunny Days since both wanted to get rid of the hail. Moreover, Azure's Swift Swim would activate under the rain, and Venusaur probably had Chlorophyll. Besides, Solar Beam was a threat both sides were aware of, so we would have to see how the fight over the weather would go. Surprisingly, the two moves cancelled each other out. Not only that, they also cancelled the hail. Still, it seemed like no parties were unwilling to concede because both performed their weather moves once more. Still, it seemed Azure was a tad faster since the rain clouds already began brewing before the effects of Sunny Day began. Due to its head start, Rain Dance managed to overcome Sunny Day, and it started to rain. The rain began to mix with the ice left from Lapras' stunt and turned into slush since the ice drastically slowed down the sinking of the rain. Kingdra, who had been in the stream, used his water energy and the water available in the stream to flood the area covered in slush, raising the water level in the area, turning the place into a small shallow lake. Venusaur reacts accordingly and uses an earthquake to break the ice, keeping the water from sinking as well as creating rifts in the ground so that the water can sink even faster. It partially worked since the water level lowers, but the ground was turning to mud. Analyzing the situation, Dad orders Azure to keep flooding the area with surf, and it quickly becomes clear why. The water keeps sinking into the ground and quickly turns nearly 2/3 of the field into a liquid mud area, which Azure can somewhat move in. On top of that, it restricts and slows down Venusaur's movement extremely, since it risks sinking. I had to admit Dad and Azure made good use of the previous state of the field, and their opponent's move. Seeing the situation, Richard did not even try to let Venusaur in such a disadvantaged situation. He recalled Venusaur and used his second substitution right to switch in his Charizard. The crowd is excited to see another royal Pokémon of Kanto, but many wonder why he switched to a fire type against a water dragon, besides its obvious ability to fly. Meanwhile, Charizard immediately took stock of the situation, and as soon as the referee gave the starting signal, it released a Sunny Day that cleared the rain. Its strong lingering energy was enough to prevent Azure from reapplying Rain Dance for a while. Then, while dodging hydro pumps from Azure, it began using Heat Wave and Fire Spin alternatively, quickly drying out the field. Without Rain Dance, the water outside the original stream quickly evaporated, despite Azure's effort in keeping it up using surf. The soil was rapidly hardening once more, which forced Azure to return to the stream. At least he managed to force Charizard to expend some of its energy to succeed in drying the field. Moreover, Titan and Agni needed the dry ground to move around as well, so this actually worked out pretty well for Dad anyway. Once the area was completely dry, Dad simply recalled Azure and called out Duke/Crobat instead, making use of his second substitution privilege as well. Once the referee gave the signal, Duke boosted his agility and used his higher speed to dodge any of Charizard's attack attempts. While he succeeded, it was obvious that Duke was expending more energy than Charizard in their game of cat and mouse. Moreover, Charizard had bigger energy reserves thanks to its higher stage, so Dad had to improvise if he wanted to win. The next time Charizard fired a flamethrower at Duke, he did not dodge and instead used his full power to block it with a sludge bomb. The sludge bomb managed to stop the flamethrower from hitting Duke but completely evaporated, which was actually part of their plan. Duke swiftly flapped his wings, sending the poison cloud towards Charizard with a gust. The plan succeeded and Charizard became poisoned, officially putting it on the clock. Both Charizard and Richard realized that as well, so Charizard completely gave up the notion of preserving any energy and overpowered all of its moves. This made it extremely hard for Duke/Crobat to dodge or block any of its moves. In just 2.5 minutes Charizard managed to nail Duke with a flamethrower for the third time, which finally knocked him out. Dad recalled Duke with a smile while praising him for doing a good job before he sent out Azure once more. He ordered him to buckle down, and Azure did his best to drag out the fight. The Perish song previously cast by Lapras cost him part of his energy, but Azure did not let that bother him too much. He blocked any attacks it couldn't dodge using Hydro Pump, not really bothering to conserve his energy. Whenever he could, he dove underwater to briefly hide or dodge attacks, and thanks to that along with his Water/Dragon typing he managed to hold out for nearly 7 minutes despite being even weaker than Duke. Had it not been for the Perish song, he might have even held out for 10 minutes. Still, by the end of the 7 minutes, Azure lost consciousness and looked a bit cooked, but Charizard was on its last legs as well. Not due to anything Azure did really since he already had his hands full surviving Charizard's onslaught, but thanks to the poison inflicted by Duke. That he managed to hold out for 7 minutes under a poisoned state, while actively fighting was already a testament to its great strength. Moreover, it looked as if Charizard had managed to weather through the poison on its own. Thankfully, it was about to keel over, so its recovery from the poison was acceptable. Dad quickly recalled Azure while praising him for holding out for so long and released Titan/Nidoking. Thanks to the work of Duke and Azure, Titan managed to take out Charizard in under a minute after finally nailing him with a Thunderbolt. Honestly, that victory was more Duke and Azure merit. The crowd had been in a constant state of excitement since Charizard's appearance, and when Charizard finally fell unconscious, they went wild. I was pretty excited as well. Dad lost 4 Pokemon so far and still had Titan as well as Agni/Arcanine on his side. Meanwhile, Richard had lost 3 Pokemon and still had Venusaur, Pikachu, as well as a mystery Pokemon on his side. Yet, even if he had one more Pokemon available than Dad, Titan was at the low, Dark Gold stage, while Richard's low, Dark Gold stage Charizard was out of the race. So, Dad's chances of winning the whole thing were not bad. I would even say they were pretty good. At least, that was the case as long as that mystery Pokemon did not ruin everything. I felt the world freeze for a moment when I thought that, and all I could think was, please, don't count that as raising a flag. Richard coolly recalled his Charizard and sent out his Venusaur. Dad decided to play it smart and used his last swapping right to call out Agni. Richard followed suit and switched in his Pikachu, which meant both had used up their substitution opportunities. What followed after the referee's signal was a high-speed battle that even I had problems following, not to say about the regular crowd. If not for the slowdown replays on the screens, they probably would have missed most of the fight. Agni and Pikachu kept clashing, dodging, and running at extremely high speeds, only stopping while delivering a physical attack, clashing directly, or performing a long-range move. Moves like Thunderbolt, Electro Ball, and Discharge, as well as Flamethrower, Fire Spin, and Heat Wave, were thrown all across the field. Their physical clashes involve moves like Iron Tail, Quick Attack, and Spark, as well as Play Rough, extreme speed, and flame wheel. It was honestly the most visually appealing and interesting battle so far. Their fight went on for a bit more than 5 minutes before both Pokémon, as if in silent agreement, initiated a final clash using their strongest moves. Pikachu sped towards Agni, shining in yellow due to the Volt Tackle it was performing, while Agni was doing the same in red due to the Flare Blitz he was using. Their clash created an explosion of epic proportions that sent Agni sliding back tens of meters while hurling Pikachu even further away. Once the dust settled, everyone saw that Pikachu was unconscious, while Agni was still on his feet. He looked pretty banged up and seriously tired, but he could still fight. I heard many people in the crowd exclaim in surprise what kind of beast that Pikachu was to force an Arcanine into this situation while being on the same stage. One should not forget that a Pikachu could still evolve once, while an Arcanine was at its final stage, not to mention its racial value. Richard recalled his Pikachu after praising it before he called out his Venusaur once more. Once the battle resumed, Agni directly attacked with Heat Wave, which Venusaur blocks with a Leaf Storm. It quickly followed that up with a few grass knots that were simply created to slow Agni down a bit. Agni took care of the knots by keeping up an underpowered flame charge to burn down the knots while running. Venusaur blocked as many of Agni's attacks as it could while tanking the rest. However, it returned to factor by attacking Agni with Leaf Storms, Energy Balls, and Earth Powers. All that, along with the damage he previously suffered, took its toll on him, and he got knocked out by a well-timed Earthquake. Nonetheless, Agni managed to cause some damage to Venusaur, even in the state he had been, so the crowd cheered for him while Dad recalled him. They obviously kept cheering, this time doing so for Venusaur, these two timers. Dad released his final Pokémon, and Titan made his appearance once more. Since Richard still had that mystery Pokémon available, Dad and Titan decided to take care of Venusaur as fast as possible, so once the signal was given, Titan releases a strong Earthquake. Venusaur dodged the attack by raising itself to the air with its vines, and Titan used the time the Earthquake bought him to get closer. Once he was close enough, he performed an Earth Power which removed Venusaur's vines from the ground. That caused it to crash onto the floor, and Titan/Nidoking released a flamethrower at Venusaur, who got surrounded by a protective bubble Alola Protect. Titan reacted immediately and destroyed the Protect through Brick Break. However, Venusaur used the time Protect bought it to perform an Earthquake, forcing Titan to neutralize it with an Earthquake of his own. Capitalizing on that, Venusaur attacked Titan with Power Whip, but he endured a few slaps and caught a hold of them. Then he pulled Venusaur in and delivered a point-blank Fire Punch followed by a Flamethrower. This proved to be enough to knock out Venusaur, and once that happened, the crowd went wild once more. Both trainers were down to their last Pokémon, and there was nothing more exciting for a final than something like this. The host seemed to agree, since he was on fire. He kept praising the performance of Dad and Richard, emphasizing that either of the two could get the championship. However, the whole venue turned quiet once Richard released his last Pokémon before they erupted in even more excited cheers. I sat here with a bitter smile on my face, thinking that it seemed like Dad was not going to win this after all. I looked to my side and saw that Mom seemed a bit disappointed as well. However, I knew and felt that she was not disappointed with Dad, but on his behalf. Neither of us nor anyone else in the crowd had expected Richard's final mystery Pokémon to be a Motherf ****ing Dragonite. I had honestly expected a high Gold Blastoise or Espeon, not a freaking pseudo-legendary. Those two would have been bad enough, but still somehow manageable with some luck. However, a Dragonite was another story. What the Energy Dragonite released, probably due to its happiness at finally getting a turn, revealed made the situation even worse. Just like Charizard, Dragonite was at the low, dark gold stage as well. The crowd began to settle once the referee gave the signal to resume the battle, and from the looks on Titan and Dad's faces, they were not planning to give up. The following 10 minutes were pretty intense, with Titan doing his best to take Dragonite down, but thanks to Dragonite's ability to fly, many of those attempts were dodged. While some managed to land, others were blocked, and Dragonite was obviously returning fire as well. Dragonite's advantage, on top of the damage as well as fatigue Titan accumulated before, led to Titan being unable to continue the fight. He refused to fall even after using up all his strength and becoming unable to budge. Thankfully, the referee noticed Titan's situation nearly instantly and declared the end of the battle before he could get hit by another attack from Dragonite. On Dragonite's side, it was hurt but not overly so, which proved its strength. Once the referee declared it the winner, Dragonite released a cry of victory before it flew over to Richard to hug him. The crowd began cheering loudly, and Mom took hold of my hands, gripping them in hers. She had a slightly sad look on her face while she was watching Dad figure. While all this was happening, Dad recalled Titan after hugging and praising him. Afterward, he just stood there with a blank look on his face, not showing the sadness and disappointment he no doubt felt. That alone was praiseworthy on his part, and I was sure many people took note of that. That he went up to Richard to congratulate him for his victory without a fuss, after Richard called down Dragonite and recalled it, was another thing that was no doubt noticed. Such behavior was remarkable, and I was sure Dad won many brownie points with the way he dealt with his loss. The host praised their sportsmanship as well before he asked them to move to the waiting room for a bit while the field was prepared for the award ceremony. Dad as well as Richard did as asked, and once they left, the construction team appeared. They returned the field to its previous pristine condition in less than 2 minutes, before they began setting up a stage. The whole thing took about 5 minutes, and once they were done, the host invited the top 4 and the Alliance representative to the field for the award ceremony. Dad, Richard, Valentina, as well as some other dude whose name I forgot, went up the stage and waited for the Alliance representative. Everyone was surprised when the big man, Professor Oak himself, appeared on the stage with an alakazam by his side. The spectators went wild and began cheering Oak, Oak, Oak. The cheering went on for a while before the main man himself raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, and as if he did some magic they did turn quiet. Once everyone calmed down, Professor Oak began his congratulatory speech, praising all trainers that made it into the top 16. He gave extra praise to those in the top 4 while giving the greatest praise to Dad and Richard. After the verbal congratulations, he had 2 certificates to the 2 semi-finalists, before handing over a silver-colored cup to Dad. He congratulated him before saying something to him in private that was not broadcasted. Once he was done with Dad, he handed over a bigger golden cup to Richard before patting him on the shoulder and congratulating him. At that moment a pleasant and calming cry was heard through the stadium. Everyone was able to feel the overwhelming strength the owner of the cry possessed, and the only reason everyone was not soiling their pants or fainting was the calm and safe aura that the source projected. Every single individual looked up to the sky and saw something no one present would forget for their whole lives. A Ho-Oh, no idea if it was the OG one or a descendant, hovered above the stadium for a moment before it flew away. If I had any doubt before if Richard was red, then that doubt died the moment Ho appeared. Anyway, it took a few minutes before everyone snapped out of it, and the excited chatter began. However, Professor Oak swiftly took control of the situation, finished the ceremony, and closed the tournament. The participants along with Professor Oak left the stage and everyone began to leave the stadium while discussing Hoa's appearance and what it signified. While the tournament was officially over, the festivities at Indigo Plateau went on for the rest of the evening, and our family stayed to enjoy them as well once we reunited with Dad and had our own little congratulation ceremony that involved a lot of hugs. Chapter 198, Oak's Whisper. We enjoyed the festivities for a few hours. The appearance of Ho-Oh kept being brought up all around, and along with it anyone that made it to the top 8. While Richard was seen as the most likely candidate responsible for Ho-Oh's visit, followed by Dad, the rumor went around that it could be anyone in the top 8 and that there was a precedent for it, even if no one could confirm it at the moment. I was sure it would come up on the news if that was true. There was quite a bit of finger-pointing whenever someone recognized Dad. Some bold people came up to us and asked if they could take a picture with Dad. Dad was happy to pose for pictures or give autographs, and Mom was supervising the situation to make sure no funny business happened. She did not want some random woman groping her man after all, and bosom autographs were a no-go as well. I found the whole thing funny, especially since I saw the disappointment in the face/eyes of some woman that came up to ask for pics or autographs. Dad just smiled at the whole situation, which made the whole thing even funnier in my opinion. We retreated to our hotel room a few hours later. As soon as we were behind closed doors, Mom couldn't keep her curiosity any longer. Once we sat down on the couch, she blurted out the question she had been holding back so far. "So, what did Professor Oak tell you during the award ceremony?" she asked curiously, and I turned my full attention towards Dad as well. "Nothing much," Dad replied in a blasé tone, and Mom showed an unbelieving look. "What do you mean by nothing much?" Mom asked incredulously. Why would he turn off the mic if he did not have anything to say? "Come on, tell me what he told you." I had to nod in agreement, and Dad chuckled a bit before answering. "All right, I won't tease you, but he really did not say much. Professor Oak just told me that he and a few others that watched the tournament with him were impressed with my performance as well as my behavior after my defeat. According to him, quite a few of the others were going to keep an eye on me, which according to him was something very good for me. He said it was possible that one of them might decide to sponsor me in the future, or even become my mentor if I'm really lucky. However, that was only a possibility and depended on my future performance." He clarified with an easygoing look as if he was talking about buying milk from the grocery store. "Is that all?" Mom inquired curiously, quite obviously having expected something more. "Yeah, pretty much," Dad affirmed before he smiled a bit. "That, and he told me that due to my impressive performance, he and the other higher-ups had decided to grant me a 12-month access pass to a resource list that was normally only available to people that made special contributions, as well as elite class and above trainers. Professor Oak informed me that I could use my contribution and merit points to buy/exchange the stuff on the list. Moreover, I was also awarded a one-time 50% off voucher that I could use for any item on the list. The contribution, as well as merit points that we then have been amassing, are going to come in handy. Along with the 5,000 merit points I received for obtaining second place, I should hopefully have enough to get something good." Dad expanded in a cheerful mood, obviously happy with the additional reward. Mom smiled happily after hearing the news, and I was happy for him as well. I was sure getting access to such a resource list was a great boon for Dad, especially in combination with the 50% voucher. If he was lucky enough and had enough points, he could get himself a pretty rare Pokemon with great potential. Mom was so happy at the news that she went up to Dad to hug him and give him a smooch. "That's great, honey. I'm sure you'll get something great from the list. If you're missing points, you can have mine, and if that is still not enough, we can do some missions to earn more. I'm sure we can make up the difference within 12 months. Mom said after their little smooch, raising the sugar level in the room. The contribution and merit point sharing was something only possible between husband and wife. Moreover, even they, husband and wife, had to undergo a psychic check to ensure that both parties were doing so voluntarily. "Thank you, dear," was all Dad said on that topic before giving her a quick peck on the lips. I chose to ignore their display of affection and focused on something much more interesting. "Can we take a look at the list? I'm curious about what they put on it." I asked, not just to stop them from being all lovey-dovey, but because I was genuinely curious. Mom's face quickly turned interested as well, and she threw him a puppy/wifey look. Dad let out a happy laugh, enjoying our antics and the warm atmosphere. "Sure, let's do it." He agreed and went to his bag to pull out his notebook before returning to our side. We let him sit between us so that Mom and I could look at the display from the sides. Dad quickly booted up the notebook, connected to the hotel Wi-Fi, and opened the Alliance website Professor Oak told him about. The website had a link that forwarded him to another site that oozed security. Dad logged in using his Alliance ID and we saw a rather simplistic site. Don't get me wrong, I thought the design was great. Everything was visible at first glance, and the labeling of each category was easy to understand. Everyone should be able to navigate through the site pretty easily even without any instruction or explanation, which was great in my opinion. "So, what should we check out first?" Dad asked curiously. The tabs we could see were information, lessons, entrance licenses, plot/property, items, Pokemon, and miscellaneous. We could check items to see if there is something useful for Vibra or Tangela's evolution. I offered first since things that could allow Vibra/Rhydon to evolve were extremely hard to come by. As for Tangela, while I had a lot of ancient stones, it did not hurt to see if they had something better. I saw that my dad agreed with what I said, so I continued before he made a decision. Or we could check out the Pokemon first to see if they have one that you really want and can afford. Honestly, I'm quite interested in seeing what kind of Pokemon they have available, I freely admitted. I think it's better if we check the items section first. I have a feeling that browsing through the Pokemon section is going to take a long time, so it would be better to finish with the items section first. Mom threw in and Dad nodded in agreement. I'm with Arya on this one. Let's see what they have in store for us. Dad acknowledged before opening the item tab. We first looked through the main page and saw the most popular items. There were a lot of dragon and steel-related materials, followed by rare evolution materials. What we were looking for was also among the items on the main page. Dad clicked on the protector picture, and we saw that its price was either 20.000 merit points or 180 contribution points. It seemed pricey, but the description mentioned that the creation process was pretty costly and rather complicated. Due to that, only 5 to 8 were created each year. A reminder was included that the protector was an artificial evolution trigger and that it was quite a bit worse than the natural triggers. Upon reading that reminder, we returned to the item's main page and used the filters to search for Rhydon evolution triggers. Along with the protector, 2 more results showed up. One was the chest plate above the heart of a 5-century-old, high, dark gold stage Rhyperior. It cost 40.000 merit points or 360 contribution points. The second one was something called an ancient tectonic plate said to contain some specks of energy from Groudon. I nearly had to whistle when I read Groudon. That impulse became bigger when I saw the price. Taking a look to my left, I saw the shocked faces of both my parents. The plate cost 150.000 merit points or 1,350 contribution points. It was completely out of Dad's budget, but it was still an impressive item. We looked at possible evolution triggers for Tangela and there were 5 available options. Of those 5 options, Dad could afford 3. The first was an ancient fossilized vine that cost 25.000 merit points or 225 contribution points. The second one was the central vine of an 8th-century-old, mid, dark gold stage Tangrowth. It cost 50.000 merit points or 450 contribution points. The last one was the wooden core of a millennial, high, dark gold stage Trevenant. It cost 85.000 merit points or 765 contribution points. Dad could barely afford to buy it if he used both his merit and contribution points, along with Mom's points to pay for it. The reason these items are so expensive was that the Alliance had confirmed that they had a high chance of improving the potential of 4-star Pokemon and even a small one for 5-star Pokemon. Seems like they have the stuff, but except for the ancient fossilized vine and the protector, the other items are a bit too expensive for my taste. Let's take a look at the Pokemon. If I don't find anything interesting there, I might buy one of the more expensive items. Dad mulled over his options before switching to the Pokemon tab. That one was split into 2 major sections, regular and variant. The regular one obviously had Pokemon with their original typing, or at least with the one they first got discovered with, and the variant section had the type variants. It was also possible to filter according to species. In that case, both the regular and variants were displayed. According to Dad, the regular lists available to all trainers were sorted like that as well. However, unlike this one which only had 5-star Pokemon, the regular ones normally also show 4-star Pokemon and sometimes even 3-star ones. Both lists also offered eggs, but there was no potential data displayed for those, and they also had a reminder that they were not responsible if the potential was not up to par. We looked through the ones we found interesting and only 5 species really piqued Dad's interest. A 5-star, high, Iron Stage Flababy that cost 76.000 merit points or 684 contribution points. There was also its evolution Floette, a 5-star, low, Silver Stage 1 was available for 95.000 merit points or 855 contribution points. There was a 5-star, mid, Iron Stage Axu that cost 122.000 merit points or 1098 contribution points. Finally, There were actually 3 pseudo-legendaries available. The cheapest one was a 5-star, low, Iron Stage Gumi that cost 169.000 merit points or 1,521 contribution points. The second one was a 5-star, low, Iron Stage Dratini that cost 186.000 merit points or 1674 contribution points, and the last one was a 5-star, low, Iron Stage Beldum that cost 212.000 merit points or 1,908 contribution points. Normally, Dad could afford none of the Pokemon except for the Flybaby even if they added Mom's points, but thanks to the 50% voucher all Pokemon are within his reach. Well, he needed to earn some more points for the pseudo-legendaries, but earning the amount he was missing was entirely possible within the next 12 months. While we were checking out the available Pokemon, 2 particular Pokemon caught my eye. The first one was a 5-star Slakoth and the other one was a 5-star electric variant Growlithe. I noticed Slakoth because Slaking were absolute beasts and the Growlithe was self-explanatory. Still, this was not about me, so I just made a mental note to maybe get one of them for myself in the future. I think I'll try to earn enough points for one of the pseudo-legendaries. We'll have to see which one is still available once we amassed enough points, but I'm okay with pretty much any of the 3. Dad said after skimming over the majority of the Pokemon species he found interesting. Great, I'll help you get those points, hubby. Mom said while giving Dad a side hug. Afterward, Dad put away his notebook. We were going to return home tomorrow morning, so we went to sleep since it became pretty late. Chapter 199, Making Progress. We returned home the next day and my parents spent the rest of the week at home. During these 4 days all our, or rather my parents, acquaintances/friends paid us a visit. Most of them expressed some form of disbelief and congratulated them. Only Thorn and Lily were not really surprised. Don't get me wrong, they were happy for my parents, but they were not surprised. Due to being my parents' closest friends, at least as far as I knew, they were pretty much up to date concerning my parents' journey, so the two had a rough idea regarding Mom and Dad's strengths. Rose went wild during their visit acting like a little superfan. I had to laugh when she kept hovering around my parents instead of sticking to me as she normally does. It was fun to watch for me, less so for my parents. Even Ace and Weiss came to congratulate my parents together with their parents on Dial Day. We were pleasantly surprised by their visit, and I was happy as well since that showed that the parents of Ace and Weiss valued my parents and me. It was always great if the families of friends got along since they would not get between the friendship that way. Come Arc Day, Mom and Dad left to complete enough missions to buy the Pokemon Dad wanted. If they could, they were going to try to earn enough points to buy the evolution triggers on top of that. They promised they would visit for the weekend every 4 to 6 weeks as long as they did not take a long-term mission, in which case they would inform me beforehand. I still had 2 weeks left of my holidays, so I focused on training my Pokemon. Coincidentally, on Pocket Day, the January 9th, 2179, 4 days before the start of the 5th term, Parvati/Beedrill reached the high silver stage. Her endurance and energy capacity had been holding her back, but they improved to D within 2 hours of each other. That improvement allowed Parvati to finally reach the high silver stage. She was really happy to have finally caught up to Mothra/Butterfree, at least for now. I did not have it in me to tell her that the gap was going to open up once more after Mothra finished her limit breaking. Mothra only had to raise her parameters by another grade to SSS, and she would be able to break through to the gold stage. I estimated that it would take until the 3rd or 4th term of my 2nd year, at most, before that happened. Parvati, on the other hand, would probably need at least 3 to 4 years before she was ready to do the same. Anyway, back to Parvati's efforts. Besides training her parameters, she did not neglect her moves. She would train them nearly daily for a few hours, at least she tried to do so. Since our move to Rhoda, Parvati had raised the proficiency of Fury Attack and Fury Cutter by a grade to the Advanced Mastery. I had her do so since I saw great potential in a possible combination of those two moves. A continuous move that got stronger with each successful hit sounded pretty good. Training up the 2 Fury moves took nearly 3 months each, and then successfully creating the combo move took close to 4 months as well. We decided to call the new move Furious Cutter, by combining Fury with Continuous. She understandably had enough for a bit from those moves, so instead of raising its proficiency, she began learning Protect. Once she brought up Protect to beginner mastery, Parvati returned to Furious Cutter. To keep herself from getting bored by the move, she occasionally switched to one of her other moves. She would just train them for a day to make sure she could use them without a problem. Anyway, sometime after she raised Furious Cutter to proficiency, I thought about adding some poison to it, drawing insight from Poison Jab. That was her current project, and I was positive she would succeed in a few months. We also decided to begin her second round of resistance training now that she had reached the high silver stage. The fire type was the target of the second round, and Inji/Growlithe was the one helping her with her resistance training. After Parvati's success, we enjoyed the last few days of the holidays since on Arc Day the Academy resumed. At the start of the second month of my 5th term, which was the 10th month of the year, I moved Ollie/Ralts to the Priority/Focus group. After nearly 22 months of training, he had managed to raise all his parameters, except for Strength and Endurance, to D. Those two were still at the E grade. This meant once Ollie raised all his parameters by a single grade, he would reach the high Bronze grade. I had high hopes that it would happen before the end of the academic year, or at least during the holidays that followed. Once he did reach the high Bronze stage, Ollie would evolve to Kirlia. Presently, his low racial parameter values were slowing down his progress speed, so once he evolved, his progress speed should pick up a bit. Not that his current progress speed was slow. I was doing my best to help along in that regard, but it could certainly be faster. He has made some good progress with his moves as well. Calm Mind and Double Team had been improved by a grade to Advanced. Ollie also learned Protect and trained it up to proficiency. It was pretty good in blocking or mitigating any dangerous moves/situations. Right now he was working on Dream Eater. He began working on that one after raising Hypnosis to Proficient Mastery. Anyway, life went on after that decision, and just 2 weeks later Swabla's Vitality reached the SS grade, making it her 4th SS grade parameter. I moved her up my priority list after that as well. According to my estimation, she should be ready to break through to the Bronze stage around the same time Ollie should reach the high Bronze stage, if not then a bit later than that. After I received her, I had her focus on learning Cotton Guard. It took her a while, but she got it down. Once she did, I had her improve her Sing to Proficient Mastery before she returned to Cotton Guard and did the same with it as well. Until recently, she had been focusing on her Dragon Breath, but she managed to reach Advanced Mastery with it 2 days ago, so we were currently on a break. Once I decided which move Swabla should focus on next, she would resume her move training. On another note, she still had not gained Sapience, but I was positive that she would do so within the next few months. The 10th month ended without much hubbub, and the 11th month seemed to follow that trend as well. However, on Kaya-Day, the November 13th, 2179, during the weekend of the second week of the 3rd month of my 5th term, Swablu attained Sapience. Such important dates had to be noted, which was why I was being so specific. It actually happened while my parents were staying over for the weekend, so they got to witness it as well. We threw an impromptu celebration, and the next day, I asked her if she wanted a name. Surprisingly, she told me she had already decided on one before she told me she wanted Saphira to be her name. Well, the name fit like a glove, so I accepted without a fuss, and all her friends, aka my other Pokemon, congratulated her on her new name. A few days after that, Ace bragged about his Chimchar reaching the low Bronze stage and evolving to Monferno. Weiss decided to use that moment to reveal that the Spheal she got at the auction we all visited had reached the low Iron stage and could now be trained. As the humble person that I am, I kept quiet. I chose not to brag about anything and just called out Saphira/Swabla to hug her for a bit since she was so fluffy. The days went by, and just 2 days before the month ended, Osiris/Marowak managed to complete his water resistance training. It took quite some time, but the effort was definitely worth it. Just thinking about the look on Misty and Takashi's faces when the water moves of their Pokemon did not do the damage they expected was worth the wait. I gave him a 2-month break from resistance training, even if he wanted to start the next round straight away. We would start his ice resistance training once those 2 months were up. The last month of the 5th term began and brought with it some happy news. They were once again from Osiris, who reached the high, silver stage in the middle of the first week. His agility has been holding him back, but it reached the D grade on Pockaday, which raised his parameter average high enough to qualify for the high, silver stage. Well, aside from his parameters, his move training had been going great as well. He managed to complete the self-created move Thunderstrike that he had been working on around 25 months ago. After that, he trained with it until he raised its mastery to beginner proficiency. Once he achieved that, we decided to switch things up a bit to avoid boredom. He pushed Flamethrower up by a grade to proficiency, before doing the same to Protect. Afterward, Osiris returned to Thunderstrike and promoted his mastery to Proficient. Watching him fire lighting from his bone club looked pretty awesome and gave me the urge to call his club Mjolnir. Jokes aside, we stopped focusing on Thunderstrike after that point and shifted our focus to Iron Defense until 2 weeks ago. That was the time Osiris managed to raise Iron Defense to Advanced Mastery. His current project was learning Iron Head, and he was drawing insight from Iron Defense and Iron Tail for that one. During Jurata Day of the 3rd week of the 12th month, my parents paid me another visit. We celebrated Dad's birthday and they stayed until the end of the weekend. They also shared 2 good news with me. The first good news was that Azure/Kingdra and Cell/Magnezone had reached the high, gold stage. The second good news was that they had managed to collect enough points to afford Dratini if they pooled all their points, merit, and contribution together. Well, at least that was the case after applying the 50% voucher. They chose to gloss over many of the missions they had to do to get so many points in such a relatively short time, but I could imagine that they were pretty risky. I asked them to take it a bit slow since they still had close to 8 months until the access to the resource website expired, so there was no need to risk their health by rushing things. To make sure the message settled, I chose to make a sacrifice and use my previously shelved super secret weapon. I, Mikhail Geo, used puppy eyes and pouty lips on my mom. While it might seem a bit ridiculous on my 16-17-year-old face, but towards my loving mother, it was super effective. I did not need to persuade Dad, I simply had to persuade Mom, and she would handle the rest. It worked, and Mom solely promised me that they would slow down a notch or 2. Dad laughed at me for putting on that face, which earned him a glare from Mom and a smile from me. I was just happy with the knowledge that they would be a bit more careful, avoiding unnecessary risks. I had noticed how tired they had become due to the high pace they had been keeping. Something like that could have quickly led to mistakes and injuries, so a bit of embarrassment on my side was a price I was willing to pay to avoid a scenario like that. Chapter 200, Going Around Visiting Friends. Mom and Dad left ARC Day morning after we wished each other success. My term exams began, so I had 5 days of exams ahead of me. Thankfully, I only had 3 exams at most per day, and after finishing the last exam I left the academy a happy man knowing that I had smashed all exams. I now had the whole month/holiday for myself. That meant no lessons and no parents as well, since they told me that they were going to visit the week after the holidays. I had been thinking about the things I was going to do during this month all week, and I decided to stop by a few places for 2 or 3 days each week while spending the rest of the days at home. Well, on ARC Day, April 13th, 2179, I called Jessica to inquire if she had time during the weekend. Unlike me, Jessica spent her holidays revising her lessons or reading through accompanying literature. If not that, then she was training her Pokemon with a focus on healing/supporting moves. The amount of time she truly relaxed during the holidays was much less than the good Dr. Mikhail recommended, so I was trying to do some good by having her relax with me. She consented, and I told her I would meet her on Kaide for breakfast. We talked a bit about random stuff, and after I hung up I quickly arranged myself a single hotel room for 2 days and 1 night at a hotel with a good reputation. The 300 poke I had to pay for my short notice reservation was chump change in my eyes, even if that was actually a respectable amount of money. That was the monthly, cold, rent some single civilian guys pay for a single room apartment in some cities. My life as a pseudo-trainer so far had skewed my idea of cheap and expensive quite badly. With that long overdue realization, I finished the booking and just shrugged. There was nothing I could do about that now. Still, I made a mental note to open an account sometime after I started my journey that I would use for charity. I'd make sure the money went towards orphans and poor families that had trouble supporting their kids. That, together with the help and Pokemon I was, in the future, planning to provide to orphans that began their journey, could be counted as my contribution to humanity. I'd probably broaden the range of my help when I became stronger, but that would have to wait until then. I spent the days until Kaide playing and training with my Pokemon while setting aside 2 to 3 hours daily for my personal training. Once Kaide morning came around, I had Horace teleport me to the Poke Center closest to the Viridian City Gym. Jessica and I had agreed to meet there since it was the Poke Center she was interning in and pretty close to her dormitory. We agreed to meet there at 9 a.m., but despite me arriving 10 minutes early, she was already there waiting for me. "You're too early. How long have you been waiting?" I asked her before briefly hugging her as a greeting. "Not long, I just arrived as well," Jessica replied after our brief hug. "Great. I would have felt bad if I had made you wait for too long. I mean, I came a bit early to avoid that. Anyway, this could be considered your turf, so I'll let you choose where we'll eat our breakfast." I passed the initiative to her and she patted her chest. "Leave it to me, I know just the place. They have whatever one would want for breakfast and the price is decent as well, especially considering the big size of each portion," Jessica happily responded. I could only nod since I could not tell her that the price was irrelevant without sounding arrogant. That was a slippery slope. One moment I could say things like the price does not matter, and the next I started addressing myself as this young master. "All right, lead the way, Miss Joy. This one shall faithfully follow your lead," I quipped with a fake bow. She giggled a bit before she began walking in a direction toward the restaurant, cafe, or wherever she decided to lead me to. It took us nearly 10 minutes to arrive at the place Jessica wanted to eat breakfast at, and we talked about her time working at the Poke Center while walking there. The place she led us to was a bistro called Torijiro's Bistro, and according to Jessica their best item was their crepes. While we were walking I managed to convince her to let me pay, so I saw no reason to hold back. Once we took our seats I took a look at the menu. The waiter came to get our order, and I ordered 3 toasts as well as some soda. Jessica ordered 2 crepes and hot chocolate. I had to order another soda since one proved to be insufficient, but other than that the food was good. After we were done eating, I ordered 2 berry shakes to go before paying the bill. All in all, the tab was 44 poke, so I paid 50 and we left after getting our shakes. We strolled around the city and bought some Pokemon food for our Pokemon at a Pokemon-friendly diner. While mine had eaten their breakfast inside Utopia, I could hardly tell Jessica that. Afterward, I let her lead the way, so we visited a few clothing stores and drugstores. We went to the local FC restaurant and ate some nice fried chicken fries for lunch. To be honest, I would have gone to the local FP, but Jessie said that it tasted practically the same and was just more expensive, so we ate fried chicken, which was much cheaper, instead of fried Pidgey. After our finger-licking good lunch, we stopped at a local park that had no Pokemon restriction, cause that was a thing, and lazed around for a while. Jessie let out all of our Pokemon and I called out Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Nyx/Umbreon, Engie/Growlithe, Luna/Clefairy, Thor/Pikachu, Hashirama/Ivysaur, Ollie/Ralts, and Saphira/Swablu. Jessica released a squeal of delight when she saw Swablu and asked if she could hug her. Saphira gave the go-ahead, so she spent the next 20 minutes in Jessie's lap being thoroughly stroked and patted. We gave our Pokemon some lunch as well and Jessie fed Saphira herself. The rest played with Jessie's Pokemon after eating their fill. Most of them knew each other, so mingling with each other was no problem. I took the chance to check her Pokemon. Her Arbok had not changed, it still had light blue potential and was at the mid-silver stage. Chansey's potential had not changed and was still light blue, but her stage had improved to mid-silver. Lickilicky and Persian were at the low-silver stage and both had green potential. Yanma had recently evolved to Yin Mega and joined the low, silver stage club as well, and his potential was deep green. Wobbuffet was the only one still at the high, bronze stage and his potential was still light green. While we were watching our Pokemon, I decided to ask her if she wanted to accompany me on a trip to the Viridian Forest tomorrow. I was planning to visit Papa/Uncle Raichu since we were in the area, and we could use the chance to spar with some den members. Jessica could use the chance to practice her healing on the Pokemon that got hurt during the sparring battles, and the Pokemon could go harder at it. Say, Jessie, I'm going to visit Thor's family at the Viridian Forest tomorrow. Do you want to come along? I can guarantee that it won't be dangerous. We'll be sparring there so you can join in and use the chance to practice some live healing, I offered her. Sure, sounds fun. Hopefully, they'll let me take a few pictures with them. All those Pikachu, I'm sure everyone will be jealous when I show them a picture of me with so many cuties. She agreed and seemed excited about meeting a friendly mischief of the Pikachu line. After getting her agreement, we stood up and joined our Pokemon. I proposed the game Green Light, Red Light. Everyone turned out to be quite eager, so we played it for close to 2 hours before I decided to put a stop to it. Mothra and Yin Mega had the hardest time with the game before they decided to forego flying and switch to walking, but it was also Mothra who seemed to be the most reluctant to stop playing the game. I promised her that we would occasionally play the game at home as well to mollify her. Before this, we had been playing other games like tag and hide and seek, but it seemed she had taken a shine to Green Light, Red Light. A quick peek at the clock told us that dinner was only an hour away, so we fed our Pokemon before Jessie brought me to a restaurant called Tarek's Steakhouse. The restaurant was another one that sold food cooked with animals instead of Pokemon, which meant that it was much cheaper. While I personally did not really care about the price difference, Jessie obviously did, so I kept mum and entered without saying anything. We ate some tasty steaks with mashed potatoes and sauce. Yes, I said steaks, not steak. We were still growing, at least I was, and I was sure Jessie was still maturing in certain places as well, if you know what I mean. Jokes aside, the amount of food our bodies need was much higher than one would think, so eating nearly 1 kilogram of steak/meat along with some side dishes as well as some fizzy drinks was normal, at least for me it was. Jessie ate roughly half of what I did, but my body just needed more. It's not 'cause I was fat or anything like that. I paid less than 200 poke for everything, which was really cheap considering the amount we ate and drank, non-alcoholic drinks of course. If we had visited one of the steakhouses that used Toro's meat instead of regular beef, the bill would have been 10 to 15 times that amount at least. After dinner, I accompanied Jessie back to her dorm and wished her a good night, before walking toward the hotel I booked a room at. The next morning I went to Jessica's dorm and called her so that she could come down. We went to Torajiro's Bistro once more for breakfast, before visiting a Pokemart on Jessie's insistence to buy some Pokemon food for Thor's family since she did not want to go there empty-handed. We bought a lot of food made for electric types in general and some specially made for the Pikachu line for Thor's immediate family. I was planning to pay for it all, but Jessie insisted on paying at least a part of the bill. I was against it since the price was pretty high and I had no money problems. In the end, I let her contribute 200 poke. She wanted to pay more, but I put my foot down, and she reluctantly agreed. Ha, long exhale. To think I would one day have to fight to pay the bills as well. Anyway, once we had the Pokemon food, I called out Horace and had him teleport us inside Uncle Raichu's territory. I called out everyone except for the water types before we made our way to their den on foot. Jessie refrained from calling out her Pokemon since Thor's family/den members did not know her Pokemon, so they could be attacked. My Pokemon did not have that problem since everyone knew each other. Uncle Raichu was waiting for us at the entrance to their den, and as soon as he saw his dad, Thor zoomed toward him. Thor hugged his dad and began chattering away, while we approached normally and exchanged greetings with Uncle Raichu, who had an indulgent smile on his face. I introduced Jessie to Uncle Raichu. I also told him about the sparring offer and that she could heal all participants since she was interning as a Nurse Joy. He agreed, but before the sparring battles began, we just talked about the things that we did since the last time we came to visit. Around an hour and a half later we began the sparring battles. Uncle Raichu's mischief had enough members that were at the same stage as my/our Pokemon, so everyone got to fight. We went at it for nearly 3 hours before we stopped. Afterward, I pulled out the Pokemon food we bought and distributed it to everyone while bringing out some food for ourselves and our Pokemon as well. After a nice meal with everyone, Jesse asked Uncle Raichu for permission to take photos with his mischief members and he agreed. So, Jessie spent nearly an hour taking all kinds of photos with Piku and Pikachu. She even got one of the Raichu to join in, and I along with my Pokemon was dragged into some of the photos as well. Anyway, after our impromptu photo session, we said our goodbyes to Uncle Raichu and the Den members before returning to Viridian City per teleport. We went to a restaurant for dinner before I once more accompanied Jessica to her dorm. She thanked me for the nice and fun 2 days. I obviously thanked her as well. We said our goodbyes and I made my way back home with Horace. Chapter 201, Going Around Visiting Friends. The following week, I did not leave Rhoda, I just met up with Urza and you on Kaide. We went around Rhoda visiting a few interesting places, or rather it was the two showing me a few nice stores. Among those was an arms store that sold some weapons and protective suits. It was interesting to see so many different weapons and the various forms of protective gear. I made a note to visit the store with my parents someday to show them the protective stuff. I knew that Mom and Dad already had protective clothes, but I wanted to know if it was as good as the one in the store. If not, I would make them upgrade their gear. We ate lunch at RFP and then they brought me to a field close to the Night Academy that students apparently use for personal and Pokemon fights. The place was deserted since we were in the middle of the holidays, so Urza, you, and I spent an hour sparring against each other, before doing a few mock battles between our Pokemon. Urza was the one with the most wins for our individual fights, but I creamed them as far as Pokemon battles were concerned. I invited the two to dinner after we were done sparring, but you declined since he had to go home, and Urza declined as well after you did. Enter Art Day. I gave good old Samurai/Kinji a call to ask him how it's going. He told me that everything was going swimmingly and that he had qualified for the Northern Chrysalis Championship, which was basically the Grand League tournament for bug-type specialists at the Ace and Elite class. Well, actually Bug Lords/Ladies and Bug Dukes/Duchesses were the ones that could qualify for the Chrysalis Championship, but those were in general equal in prowess to Ace and Elite class trainers. Since he qualified for the Northern Chrysalis Championship, the participants were from the Northern Continent. So, bug specialists from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Orange Island, Sevii Island, and the Rhoda Kingdom were going to be present. Unlike regular league tournaments, foreigners could not participate in this one. Kinji invited me to accompany him to the tournament. This time the tournament would be held in Azalea City in Johto, and the event would go from Kaide 23.13.2179 to Grude 24.13.2179. Kinji said that the organizers were going to provide him their teleportation services on Dial Day evening and that he was allowed to bring along 2 people. The return journey was included as well. Apparently, Aaron was the second person he was planning to invite. I had been the one to introduce those two to each other after I had noticed that Kinji did not really seem to have any other friends apart from me. Well, he had been on a long retreat before I met him, so it kinda made sense, but I still decided to be that meddlesome guy and introduced Kinji to Aaron. Both were genuinely nice guys and both liked nature, so they got along rather swimmingly. Since Kinji had no family to speak of, it made sense that he invited us two to accompany him. I briefly thought about it and decided to agree. I had nothing better to do on those days anyway. Besides, he may have sounded casual while he was inviting me, but I knew he would be sad if I declined. After agreeing to meet up in front of the Bug Club of Leaf City at 6 p.m. we hung up. I directly called my parent to inform them that I was going away during the weekend, in case they spontaneously decided that they wanted to come home. A lot of drama could be avoided by informing them beforehand, which was why I did it. They were curious, so I told them that I was going out with the boys for a tournament Kinji was participating in. Dial Day afternoon I cleaned up a bit, locked the door, and made my way to Leaf City via the Horus Express. I arrived in front of the Bug Club with 30 minutes to spare, and Kinji, as well as Aaron, showed up within the next 10 minutes. After our traditional greeting hug, Kinji told us that we were going to first teleport to Ivory City, which along with Indigo City was one of Kanto's border cities. From there, we were going to grab a long-distance teleport to New Bark City, which was the closest major city of Johto to the border in the direction of Kanto. There was quite a bit of wilderness between the two regions, which was why we needed to grab a long-distance teleport in the first place. So, we walked towards the teleportation hub of Leaf City and teleported to Ivory City. There we had to wait for 30 minutes until it was time for our appointment before a Gardevoir brought us to New Bark City. Another teleport courtesy of Azata later and we arrived at Azalea City. I always had to marvel at how fast we could travel vast distances thanks to psychic Pokemon. I mean seriously, we traveled over 6,000 kilometers in less than an hour, with the majority of that hour being waiting time. On another note, the distance was only 6,000 kilometers in a straight line. If we took official roads/routes and the stretch of wilderness into account, it would be closer to 9,000 kilometers. So, psychic Pokemon and teleport bonsai. Anyway, we, or rather Kinji, were received by someone from the Bug Club who led us to the hotel that participants could stay in for free. Kinji was informed that room 309 had been reserved for him, and Aaron and I went to the reception to book a room for ourselves. Kinji offered us to sleep in his room, but we declined since it was a single room and we did not want to crowd the room. Luckily, there were free rooms on the 3rd floor, so we paid for a stay of 2 nights and 3 days. I got the keys to room 312 and Aaron got the ones for room 314. We briefly went up to our rooms to let in some fresh air, and to wash our faces as well as hands. We left the windows tilted when we left the hotel to find a nice place to eat dinner. This was my first time in another region, Rhoda did not count, so I was a bit excited. Still, it seemed like the other two were just as clueless as me, so we asked the always reliable Webb about good restaurants in Azalea City before asking the locals for their opinion to cross-check if the Webb was telling the truth. We ultimately settled on a sushi restaurant that had a great rating online and got the approval of the locals as well. The sushi was as good as advertised and I especially liked the lantern sashimi. That madman Aaron took a liking to quillfish, but Kinji and I stayed away from that one. We drank some tea after our meal and just talked about the things that happened to us lately. Without us noticing, close to 2 hours went by, and I was happy that we were not asked to leave. Even if that was probably due to us ordering all those snacks and tea. We managed to agree on splitting the bill and checked out the location of the 4 stadiums, one in each cardinal direction before we returned to our hotel. This was actually the first time outside of Indigo City that a city I visited had so many stadiums. I asked the others and they told me that some select cities had the privilege to host certain events whenever they happened in their region, so those cities maintained more stadiums to host the events. Azalea City was one such city. Anyway, Kinji had to go through 2 battles tomorrow if he won his first fight, and that one was at 9 a.m. The second/final day was the pretty busy one. If he made it to the finals, he would have to fight 5 battles. So we wished each other good night and went to our respective rooms. I woke up at 8 a.m. since we agreed to meet at 8:15 at the hotel restaurant for breakfast. 15 minutes were more than enough to freshen up after all. I made it to our appointment with 3 minutes to spare and the others did as well. Actually, we met each other on the way to the hotel restaurant, so I would say we all left our rooms around the same time. After a quick breakfast, we made our way to the stadium. Aaron and I wished Kinji all the best before heading for our seats, while Kinji headed for the waiting room. We got first row tickets thanks to being Kinji's 2 permitted companions. The fight began on time and was a relatively quick thing. Well, maybe not considering that it was a 3 versus 3 battle that took roughly 20 minutes. Nonetheless, seeing so many Dark Gold stage Pokemon fighting against each other was pretty cool, even if the bug types were of the common kind. Kinji's Pinsir had been the rarest among those fighting. Still, I was sure that no one that witnessed this fight would dare call bug types weak. After the battle, we met up with Kinji. His second fight was going to be at 4 p.m., so he had nearly 6 hours before he had to show up in the waiting room. We decided to use a part of that time to explore Azalea City. Well, at least a part of it. Call it a leftover from the past, but I wanted to see the Slowpoke well, so I persuaded Kinji and Aaron to visit the place. The well had actually been turned into a tourist spot, so we had an easy time finding it, and managed to enter without any problems, for a fee of course. Calling it a well was the biggest underestimation I have ever heard. It was a giant karst cave that really deserved the Slowpoke part of its name. There were a lot, and I mean a lot of Slowpoke all around the well, but due to their peaceful nature, the whole thing was not dangerous. At least that was the case, as long as one did not attack the Slowpoke unprovoked. I mean, we saw quite a few Slowbro, and even a Slowking, so the security of the place was ensured. One of the personnel there told us the Alliance had made a deal with the colony, which was why they allowed people to enter the well without being afraid. After that time we went to eat lunch before we walked back to the stadium to give Kinji time to prepare for his fight. He won his second fight without any problems as well and advanced to the top 64. We went out for a bit before having a slightly early dinner since Kinji wanted to use some time to prepare for the battles tomorrow. His first battle was at 10 a.m. and he won that one without too much trouble, moving on to the top 32. The second match went pretty smoothly as well, and he officially entered the top 16. The quarterfinals and semifinals were 4 versus 4 and he managed to win both, even if he only barely won the semifinals. His opponent during the semifinals was someone called Forrester Franklin, and his two strongest Pokemon had been A, High, Dark Gold Stage Ariados and A, High, Dark Gold Stage Yanmega. According to the host, both were not too far from breaking through to the Platinum stage. Kinji only won by revealing a trump card that he had hidden until now. He called out a High, Dark Gold Stage Volcarona that brought him the victory. I made a note to ask him where he managed to find himself a Volcarona or Larvesta. The final battle was 6 versus 6, and against someone I recognized. Kinji's opponent was a man called Bartholomew Bugsy Bridgestone, an Azalea City native. Kinji put up a great fight, taking out 3 of Bugsy's Pokemon with 4 of his own, but then Bugsy called out a low, Platinum Stage Heracross that took out Kinji's Pinsir and nearly Volcarona as well. Afterward, he used an Araquanid to finish off Volcarona. That fight revealed that Bugsy had 1 foot in the champion class, so he deserved the first place. Nonetheless, Kinji had proven that he was a great trainer and that he was at the top of the elite class. Before this, I had guessed that he had managed to reach the elite class, if not that, then the top of the ace class, but he blew my expectations out of the window. Aaron was just as surprised as me, probably more, but one thing was for sure: we were happy for him. There was a closing ceremony where Kinji was handed a silver cup. He and Bugsy exchanged a few words and everyone left the stadium. We met up with Kinji in front of the stadium and immediately congratulated him for his awesome performance. He humbly accepted our praise with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. He said that he now knew where he stood and that he just had to train more in the future. I asked him where he managed to find a Volcarona or Larvesta and saw that Aaron also pricked up his ears. However, he replied that he had made an oath to keep it a secret, so I did not insist, knowing he was not going to say anything. Anyway, we held a celebratory dinner, before making our way back to Kanto/Rota. Chapter 202, Going Around Visiting Friends. After returning to Leaf City, I asked Aaron if he was returning to Rota with me, but he told me he had to go to Turquoise City for a 6-month-long mission around the area. So, after wishing him success and congratulating Kinji once more, we split up, and I made my way back home via Horus Express. The next day I decided to call up Misty, to ask her how she was doing and where she was currently. Nowadays, Misty was on what I would categorize as a semi-journey. She began her journey nearly 9 years ago and traveled through Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn during her first 6 years. Afterward, she began to periodically roam around Kanto for a while, before returning to her home in Cerulean City for a few weeks. It was during one of those training trips of hers that I met her nearly 3 years ago in Coast City. She had come to the water club for some combat experience, while I was there as Jinbe. I was but a humble diver, while she was a sea noble, yet she approached me for a talk. We talked about my Pokemon, and this was actually roughly a month after Abzu evolved to Milotic, so he came up along with my Doritos. She asked me if I could tell her where I caught my Phoeba, and I told her that I got them close by. She offered to pay me if I led her to the place I got my Phoeba from, and due to some nostalgia, I agreed. I brought her to the ponds and the bay I found Phoeba in. She did not find one that appealed to her in the ponds. Don't ask me how she decided / felt that, 'cause I've got no idea either. Still, I brought her to the bay I got my Phoeba from, but Mama / Big Sis Milotic was not at home when we arrived at the bay, so that was a bit disappointing. It would have been nice to see her, but Misty found a Phoeba that she found appealing enough, so at least that was nice. She caught the Phoeba before she directly took out and handed over a water stone worth more than 100k without any hesitation. I obviously secretly checked the potential of Misty's new Phoeba, and to my surprise, it had light blue potential. That made me wonder if her appeal claim was not bullsh *T after all, and if she had some kind of water sense. Which, now that I knew she was part of the Williams family, could actually be true. After that day, we kept meeting on occasion, or rather we saw each other if I was at the water club, whenever she came by Coast City. We exchanged numbers after our third meeting, and from there a friendship started to develop. Misty actually successfully advanced to the Sea Lady rank a year after we met for the first time, which was impressive since she was still a few days away from 23 when it happened. A 23-year-old ace-class trainer or the equivalent was pretty impressive. Anyway, I went off tangent again. I called Mist and learned that she was currently staying at Cinnabar Island. However, she was planning to visit Coast City on Girardeau. Apparently, her Phoeba was ready to evolve, so she wanted to see if she could find a few nice items to help / supplement the evolution. After the auction, I asked Misty during one of our calls if she was related to the famous Williams of Cerulean City, and she frankly replied with yes. According to her, she did not advertise that fact because she wanted to be known as her own person when meeting people. She also tried to deal with things on her own first, if possible, but she, in her own words, was not above using her family resources if she deemed it necessary. This was the case here as well. If she managed to find some / enough useful materials, she would be happy. However, if she didn't, she would ask her family for supplements. Misty was not willing to handicap the development of her Pokemon for some silly reason like being independent of her own family. Her family supported her decision, and it was actually close to the modus operandi of Aaron's family. I asked her about that, and she said that most old families operated / supported a similar behavior, since it helped form a decent character and prevented the descendants from becoming houseflowers. Though, most families / clans were not as strict about it as Aaron's Varon family. Anyway, I told her that I would come to Coast City to meet her on Girardeau. We agreed to meet in front of the water club at 1 p.m. After hanging up, I called Aunt Lily to ask if they were at home on Kaede, and after she confirmed that they had no plans to go out, I told her I was coming by to visit them / Rose. Come Girardeau, I informed Tiamat and Abza that I was planning to visit their mom, Big Sis Milotic. She had insisted that I and my Pokemon called her Big Sis after I addressed her as Aunt Milotic, as we did with Uncle Raichu during one of our visits. The two were understandably excited. Anyway, I left at noon and made it to Coast City with more than half an hour to spare, so I chilled at a cafe across from the water club, waiting for Misty to show up. She arrived 5 minutes before 1 p.m., and I left the cafe to meet her. "Misty, nice to see you." I greeted her with a brief hug. "How are feeling on this nice day?" "It's nice to see you as well, Mikhail," she returned before addressing my question. "I'm great, thank you for asking. Hopefully, I'll find some nice things for Amora's evolution, then I'll be even better." Hearing her answer put a smile on my face since I had something that would definitely help her in that regard. "Well, in that case, I've got a great suggestion for you," I told her, and I saw that she seemed curious at my confident tone. "Really? What is it?" she asked with a tilt of her head. "One of the weapons women use to confound men, along with pouts, glistening eyes, uwus, and era eris." "Yep," I said in amusement, popping the pea. I had begun to become desensitized toward these tactics. After waiting a moment to build up the suspense, I told her my idea. "Do you remember the bay you caught your Phoeba?" I asked and she gave a nod. I have a pretty good relationship with the Milotic that reigns over that area. She is pretty reasonable and I am sure I could get her to negotiate with you for one of her prism scales. She is either at or above the platinum stage, so a prism scale from her will be extremely useful for your Phoeba. Especially, since your Phoeba is probably a descendant of hers. As soon as I said that, she vibrated in excitement. Are you for real? Misty grabbed a hold of my shoulders and asked in disbelief. I patted her hand to signal her to let go, which she did with a sheepish smile. Yeah, I'm not kidding, I replied humorously before my tone turned more serious. However, I can only get her to speak with you. You'll have to barter for her prism scale by yourself. It depends on whether you have things that will interest her enough to give you a scale in exchange. Misty nodded enthusiastically. Leave that to me, I'm sure I'll find something she wants. To be honest, using such a high-class material for the evolution was kind of a waste, which was why I used Big Sis Milotic's old scales I found in the cave for Tiamat and Abza's evolution. Using such a high-class prism scale would mean that a lot of its energy/effects would go to waste due to the Phoeba inability to absorb and digest it. Well, it should help make up for some of the deficits due to early breakthroughs and possibly evolution, but my Pokémon did not need that. Alright, do you want to go there right now, or do you want to stroll/look around Coast City first? I inquired and Misty took my right hand into hers before dragging me in the direction of the city center. Let's look around Coast City first. Maybe I'll find something that would be useful to trade with that Milotic, she said with excitement. We strolled around the city for the next 3 hours, visiting several stores selling various stuff. I gave her the advice that she could also look into stuff that would help the base since Big Sis Milotic cared about her territory and its inhabitants. She spent more than $1 million to buy a lot of saplings of a certain plant. While said plant contained only a relatively small amount of water energy, it had a beautifying effect when consumed. It made the skin shinier and softer. Processed, the effect was better, but it still worked if directly consumed. For other species that might not be really appealing, but for Phoeba and Milotic it was really useful. The reason the saplings were so expensive was that the seeds were not easy to germinate, so the plant was rather uncommon. I bought some saplings for Utopia as well. While not really useful, I could plant them in Abzu and Tiamat's habitat. Besides that, she bought a Mystic Water Crystal, which was basically a compressed crystallized version of Mystic Water. It was really potent, due to the amount of pure water energy it had stored. She spent more than 30.000.000 poke on that crystal despite it only being B-class. She brought a few more smaller things before she felt confident enough to go into negotiations. Honestly, I thought she went kind of overboard, but none of the stuff would go to waste, and she would need to pay more if she tried to find a similar prism scale. Moreover, that prism scale would not be as effective even if it was in the same class, due to Big Sis Milotic being related to Misty's Phoeba, unlike the source of the random prism scale. A quick look at my watch told me it was time for lunch, so we went to eat some delicious Krabby Burgers. Seeing how she had just spent so much money, I decided to be generous and paid the bill instead of splitting it. What a great gentleman I was. When we get there, leave the topic of the prism scale for later. I'll introduce you first, let out my Milotic to spend some time with her, and then I'll open up the topic. After that, you can try to persuade her, alright? I cautioned Misty since getting straight into haggling would be a dumb idea. I know, I'm not that impatient. She mock-complained and we made our way to the Milotic Bay. That was the name I gave the place and I think I did a great job naming it. As soon as we stepped onto the beach I began to announce our arrival. Big Sis! Big Sis, I came to visit you. Big Sis, are you home? I was shouting to attract her attention. I repeated that one more time before Milotic surfaced. Me, Milo, me. Lodic, me, Milotic. She said after she surfaced, and it sounded lovely. Most would be captivated by the nice sound, but due to spending long enough with Abzu, Tiamat, as well as her, I understood what she said, and because of that I was not mesmerized by her entrance like Misty was. I mean, it was a bit hard to be entranced when you understand that she said, "All right, I'm here. You can stop shouting, brat. Big sis, I've come to spend some time with you. Tiamat, Abzu, and I have missed you, so here we are." I put it on a bit thick, before motioning towards Misty, who looked a bit perplexed when I mentioned two names instead of one. "That's Misty, the aspiring watermaster I've told you about. I've brought her along this time after I met her in Coast City." I introduced Misty to Milotic. I had actually mentioned Rose and Misty to her, the first in case she wanted a Phoeba in the future, and the second while telling her about the Phoeba that chose to go with Misty the last time I brought her to Milotic Bay. She had been a bit miffed that Misty caught her Phoeba while she was away, but I calmed her down and persuaded her that the Phoeba was in good hands. Big Sis Milotic observed Misty for a moment, just enough to unnerve Misty a bit before she thrilled out a greeting. I had to chuckle at the byplay, which earned me a look from Misty before she greeted Big Sis Milotic as well. After the greeting was out of the way, I released Tiamat and Abzu, before signaling Misty, who looked in awe at Tiamat whom she saw for the first time, to do the same with her Phoeba. She did as requested, before turning to me. "You had another Milotic? A shiny one to boot?" she asked in a mix of awe and surprise. "Yep, I normally keep her a secret since she is a shiny on top of being a Milotic, but I trust you enough to reveal her to you," I answered, cutting off a possible "why didn't you show her to me until now" before she could say it. She just nods in understanding, and we turn our attention to our Pokemon who are talking to their mom/ancestor. We spent the next 2 hours playing and or observing our Pokemon as well as Big Sis Milotic. Well, Big Sis also asked our Pokemon to showcase their progress, before handing out a few comments, but after that, they enjoyed their time together. Once the 2 hours were up, I thought it was the right time to broach the subject of Misty getting a prism scale, so I went up to Big Sis Milotic and told her about Phoeba's upcoming evolution, and Misty's hope of exchanging one of her prism scales to help with said evolution. What followed was 5 to 10 minutes of bargaining, and in the end, Misty got a fresh prism scale in exchange for all saplings she had bought, the Mystic Water Crystal, and 2 more Water-type treasures, albeit of the C-class. Milotic probably got those for her other kids and not herself. Everyone was happy and satisfied with the trade, but to be honest, I was sure that if it was someone else that tried to get one of her prism scales, Milotic would have asked for way more than she did for Misty. The reason for that was twofold. First, it would be a random person, so she would have no reason to be friendly, and second, Misty's Phoeba was her own descendant, the Phoeba of the random person was not. Anyway, after the trade, we stayed for another hour before saying our farewells to Big Sis Milotic and returning to Coast City. As soon as we left Milotic Bay, Misty hugged me and thanked me for my help. She was in a great mood the whole way to Coast City. Since it was dinner time, we went to a seafood restaurant and ate dinner together. Afterward, she gave me another hug as well as thank you before we split and I returned home. Chapter 203, Going Around Visiting Friends. POV Rose. "See you on Kaede, Mika," I said before hanging up and turning to my mama. She had been waiting beside me while I was talking to Mika. "Mama, Mika's coming on Kaede. He said he'll be here after breakfast," I told her, and she gave me an indulgent smile. "I know, honey. He told me about his visit before I handed the phone over to you. He asked if we were at home that day and only decided to visit after I told him we were at home. Isn't he such a considerate boy?" Mama replied, and I nodded happily. Mika was always thinking about everything. Even though he was 2 years younger than me, he was behaving like a perfect little adult. Seriously, sometimes I felt like he was more adulty than his or my parents. He has always seemed more mature than he should be, but everyone said that was because of his cheating aura and psychic abilities. HMPF, those were also why he was bigger than her despite being younger. She wants to grow up as well, then he couldn't tease her about her height anymore, even if the head pats were nice. She turned 11 in a few months, then she would only have to wait for 2 or so more years before she started growing again. "Why are you pouting, honey?" Mama asked in amusement, and I quickly shook my head. "Nothing, I'm not pouting," I denied before changing the topic. "I'm going to my room." I still have to revise some old material for the final exams. There's still a lot I have to go through if I want to get a full score. You don't need a perfect score, honey. You can go to any school you want with less. I don't want you to overwork yourself. Mama hugged me while she said that, and like always, a warm hug made me smile. I want to try my best, I replied, but Mama kept staring into my eyes until I faltered, but I'll make sure to rest if I feel tired. Mama smiled when I said that, and I gave her a quick hug before going to my room. Mama and Papa had been telling me to take it easier more than once, but I wanted to make them proud. Mika had awesome abilities, and he was so smart and mature. I knew Mom and Dad were really impressed by him, and I had none of those things, so I wanted to try my best to make them proud of me. Acing the finals and entering the best tertiary school was not my only plan. Training my Pokemon was another one. My parents and Mika were helping with that one, and I was going to get strong enough to protect them. Seeing the stack of exercise books I had to go through, I felt a bit jealous of Mika's ability to quickly memorize stuff, but I swiftly got rid of that thought. Because I did not have that ability, acing the exams was going to be even more impressive than Mika doing it, so I was sure Mom and Dad would be delighted. I spent the next 2 hours going over my math notes. Ugh, I really disliked those the most, and I'm sure no one liked them. After putting the notebook back on the stack, I turned to Princess/Vulpix, Ivy/EV, and Boom/Whismore. Spending time with my Pokemon was always relaxing, especially petting the tails of Princess and Ivy. That always calmed me down. After my little break, I went back to my stack and pulled out the history notebook, before trying to remember a lot of dates and events. Most of those were pretty boring. Why couldn't history be full of action tales or love stories? Then it would be much easier to memorize everything. Anyway, I heard Mama calling me for lunch, so I placed the history book back on the stack and made my way to the kitchen together with Princess, Ivy, and Boom. After lunch, I went to the park we always train in together with Mama. I wanted everyone to brush up on their moves so that we could impress Mika when he showed up. He had given us some useful tips the last time we saw each other, and I wanted to show him that his help had not gone to waste. Mika was taking that trainer stuff really, really seriously, so I was sure he would be happy with our progress. He had told us to focus on only 2 moves for now, and Mama and Papa had agreed with him. So, we had talked about which ones to focus on and settled on Flamethrower and Fire Spin for Princess, Swift and Copycat for Ivy, as well as Echoed Voice and Howl for Boom. They had all gotten really good with their 2 moves over the months, and I could not wait to see Mika's face when he saw how awesome Princess and the others had become. Mama and Papa had already praised us, so we knew that we had done a good job. The days until Mika's visit mostly went by like that, with the 2 meetups with some classmates happening in between, and then it was Kaya-day. I excitedly waited for Mika's arrival after finishing breakfast. I was planning to throw him over with a flying hug. Calm down, Princess. Mikhail said he would arrive after breakfast, but that does not mean he's going to show up straight after you're done eating. Papa said teasingly, and Mama chuckled at his side. I know that, but I'm sure he's going to show up really soon. He knows we eat breakfast around 9, so he should be here at about 10, I retorted. Exactly, and there are still 20 minutes till 10, so no need to get worked up, Mama spoke up, not giving me a chance to retort. What she said was true after all. Dad pinched my cheek when he saw that I had conceded, and I pouted at him. We went to the living room and Papa opened the news channel. My parents became a bit serious when it was mentioned that some Dragon Master Drake stopped a sea tide in Hoenn, but they relaxed when the anchor said that Drake guy managed to dissolve the tide. I did not understand why they got more worried than normal. Instead of keeping the question to myself, I decided to directly ask them. Nah, Mama, Papa, why were you so worried when that Mr. Drake was mentioned? Dragon Master Drake is one of the strongest masterclass trainers that we have, so him interfering in this situation means that it had been a really severe crisis. A tide like that could not only be catastrophic to Hoenn but also spill over to the mainland and to Kanto as well as Johto. Dad explained, and I understood why they were so worried for a moment. That would have been bad. I expressed my thoughts out loud. Yeah, it would have been, but as you've seen, we have trainers that can shoulder the danger. These trainers are the cornerstones that keep all of humanity safe, and that's why trainers are so respected. Mama added, and I nodded in understanding. I was sure Mika would become someone like that in the future, and I wanted to help him when that happened. I believed that I could at least become strong enough to help him a little. I did not want to be left behind. Mika was great with Pokemon training, and I should be able to get strong enough with his help. After that, we returned to watching TV. However, I was starting to get a bit impatient after waiting for half an hour. Just as I was thinking about calling Mika, the doorbell rang. Mama went up and opened the door. I ran towards Mika as soon as he stepped inside and jumped at him in a flying hug. "Mika! Welcome!" I shouted mid-flight before crashing into him. However, besides leaning back a bit, nothing else happened. Boo, Mika was too strong to get bowled over. I heard Mika chuckle. "Hello, Rose." What an impactful greeting, he said in amusement before he patted my head. "It's nice to see you," he added after letting me down. Then he turned to Mama and greeted her as well. We moved towards the living room and Mika and Papa greeted each other as well before we sat down. We were talking about some of the things we were doing since our last meeting when I saw some news regarding a concert/performance that was going to be held by the Tough Puff Sisters in Amber City today at 5 p.m. The others noticed my distraction and caught the end of the news. "Rose, do you want to go to that performance? I'm sure I can get us some tickets if you do." Mika asked me and I took a look at my parents before answering. I saw them having encouraging looks, so I nodded. "Yeah, I heard they were really great, so I've been wanting to go to one of their performances for some time," I admitted, and Mika just smiled in return. "Alright, let me search for some tickets real quick," he said before turning to my parents and asking if they wanted to come along as well. Papa said that he would stay at home, but Mama was going to come along. They argued a bit about the tickets. Papa was trying to pay for them, but Mika directly paid for all 3 tickets and did not accept Papa's offer to pay. After the tickets were bought, we went to a park and I had Princess, Ivy, and Boom show Mika the moves they trained. He praised all 3 before he began advising them on how to improve their moves even more. Afterward, he gave each one of them a massage. He started with Princess, and Ivy as well as Boom crowded him in anticipation of their turn. They apparently had not forgotten his last massage. All 3 loved his massaging skills, and I saw that they were really relaxed after Mika was done, so I recalled them to let them rest inside their Pokeballs. Once I did that, Mika turned to me. "After we return from the concert, I'll show you how to do some more massage moves that will help your Pokemon relax some more. It will help them recover faster after training." "Really? That's great!" I blurted out due to excitement and rushed up to him to hug him. Mika had shown me some massage movements before and they had been really useful, so more of them were always welcome. I let him go and we went to eat lunch. Mama, Papa, and I watched in fascination as Mika ate as much as all 3 of us together. This was not the first time we saw Mika eat such large amounts, but it was still impressive each time we saw it. I used to wonder how he did not get fat, but I was told it was because he was training so much that his body needed large amounts of energy. So, he either had to eat so much food or some energy-rich food. I had to laugh when he tilted his head at our stares and Mama and Papa joined me as well. After lunch we went back home. Papa began watching TV while Mama and I got ready for the concert. Mika joined Papa while he was waiting for us. I quickly washed up and changed before going to Mama to look if she was done as well. I saw that she was finished, so we went to the living room together. Papa gave us compliments telling us we looked great. Mika quickly joined him when Mama turned her gaze to him. I followed her example and stared at him as well. Then we left our house and went to the teleportation hub. POV Mikhail. We teleported to Amber City and made our way to the performance hall. I showed our tickets at the entrance and we made our way to our seats. The performance started right on time and I had to admit the performance was great. The 3 women with their Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff put on a great concert. They combined singing with dancing and moves that focused on visuals. I saw that Rose was really enjoying the concert. She was practically glowing in excitement. The performance went on for 2 hours with 2 short breaks in between. Once the performance was over, Rose wanted to see if she could get an autograph, so we decided to try our luck and went up to the Tough Puff sisters. Luckily, the sisters were amiable enough and the security let us close enough. In the end, Rose got her autographs and we returned to their home, this time by a Horace Express. Rose excitedly began to tell her dad about the concert/performance. We ordered some pizza for dinner, and afterward Rose and I went to her room. I showed her 9 relatively easy massage motions, 3 for each of her Pokémon. I used the plushies she had of her Pokémon to make sure she had the moves somewhat down before I put on a serious face. I got a promise from her to keep a secret from her, and using my aura as well as psychic senses I made sure she meant her promise. Once she did, I gave her a pretty good recipe for Vulpix, EV, and Whizmore each that were not too demanding ingredients-wise and easy to prepare. I took out the ingredients and showed her how to prepare the food. Afterward, I supervised her twice while making the food herself. She did a passable job, so I praised her and gave her some ingredients as stock. I told her she could ask her parents for more if she ran out. She thanked me happily, and I decided that it was time for me to go home since it has become quite late. So, after saying farewell to Rose, Uncle Thorn, and Aunt Lily, I went back home. Chapter 204, Academic Hard Mode. The day after I visited Rose, I enjoyed the last day of the holidays, and once Art Day morning came around, the 6th, as well as the final term of my first academic year, began. I quickly noticed a discrepancy between my regular classes and my aura-centric classes. When I say quickly, I meant that it was dial day and that I just finished my lessons for the day. While the regular classes were still somewhat the same in intensity and workload, my aura-centric classes seemed to have switched from normal to hard mode. Well, at least for me the shift was like that, to the others it was hell mode. The reason for that disparity was pretty obvious. I was participating in the third-year classes for my aura-centric lessons, so I was getting part of the graduation experience. The final exams were coming up this term, and unlike the exams before this one, the final exam covered the content of all 3 academic years. Honestly, it was hard not to notice what was happening when your teachers straight up told you what was happening. I mean literally, every teacher straight up told us that they were going to use the first month of the 6th term to cover the last topic, before using the last 2 months leading up to the exams to review the content of the last 3 years. The only saving grace was that most courses only had 1 or 2 years worth of content due to being introduced in the 2nd or 3rd academic year. Still, the teachers were all smiles when they said that those who regularly reviewed would only have a slightly harder time, while those that didn't would need to cram a lot. Meditation 3, Emotion Sensing 2, Aura Sensing 2, Aura Speech 2, Internal Aura Manipulation, and Combat Preparation were the ones I had to endure. Everyone else had to suffer through 12 more regular classes at the same pace. The last topic of Meditation 3 was replacing sleep through meditation and meditating while sleeping. That was something I had been working on for some time now, but it was harder than one would think. These 2 exercises were actually a preparation for the things they would learn during their time at the Tertiary Aura Academy/School. The first one allowed one to totally relax one's body and enter a rest mode while conscious. The next step was for one to reach a state equal to deep sleep, which was much harder. I had yet to master the first part, but I could enter the rest mode. I simply could not yet keep it up for prolonged times. The second one practically meant to remain conscious while sleeping, which was just a fancy way to say that one would be lucid dreaming. The next step would be to take control of one's dreams. Both allowed an individual to absorb aura, but they were not the same thing. The first action allowed one to remain somewhat alert to one's surroundings, so it was possible to react to outside interference. You could still sense outsiders approaching you and react accordingly. The second action meant that one would be in deep sleep, so sensing the situation outside was not possible at this stage. It would need a rather large stimulus from the outside to wake one up, like a punch or worse, so it was dangerous to enter this state while one's safety was not ensured. This meant the first could be used in the wild or anywhere really, while the second should only be used in a safe environment. However, both had their advantages, and both could be developed further. The last topic of Emotion Sensing 2 and the other classes also prepared one for either a third stage of the class or a new class that would be part of their tertiary education. For Emotion Sensing 2, it was amplifying or dampening a certain emotion group. This was something that I was working on as well. It was practically increasing the feeling of happiness or contentment in others, or suppressing/dampening frustration or anger. However, doing so with finer emotions such as resentment, love, hate, and bliss was not possible, at least not by a long shot. Doing even the slightest bit of amplifying or dampening was really hard, and I had only minimal success with it. Thankfully, all the academy class was doing was going over the theory and doing some practice. They were not expecting us to succeed or everyone would have failed. Aura Sensing 2 decided to focus our sense on ourselves and explain how to suppress our own aura signature. This was something I had been doing for quite some time to hide my prowess. The next step of this one was to mask, and finally, completely hide one's aura. The last one was something one would use to hide, since using it in front of sensors was dumb because everyone had a slight aura signature due to aura being synonymous with life energy. Masking allowed one to suppress one's signature to show less than one's actual capacity, and the next stage of masking was showing exactly the amount of strength/aura one wanted to, Tier 1 second class for example. Important was that one could only show a weaker stage this way, not a higher one. For Aura Sensing 2, it was enough to show even a glimpse of success at suppressing one's aura to pass the test for this topic. Funnily enough, Aura Speech 2 was the only class that showed no overt change topic-wise. The lesson was still about trying to understand poke speech, but if one paid attention one would notice that we were being subtly told how to lace our intent to our speech the way Pokemon did. Now, some would think, why would we need to do that? Pokemon can already understand what we are saying, but it actually had a use. Lacing our intent into our speech like that would allow us to express ourselves in much shorter sentences as Pokemon did. That was why they only needed to make 3 to 4 sounds, like pie, pika, pie to say hey, dumb **s, I want some goody ketchup pronto, or a simple pika for get your ass over here. That left the internal aura manipulation and combat preparation classes. I have noticed that the low-key goal of our internal aura manipulation class was to create a 6th sense. A danger sense, so to speak. Until now we had been focusing on enhancing our regular 5 senses. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and currently touch. When I say touch, I don't mean just the sense of touch in our hands, but all of our body/skin. Now, I had my suspicions before, but Ms. Yu confirmed them during the last lesson while introducing touch as our last topic. She told us that one of the advanced applications of internal aura manipulation was to use aura to simultaneously enhance all 5 senses in small amounts so that they would work in concert to detect immediate danger to us. Obviously, achieving that was not easy, and getting it under control was even harder, but that was not something that was expected from us anytime soon, which I personally translated to /interpreted as, I'm just telling you it's possible, but you probably won't manage to learn that even during your tertiary education. Finally, there was combat preparation. That one seemed to have reached a stage where the preparation part could be left out. Mr. Koetsuji informed us that the last term would have proper combat for us, where we had to apply what we learned to real fighting. Well, more like sparring, but you can get really hurt doing this kind of sparring. During our first lesson of the new term, he showed up with a bunch of Mac Hop, and after a brief explanation of what was going to happen, he had everyone spar against the Mac Hop. The usage of moves was obviously forbidden on Matchup's part, but except for me as well as a few others like Ace and Weiss, everyone else kind of got their ass kicked. They were not prepared for the Mac Hop to go that hard, which was why I said spar. Except for not using any moves, the Mac Hop were not holding back all that much, which was why a majority of my classmates were covered in a lot of bruises. There were even a few with sprains or cracked bones, but that was nothing that wouldn't heal in a day or two. Luckily, for them, Mr. Koetsuji seemed to have expected everyone to perform like this during their first time, which was why the Mac Hop were only at the high iron stage. At the end of the first lesson, he told us that he had evaluated our performance and that those who did well would receive new sparring partners for our next class. Just like he promised, Mr. Koetsuji showed up with Mac Hop and Mac Hoke for our next lesson. Ace, Weiss, and the others that did pretty well during the last class along with this humble one had to spar against the Machoke Mr. Koetsuji brought along, while the rest had to keep sparring with the Machop. The strength of the Machoke ranged from low to high bronze, and there were only 3 students that started out with a high bronze stage Machoke as a sparring partner. Obviously, those 3 were Ace, Weiss, and I. Personally, I enjoyed the new arrangement, and Ace, as well as Weiss, agreed with me. Even if the others were grumbling a bit about getting hurt, the majority of the students were actually enjoying the chance to fight. At the end of the second lesson, Mr. Koetsuji said that whoever managed to get a high bronze stage Machoke as his or her sparring partner would get the privilege of sparring against different kinds of fighting types in each class. However, all fighting types would be at the high bronze stage as well. Everyone else would keep sparring against Machop and Machoke. He told our trio that Hitmonchan would be our next sparring partner. All in all, I had a pretty busy first week, and I honestly had more fun during lessons this week than I had before. Well, fun was not the right word. I enjoyed the increased difficulty. Actually, that did not sound good as well. It made me sound like a maniac/masochist. Anyway, I actually liked the change of pace of the last term, but I was sure everyone else would disagree. Still, this week made me think about my second academic year. It was a fact that after I aced the final exams I would be done with the aura-centric classes, at least as far as the secondary, aura, education system was concerned. That meant starting my second year I would only have to attend my regular classes, which would reduce the number of lessons I had to attend by roughly 40%. Well, there were 2 or 3 ways I could see this going down. 1. I would start attending the lessons of the Tertiary Aura Academy, but I was pretty sure that this one was the most unlikely option. The reason for that was quite simple actually. They would have allowed early graduation if that had been the case. What was also possible was that they would provide books on the content of those lessons for me to self-study. Nevertheless, that was unlikely as well, since they generally oversaw any practical use of aura for safety reasons. At least they did so for the first few tries in case the students hurt themselves. The last option was that I would simply have more free time since I would fewer classes I would have to attend. In that case, I could think of a few things I could do with that new free time. One was focusing on learning how to properly use a weapon. Another would be to devote more time to my aura and psychic training, and the last was to use the time to focus on my side projects like ball crafting or performing some experiments. I'll have to ask Mr. Byrne about that on art day, but if it was the third option, then I still had a few months to think about what to do with that free time. I'll probably do a mix of all choices, but first I would have to see what Mr. Burns was going to say. Chapter 205, Getting Handsy. The second week went like the first, with everyone complaining about the workload and me, internally, laughing at their predicament while cruising through the lessons. Most classes were generally the same as last week since there was only so much progress one can make in a single week. Internal aura manipulation and combat preparation were the interesting ones. In internal aura manipulation I went from enhancing my sense of touch of my hand to muting it. The idea of muting a sense could naturally be applied to the other senses as well, and I decided to learn to do it with all of them since I could see many situations where a muted sense would be useful. Not having to sense a bad smell or a mook was useful, as was not having to taste bad-tasting food. Being able to not hear someone talking your ear off or not having to see the face of someone sound useful as well. Well, the first was more so than the second, since I could not think of many situations where not seeing the face of someone was useful. Still, it was interesting and I liked experimenting with enhancing or muting my senses. At least as much as I could currently do either. Ms. Yu was happy with my enthusiasm and made sure she checked up on me occasionally to make sure I did not damage my senses during my testing. As for my combat preparation, which seemingly had turned into an actual combat class, it was still great. I fought against a Hitmonchan during our first lesson this week, and it was interesting to fight against someone who was practically the definition of a superboxer. I had to admit that even if moves were forbidden, Hitmonchan still packed a punch. Heh, get it? I, at first, tried using only boxing as well, but it quickly became apparent that I was going to lose that way, so after keeping it up for 15 minutes to just train my boxing for a while, I switched to everything goes. Still, I was sure that fighting against a Hitmonchan using boxing would improve my own boxing quite a bit, so I was planning to do so from time to time. I was sure I could find a willing Hitmonchan from somewhere. In the second lesson, Mr. Koetsuji brought along some Hitmonlee instead, and I have to say that sparring against Hitmonlee was quite the kick. Heh, I was on a roll. Unlike against Hitmonchan, I did not even try to go kicks against kicks with Hitmonlee, which in itself showed that I had to work on that aspect. Anyway, the academic week was over and the weekend had arrived. I decided that it was time for Quinn/Remoraid to evolve since he had completed his resistance training yesterday. To that end, I was going to process the Azurate carcass today and use it along with other materials I had procured for this occasion to create supplements that should help Quinn evolve into an Azurate. So, after leaving Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Mars/Ursaring, Osiris/Marowak, and Nyx/Umbreon to look after the house, I enter Utopia, more specifically my workshop. Once there, I took out the perfectly preserved Azurate from the storage and place it on the processing table. The first thing I do is angle its head below a container to catch its blood, before taking a sharp knife to cut through its throat. I allow it to bleed dry for about 5 minutes before moving the container full of blood to the storage. Then I replace my knife with a cleaver to separate the 2 large wings on its back close to its gills, and the 2 smaller wings on its belly close to its rear end, as well as its 2 fins at the end of its body. After putting those wings and fins on a tray, I remove the horn on its forehead and put it beside the wings. I then move the tray to the storage as well, before setting the cleaver aside for my extremely sharp long knife. I used said knife to make an incision along the Azurate's belly. After the cut was made, I open the belly and place a water hose at the opening to wash out any blood and grime. Then I carefully removed its stomach and intestine to avoid making a mess, before repeating the process with its testicle, ureter, efferent duct, and urinary bladder. I threw all of them into the incinerator since I had no use for them. Afterward, I carefully and thoroughly washed the inside of the belly, before meticulously removing the liver, heart, swimbladder, kidney, and lungs. Yes, despite being a fish-like Pokemon, Azurate had lungs. The reason for that was most likely its flying type. Honestly, it made sense for it to have lungs, since it wouldn't be able to fly around otherwise, due to needing to return to the water every minute or so. Anyhow, after carefully setting aside the inner organs, I replaced my long knife with a shorter one that was just as sharp to remove the gills as well, before leaving them besides the other organs. I took up my cleaver once more to separate the head from the body, before carefully cleaving open the skull to remove the brain, which I placed with the other organs. Then I took my short knife and meticulously removed the eyes before putting them beside the other organs as well. I then placed all of them inside the storage as well, before thoroughly washing the body. After the body was clean, I took my short knife before making an incision along its whole back. Following that, I changed my short knife with my long knife to precisely skin the carcass. Once the whole skin was removed, I placed it in the storage, before I began separating the flesh from the bones. I placed everything except for the skeleton into the storage, which concluded my butchering job. Afterward, I cleaned up the working station, before taking out the backbone/spine of a mantine and the spine of a polyper. I ground all the bones to powder before mixing them together, resulting in a bone powder pile made up of the bones of 3 water/flying types. Next up, I took out the meat of Azurate as well as some mantine meat and boiled it all until it turned to mush. Then I condensed the mush to squeeze out any water before drying out the condensed meat clump. Thanks to the equipment I had available, it took less than 10 minutes, but I could have done it using heat wave as well. Obviously, there were other ways to dry the meat as well. Afterward, I ground the meat as well before putting aside the resulting meat powder. Then I took out multiple berries, vegetables, and fruits, like flying mushrooms, and pasho berries that contained either water, flying/air, or both energies. Once I had mashed, cut, or squeezed all the items accordingly, I took out some mystic water and some Azurate blood I placed into the storage. I took half of the bone powder and all of the meat powder and mixed them with some mystic water and blood. Then I began cooking the mixture while occasionally adding the processed greenery into the pot while adding more mystic water and Azurate blood whenever necessary. It took nearly 2 hours, but in the end, I ended up with a small pile of really nutritious poke food rich in water and flying type energy, especially effective for the Remoraid line and slightly less so for the Mantine and Polyper lines. I placed the poke food into the storage before taking out the Azurade skin I placed there. Then I also took out Polyper, Swana, and Cramorant feathers along with the crest of a Gyarados. I had to add that it was not easy to get useful Swana and Cramorant feathers in Kanto. I could copy the D-class ones, but the few C-class ones I needed were not easy to gather. Still, I got them all a few months ago. Anyway, I also took out some water or flying-type minerals before grinding down everything. Once everything was ground to powder, I mixed it together with the leftover half of the bone powder before adding in half of the leftover blood. I had to add some mystic water in as well while mixing everything thoroughly. The resulting paste was then stored inside the storage as well. The paste was going to be applied on the skin of Kuin before the evolution, while the food was going to be eaten beforehand as well. I also had all the mystic water, water gems, float stones, and flying gems that I was going to place around Kuin to provide extra water and flying energy during the evolution. So, everything for the evolution was prepared. The next step was to craft a new Pokeball for Kuin. His current one was a water ball, but after his evolution, he would need a water/flying dual ball. I was going to need white and blue apricorns for the shell. The rest of the Azurade blood, along with some Mantine blood, and Pasho as well as Koba berry juice were going to be used to produce the ink. The berry pulp together with mystic water, and some ground flying as well as water-type minerals would be used to create the glaze. I immediately begin with the creation of each component, and by the time I have the glaze, ink, and shells ready it is already 6 p.m. Seeing as I had spent more than 8 hours inside Utopia preparing for Kuin's evolution, I decided to stop here and finish the Pokeball tomorrow. So, I store all the components inside the storage and leave Utopia. As soon as I arrive outside I get crowded by Mothra, Mars, Osiris, and Nyx, who all want to know what I did for such a long time inside Utopia. I saw Horus paying attention as well from his chilling spot, that little tsundere. I tell them that I was preparing everything for Kuin's evolution on Grude, aka tomorrow, before asking them what they had been up to while I was busy inside Utopia. They enthusiastically told me that they watched some TV before getting bored shortly before lunch, so after eating the food I left for them inside the fridge, they went to the terrace and played green light, red light as well as tag for a few hours. Then a bit more than an hour ago they came back inside and watched the news for a bit before switching to a cartoon. I closely listened to them and showed them that I cared about what they had been doing. That was why I knew that Horus had the best performance at tag while surprisingly Mothra had the best performance at green light, red light. Honestly, I would have thought Horus would have the best performance at green light, red light, and Mothra would have the best one in tag since I knew that teleportation was banned. Still, I praised them and everyone else as well for keeping an eye on the house and not demolishing it while I was away. They mock protested when I said that part in jest. Anyway, after that, I began cooking dinner for them and myself. Once we were done eating I began grooming and massaging all of them. They enjoyed the treatment and most began dozing off. I left them to it and entered Utopia to do the same to the others as well. Well, I did so for the landbound ones. Due to it being too late by the time I was done with them I decided to groom and massage the water types tomorrow. I left Utopia pretty spent and went straight to bed. The next day after breakfast I spent 3 hours grooming and massaging all water types as promised before moving to my workshop to finish Kuin's new Pokeball. The process was mostly the same, except for the fusion of the 2 apricorn shells and the extra runes as well as symbols inscribed with ink. The legendaries inscribed into the shell were Kyogre for the water type and Lugia for the flying type. The reason I chose Kyogre for water should be obvious, but the reason I used Lugia for the flying type instead of one of the many other flying type legendaries was that Lugia was associated with the sea. The rune words for water and air were inscribed inside as well, along with some symbols and runes representing harmony. All in all, I managed to successfully complete a total of 3 dual balls, and with the completion of the Pokeballs, I was ready for Kuin's evolution to Azurade. Chapter 206, Azurade Kuin. I walked over to Kun/Remorade and called over everyone as well, since watching the evolution of one of our members had become somewhat of a group event. I began placing water stones, water gems, float stones, and flying gems in a circle around the spot I was planning to temporarily place Kun for his evolution. That was on the ground in front of Kun's pond, since I could not apply the paste while he was inside the water. To avoid washing the paste away after applying it, he was going to evolve there instead of his pond. Anyway, after finishing the circle, I placed Kun in the center. I pulled out all the special food I prepared and had him eat as much of that food as possible. While Kun was busy stuffing himself, I began applying the paste to his body. I made sure to cover his whole body in the paste, leaving only his eyes and mouth uncovered. I put away the rest of the poke food, stepped out of the circle, and gave him the go-ahead. Kun began to glow in the telltale white of evolution under the cheers of the others. Once he did, everyone quietened down, watching with bated breath how the shining increased in intensity while the water stones, water gems, float stones, and flying gems around him lost their luster. It took around a minute for the light show to settle down. Once it did, we saw Kun in all his new glory, and I had to say it looked much better than Octillery would ever do. At least, in my opinion, it was like that. Everyone was taking in Kun's new form. Meanwhile, the guy was feeling out his new wings a bit before taking off the ground. I had seen how an Azurade looked while dismantling the carcass I used to prepare for Kun's evolution, but seeing the body in action was just different. Since this was the first time I saw a living example of this species, I was interested while observing his new look. The shape of his torso was the same as that of a Remorade, just longer, and the head was a bit sharper along with a longer horn. The fins at the end of his body were bigger, but that was because his body was more than twice the size of a Remorade. He had 2 large wings on his back, positioned just behind his head, and there were 2 smaller wings on his belly close to the rear end, where the 2 fins were located. The fins were a pure white, while the wings were a really light silvery gray. His torso had light blue color, while the 2 stripes that went through half his back were a dark blue, and his eyes had a dark blue color as well. Honestly, due to his size, it looked as if Kun could be ridden, which would be great since he could carry one inside the water and in the air. His length, fins not included, seemed to be 150 centimeters long, and with the fins, it should be 170 to 180 centimeters. The larger wings looked to be nearly as long as his body, and I would place them around 120 to 130 centimeters, while the smaller pair were roughly 20 to 30 centimeters long. I observed Kun's first flight and saw that the large wings were used to fly, the smaller wings were used to maintain his posture midair along with increasing the speed a bit, while the fins helped change directions, allowing for sudden and rapid changes in direction. Everyone was cheering him on while he was enjoying actually being able to fly, but I could see a few of them getting restless while waiting for him to come back down. So, I told him to join us on the ground, and he slowly flew into me, embracing me in happiness. I returned his hug and congratulated him. I couldn't stop myself from marveling at his relatively small weight. By my estimate, he weighed less than 70 kilograms, which considering his size was not that much. I would have thought he would weigh around 100 to 120 kilograms at that length. I was mentally kicking myself for not weighing the carcass before butchering it. Anyway, after giving us a few moments to hug, the others joined in. Thank Mew and every other legendary out there that they did not join in all at once, or I would have doubted my chances at survival. Just imagining being buried under a hug pile made by 6 Gyarados, 2 Milotic, and a Lapras made me break out in a sweat. Not that I would have ended much better if everyone else doggy piled us at once, but thankfully Horus/Sada brought order into the chaos. Horus had the landbound Pokemon join the hug in groups of 5, while the water Pokemon joined in groups of 3 since they were much bigger. I had to laugh at the fact that we needed to hug in turn to avoid forming a mountain, and after the last group finished their hug, we, or rather I, started the traditional evolution celebration. I brought out everyone's favorite food as well as drinks, and everyone dug in while animated by chatting with each other. Seeing everyone busy eating and chatting, I decided to finally check out Kun's new status. Name, Kunpeng, Kun. Species, Remorade-Azurade. Gender, male. Age, 7+ years. Type, water-water, flying. Potential, light purple, 50.4%, light purple, 69.1%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, hustle, sniper swift swim, keen eye. Talents, sniper. Affinities, water, flying. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, mid. Vitality, E+. Strength, D+. Endurance, E+. Agility, D+. Energy capacity, D+. Energy density, E+. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, fighting, minor, bug, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, rock, minor. Standardized. None. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Water energy manipulation, proficient, flying/air energy manipulation, novice. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Air/. Beginner. Hyper beam, flamethrower, plus, protect, plus. Proficient. Psybeam, aurora beam, bullet seed, lock on, endure, soak, rain dance, thunder wave. Advanced. Water pulse, focus energy, hydro pump, ice beam, scald, bubble beam, plus, charge beam, plus. Mastered. Water gun. The most obvious change was the species change to azurate and the addition of the flying type as the second typing that followed that transformation. The addition of the flying typing also upgraded his flying/air affinity to a complete/standard one. Another change that followed the evolution was the switch that happened to his abilities, more specifically to his sniper ability. Sniper was swapped with Keen Eye instead, and while some may somewhat look down on that ability, since it was one bird-like Pokemon possessed inherently, it was still useful. He got to avoid any accuracy loss through other means that targeted him, and good eyesight was important while flying. Hustle was replaced with Swift Swim, and considering the Azurade line speed, doubling that under rain was undoubtedly a boon. Furthermore, luckily Quinn managed to unlock a talent while evolving. Well, unlock was not the right word, he managed to, in a way, preserve his sniper ability as a new talent. The effect of the talent was the same it had been as an ability. I assume that Quinn managed to unlock it as a talent due to previously possessing the ability and because Keen Eye could be one of the ways sniper could be derived, probably. I was not sure about the last bit, but the important part was that it happened. Anyway, Quinn's parameters in our strong bond had not changed after his evolution. They were just as they had been before the evolution. What had been affected was his type relation section. He had lost his minor resistance toward the ice type, but in exchange, he gained a minor resistance toward both the fighting and the bug type. Quinn also lost his weakness toward the grass type, but in exchange, he gained a weakness toward the rock type. Not only that, but the electric type that had just moved to the standardized section was moved back to the weakness one as a minor weakness. The only good part of that was the fact that the previously successful resistance training had ensured that the weakness was only a minor one instead of a major one. Since minor weaknesses were easier to train than major ones, standardizing the electric weakness once more would only take as long as it did the first time around, maybe even less. That would not have been the case if I had not waited for Quinn to finish his resistance training. He would have most likely lost most, if not all, of his progress. That Quinn gained flying/air energy manipulation was not surprising, nor was the fact that it started at the lowest mastery. However, it was a pleasant surprise that he automatically learned air/ upon evolving to Azurade. It was his first flying type move, and it was a pretty strong one at that. Previously, I had him finish learning Flamethrower and raise it by a grade, before doing the same with Protect. After that, Quinn focused on Bubble Beam as well as Charge Beam and raised them to advanced mastery. Charge Beam had been his latest project, and I have been thinking about which move to focus on next, but with the addition of that question has been solved. I was going to have Quinn reach proficiency with the move before focusing on other flying type moves such as Gust, Hurricane, Wing Attack, and maybe Air Cutter. All in all, everything went smoothly, the potential increase was even bigger than I had expected, and the talent part was something I had not expected at all, so I was satisfied. After stuffing ourselves, we performed another tradition of ours, we took a group photo. We did this after each evolution to have a reminder of how everyone changed between each evolution and who else joined our group in the meantime. Since it was right between lunch and dinner time-wise and we had eaten a lot during the celebration, I decided to forego dinner. So, after relaxing and playing around with everyone for the rest of the day and evening, I went straight to bed. The next day classes resumed as they did every ARC day, signaling the start of the third week of the 6th term. Besides enjoying the combat preparation classes of Mr. Koetsuji, I made some progress in the Emotion Sensing 2 class. I successfully stimulated the feelings of an individual that does not have a bond with me. The reason I emphasized that part was that I asked my Pokemon for help in training that ability, but it turned out that it was much easier to use the ability on them due to our bond, so they were not good indicators regarding my actual prowess. Anyway, I managed to stoke the feeling of aggression in a non-bonded person/Pokemon. Currently, I only succeeded with emotions like those, slightly negative ones, since they seem to be easier to amplify than positive ones. No wonder people were susceptible to negative emotions. My ninja training in Aura Sensing 2 was progressing at the same speed as before. I was pretty good at suppressing my aura, but I was still trying to completely hide it. That was the first step toward blending into the environment, which was essential for my ninja plan. Scaring the sh*t out of others by suddenly speaking up beside them, or abruptly appearing out of nowhere. That was definitely a necessary ability and absolutely not childish. My ambitious ninja way aside, the combat lessons with Mr. Koetsuji were pretty great this week as well. Predictably, the sparring partner he brought for the first lesson this week was a Hitmontop, and I had to admit that hitting Hitmontop with his dancing/capoeira fighting style was pretty challenging. Nonetheless, it made for a good sparring session. On a side note, by the end of the lesson, 3 more students managed to qualify for new sparring partners. Anyway, following the trend until now, I had expected to face a Hitman form during the second combat class this week, but Mr. Koetsuji brought along some Hariyama instead. Those guys used a mix of judo and wrestling, sumo and regular, to fight, so it was a great experience. While I hit the ground more often than I would have liked, it did not hurt, so I took it in strides. Nonetheless, this once more showed me that facing a wide range of fighting styles was important if one wanted to be prepared for everything. Chapter 207, Moving Things Around. Heads up warning! When Utopia began to expand Kun/Azurit's habitat after I left on Gruday evening, I did not think too much about it, since that was something that had happened after each evolution, even if it nearly tripled the size of the habitat. I mean, it made sense to me since I had noticed before that flying types belonged to the category that got the biggest habitats among those of the same stage, followed by waterbound water types. However, now, 2 days later, I had this sudden urge to change Utopia's layout that I did not have before. After my Pokemon had reached the silver stage, the size of the habitats had ballooned quite a bit compared to before, but I had chosen to leave the distribution as it had been while they were at the bronze stage. Yet, now, that same format looked less appealing from the bird's view I had access to as the owner of Utopia, and it all began with a whack to the noggin I received during the spar against one of the sock Mr. Koetsuji brought to our combat preparation lesson. No idea why, but that hit, besides making me marvel at the diversity of sparring partners Mr. Koetsuji kept bringing to the lesson, also made me think about Utopia's layout. So, while I was sparring against Sock, my second thought stream began considering if I should change the habitat arrangement. I considered things like my current Pokemon and their terrains, as well as their size, before contemplating possible future additions. Ultimately, I decided to do it once I was home, before committing my full attention to the sparring. This brings us to the here and now. I was currently chilling on my sofa, taking a bird's eye view of Utopia, while thinking about how to best change the positions of the habitats. I told everyone inside that they could possibly experience some shaking and feel some vibration, but not to worry about it. Oh, and to stay in their own area as well as not to panic when their habitats began to move. Anyway, I decided to keep the ring format I currently had, with my personal area as well as my home in the center, and the habitats in a circle around it. So, I first moved all habitats away from the center area. They moved through the void, which was kinda cool since they looked like floating islands and lakes. However, there was no way I could leave it this way since no one would be able to leave their habitats like this. They would practically be isolated and there was no way I would do that to my beloved Pokemon. I could actually feel their fascination regarding everything that was happening right now. Anyway, back to the task. Since there actually were no real cardinal directions inside Utopia due to obvious reasons, it was up to me to decide which direction was what. So, I moved Horus/Sata's area towards the main one and specified his location as the northern direction. The reason I moved Horus's area first was not just because he was my first Pokemon, but because I decided to make the whole first ring into a forest area. That meant only habitats with a forest terrain would be added to the first ring. Still, despite the whole ring being a forest, each area had a different energy concentration. Horus's area was full of psionic and flying/air energy, and speaking of him, the guy moved over to my area and landed on the roof of my house. Probably cause it was a good vantage point to look at what was happening. Anyway, I moved Mothra/Butterfree's area to the right of his, connecting all three landmasses to each other. Mothra's forest had bug, flying, and psionic energy in the environment, which was why I chose to place it next to Horus's area. The reason Mothra's forest had psionic energy was that she had brought her psionic affinity to the same standard as her regular affinities, and her having those three made her a good bridge between the forests of Horus and Optimus/Butterfree. Obviously, that was the habitat I moved next to her area. Part of her area and a major part of Optimus's forest was directly located in the western direction, at least the one I set as the western direction. His habitat had bug and flying energies, which were the same ones Shino/Ian Mega had, so I moved that one next to his. I tried to somewhat link up the forests energy-wise, so the area I moved next to Shino's was Parvati's habitat. Roughly half of hers and Shino's area ended up right opposite Horus's area, so in the southern direction. Her forest had bug and poison energy in the environment, and obviously, Prime/Beedrill's area had the same energy makeup, so I moved his area next to hers. A part of his area, along with Hashirama/Ivysaur's whole area, and a part of Gaia/Nidoqueen's area ended up to the east of my area. The reason it ended up like that was that Hashirama's area was a bit too small due to his low stage, so the other areas moved in to fill the gap. I placed Hashirama beside Prime since I thought he fit pretty well into the theme. His area had poison and grass energy, and Gaia's area, which I placed next to his, had poison and ground energy. I obviously placed Seb/Nidoking's habitat beside hers, and it also connected to Horus's area, which completed the first ring. Honestly, the size of their areas would not have been enough to fill the gap in Horus's area, due to their species not needing that much space. Thankfully, I had fused the empty area left behind by Titan/Nidoking and Titania/Nidoqueen into Gaia and Seb's areas, so they matched the size of Horus, Mothra, and the others. The whole first ring had a surface area of roughly 2 million square meters or 2 square kilometers, which might sound like much at first, but it both was and wasn't that large. While it certainly was much larger than the sizes I had available at the start, it was still smaller than the combination of 2 or 3 of the larger empty plots I had from improving the potential of my parents' Pokemon. Still, I was planning to add those empty plots to the outermost ring, since their only use was being used for mock battles and move training. Everyone could train their moves there without having to worry about destroying their homes. Anyway, with the completion of the first ring, I began working on the second ring. I first moved the pond/lake of Stan/Gyarados above Horus's area. As the only normie among my Gyarados, Stan's pond had water and flying energy in it. I moved Tatsumaki's habitat, which was a grassland with a few sparse trees and a whole lot of psionic energy, next to his habitat. Besides her, I placed Ollie/Raltz's habitat, which was a grassland just like hers, that had psychic and fairy energy in the environment. Honestly, the next one placed besides Ollie only because of his final evolution. I moved Tyson/Makhok besides Ollie's area since the fighting energy in his grassland would mesh well with Galad's energy in the future. Tyson's area ended up right above Optimus's area. After these three grasslands came another pond/lake, and the lucky one ended up being Kuin/Azurade. His area was for the most part above Shino's area, with a small part being above Optimus's plot. Just like Stan's habitat, Azurade's habitat also had water and flying energy in it. Next up came Mars/Ursaring's habitat, which was a forest filled with normal/neutral energy. Besides that one, I placed Engi/Grolive's area, which was a grassland and savanna mix filled with fire energy. To be honest, I would have liked to keep up the theme, but that was not possible in this case, so what followed was Luna's habitat, which was a mountain with a cave system in it. The mountain was not that high yet, but it would grow in height when the area grew in size. Obviously, the area was full of fairy energy. The area that followed was the pond/lake belonging to Medusa/Gyarados. It was located partly above Prime and Hashirama's areas. Her habitat was full of water and poison energy. What followed were three mountain areas. Directly next to Medusa's area came Mocha/Crobat's habitat. It was a mountain surrounded by a forest kinda terrain. The mountain had a cave system in it that was not that extensive, and the whole habitat was full of poison and flying energy. To its right was Saphira/Swabla's area, which just like Mocha's habitat was also a mountain with a forest around it. This one actually did not even qualify as a mountain due to its small size, which was due to Saphira being only at the high iron stage. There was no cave system inside the mountain, just a pretty big room/lair, and the whole area was full of flying as well as normal energy. The final of the three mountain habitats was also the one that completed the second ring. It belonged to Osiris/Marowak, and the mountain was surrounded by a plain in the process of desertification. The mountain itself had an extensive tunnel system, and the whole habitat was full of ground energy. It connected to both Saphira's area and Stan's pond, closing the ring/circle. Its position was above Seb's habitat, which was partly me trying to keep up some form of theme. After completing the second ring, I focused on the three ponds. I chose to connect them through a canal/stream that flowed between the border of the second and first ring. The canal/stream was 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep, just enough to allow Medusa, Dilong, and Kuin to swim freely inside, giving them the option to visit each other's habitats without having to leave the water. It also provided all habitats in the first and second ring with a water source. Now, some people would say stop, is that not dangerous or unhealthy? The ponds are full of certain energies, with Medusa's pond having poison energy in it, so drinking that stuff does not seem like a smart thing to do. Well, normally that would be true, but in this case, they would be underestimating Utopia. The stream/canal mouths all have some sort of energy filter that keeps the type-specific energy inside the pond and only allows pure water to flow through the canal. Tasty, clean, and slightly energy-rich water, but not tainted by any type of energy except for the slight non-harmful amounts of water energy found in water. After I made sure the stream/canal had a good flowing speed and that the filter was working as intended, I focused on the third ring. The inhabited areas that were left were not enough to complete the third ring. Heck, they only roughly filled half the ring, and I filled the other half with some of the empty areas left by my parents' Pokemon. I combined Ignis/Gyarados, Ryujin/Gyarados, Jade/Gyarados, and Abyss/Gyarados as ponds and placed them above Mocha, Saphira, Osiris, and Dilong's areas. The super pond/lake obviously had water energy, but it was divided into areas that a certain type of second energy depending on the origin area, but Utopia made sure that the energy stayed in its own area. I made a canal between their lake and Dilong's pond to connect them to the canal/stream system. On Abyss's right, I placed Nyx's grassland, and besides that, I placed Thor and Hera's forests. That only left Abza/Milotic, Tiamat/Milotic, and Manami/Lapras, so combined their ponds as well, which resulted in a lake with a relatively small iceberg on one end. After placing the last of our habitats, I filled the rest of the ring with the empty ones. Then I proceeded to do the same for the fourth ring, and nearly managed to finish that one as well. This resulted in a really large training area. With that done, my job was over and the relocation was complete, so I went inside Utopia to speak with everyone about the changes. Chapter 208, The final exams are approaching. The rearrangement of Utopia gave me a lot to think about, so I kept musing about that topic even now, 2 days after it happened. The size of Utopia was going to keep increasing as my Pokemon got stronger and more Pokemon joined me. Not to mention if I decided to create kingdoms for them like I had planned to do for Mothra/Butterfree and Parvati/Beedrill. There was also the fact that empty habitats would be added whenever I decided to boost someone else's Pokemon. While I was currently using them as training areas, I did not want too many of those. They did not have a steady source of energy for their upkeep, so any energy needed for that or any repairs came from Utopia's energy reserves. Still, I could fuse them into the habitats of my Pokemon if their typing matched, as I had done for Gaia/Nidoqueen and Seb/Nidoking. Now that I think about it, I could add the area left by the late Sunny to Hashirama's habitat, since that one is still quite small on its own. The others did not need that for now, since their areas were alright as they were. With that thought, I did just that, and after I fused the two, I informed Hashirama about what I had done. I did that so that he did not wonder about the momentary decrease in energy density before I designated a zone that retained the previous density in exchange for reducing the density outside the zone even further. He could only support that much space after all, which was the reason his area had been the size it was before. Nonetheless, Hashirama's situation aside, I determined that it was better to keep the optimization aspect of Utopia in the family for the foreseeable future. I would rethink the decision if I needed more space for one reason or another. However, that still left the kingdom bit for my Pokemon. After pondering over the situation for a while, I decided to find them kingdoms outside of Utopia. I was then going to allow the elite of their underlings inside Utopia, and send a batch of them to manage the kingdom in my Pokemon's absence. The supervisors would be swapped after a certain period to avoid feelings of discontent or even too much ambition. I was planning to get myself some territories in the wilderness anyway, so I would just get them their kingdoms close to those territories as a form of buffer, or rather to hide my territory in the middle of their kingdoms. Future brilliant plans of conquest aside, I thought the idea was good, so I settled for it until I thought of something better. With the topic of Utopia finally settled, for now, I turned my focus on the notebooks in front of me. Tomorrow and Dial Day were the last 2 days of the month, the teachers assigned for the new lessons. After that, there would be 2 months of hardcore cramming to go over everything we learned since the classes were introduced. I was planning to go over everything during the weekend, so I was currently searching for all notebooks I made while learning the content of the years 1 and 2 to be allowed to skip them. Compared to the pile of notebooks I ended up with, the amount I had to learn for the regular first-year classes was a joke. Still, after I was done organizing everything, I took a look at my watch and saw that it was time for me to sleep. The next morning before leaving for the academy, I called my parents to ask them how they were doing, but I only heard of the person you are calling is unavailable at the moment. 2 more tries later with the same result, I had no choice but to try it again at a later point, so I made my way to the academy. After the first lesson, once I arrived in the classroom for the second lesson, I tried calling them again, hoping that they may have left the area blocking their signal. Alas, it seemed like it was not to be. I was greeted by the unavailable message once again. I called another time just in case, but it was still a bust. Despite knowing that situations like these were normal in the wild, I still got worried due to being unable to reach them. That was probably how they always felt whenever I went out. Oh, and with wild I meant far from the cities or outside the route system, not the wilderness. If they had been in the wilderness, I would have been more than just a bit worried. Is everything alright? Ace seemed to have noticed my nervousness. Yeah, no problems. I returned and he gave me an unbelieving look. Sigh. It's just that I can't reach my parents. They seem to be somewhere with no signal. I admitted after letting out a sigh. Ace moved closer and patted me on the shoulder. I'm sure they're just busy. They'll surely call you back once they get a signal and notice that you have called them. Uncle Edward is someone who reached second place in the senior tournament after all. He might have even won it all if he had not bumped into that Richard. Besides, Aunt Arya made it into the top 8 as well, so they can definitely take care of themselves. He reassured me and I agreed with all the points he mentioned. Thanks, I said with a small smile, yet I still had that bit of nervousness inside me despite knowing that he was right. It seemed like he wanted to say something else, but Ms. Brown arrived, so he went back to his seat after patting my shoulder for a final time. While Ms. Brown began to go over the points of fanning emotions, I had trouble focusing on her even with 2 available thought streams. I noticed that I was exaggerating, so I chose to meditate using one of my thought streams to calm down a bit. This was the first time I did not manage to reach my parents, and I overreacted a bit. I was still a bit worried about the whole MC Destiny crap, despite being safe from it for the foreseeable future. Now that I was calmer, I could see that this subconscious worry, along with my momentary concern that happened when I couldn't reach them, had kick-started this overreaction. It was a slightly silly reaction, born out of love and fear. After regaining my calm, I returned my focus to Ms. Brown and listened to the final lesson on the current topic. Starting next class, we would start the revision lessons after all. Once the bell rang, Ace came over, but I motioned him to wait for a moment while I tried calling my parents once again. Unfortunately, the previous situation repeated itself, so I hung up. What was that about? Came from Weiss, who had joined us while I was on the phone. Mikhail is trying to call his parents, but he can't reach them. Ace answered before I could. Oh, they're probably somewhere without a signal. Just keep trying to call them throughout the day, and if you can't reach them by the end of the academy day, we'll ask my parents if they can inquire where they are. You don't know where they are, right? Weiss advised before asking if I knew something just to make sure, and I shook my head in denial. That's a good idea. Ace agreed with Weiss's proposal. I'll ask my dad as well, maybe he'll have an easier time getting that knowledge, being in Alliance personnel and all that. He added, and we both had to agree with him. Thank you, both of you. I gave them my heartfelt gratitude for their willingness to help me if something did happen. I'll do as you said, I assured them. But I'm sure they are fine, and that won't be necessary, I added, and they agreed with reassuring smiles. After exchanging a few more words, we split up since I now had 3 classes with the first years while they had to attend their own regular classes. I normally listened to each class and attempted to call my parents during each break. While I still could not reach them, I just acknowledged that without panicking. We had gone over valid points, after all, so panicking made no real sense. I might still feel a smidgen worried, but that was natural, and as long as I was not overreacting as I did at the beginning, everything was fine. I met up with Ace and Weiss once more since we had our combat preparation class right now. The second one this week and the final one before the revising phase began, even if I was not sure if there was much to revise for this class since it was introduced just this year. They asked me how it went, and I told them that I had no luck so far. They just patted me on the shoulder and said to keep trying after the class. Before we could talk some more, Mr. Koetsuji arrived, and this time he had brought along some throw. I was not going to lie, beating up something was a therapeutic process. I felt much better after a few rounds of sparring with the throw assigned to me. Being thrown around for a bit and returned by the judo master was a small price I was willing to pay. During the last few rounds, I felt refreshed and observed how he executed his throws. While that was not enough to really learn how I did it, it was good enough to refine my own throwing moves. 5 minutes before the end of the double lesson, Mr. Koetsuji finished the lesson and sent us off to change. I thanked Throw for sparring with me, before moving toward the changing room. Ace was right on my heels but stayed quiet. I swiftly changed into my regular clothes and pulled out my phone. I directly called Mom and waited for the phone to ring. Unfortunately, it went straight to the unavailable message. I tried calling my dad next, but sadly the same happened once again. Sigh. I let out a sigh full of mixed feelings, and Ace, who had been quietly watching by my side, patted my back. I just slightly shook my head, before deciding to give it another try. I once again called Dad, and yet the result did not change. I ignored that and directly called Mom. I waited for the unavailability message, so when a ringing tone came instead I was quite surprised. An enormous weight fell off my shoulders, and I was not talking about Ace removing his arm from my back. The phone rang 4 times before Mom took the call. "Hello, honey." I heard her greeting me over the phone, and her voice had never sounded so beautiful as it did at this moment. "Hello, Mom. How are you?" I promptly returned the greeting, before asking the important stuff. "I'm great, and your dad is doing fine as well." "Say, sweetheart, your voice sounds a bit off. Did something happen?" she asked me, and I had to take a deep breath at the question. She was asking me if something happened. I released the breath I took before telling her that I had been trying to reach them since morning and that had been a bit worried when I could not reach them. I heard Dad in the background saying that he received a lot of missed call messages. She reassured me that everything was fine and that they had temporarily turned off their phones since they had taken part in a mission against a smuggler group. The mission was a great success, and I had called her right after she turned her phone back on. After a few more reassuring words were exchanged, and Dad threw in a few words as well by shouting, she told me that they had a surprise for me. She also informed me that they would be visiting during the weekend next week, before saying a few words of goodbye and hanging up. Once I put away my phone, I turned to Ace, who smiled at me. "See, I told you it was fine," he just said happily. "You're right," I acknowledged, before moving towards the exit. "Let's head out. I'm sure Weiss is already waiting for us." Ace quickly followed after me, and as I had expected, Weiss was waiting for us outside the hall. "What took you guys so long? Did you call your parents before coming out?" she asked, hitting the nail on the head. "Yeah, I did," I agreed with a nod. "I got through this time, and we talked for a bit. They are fine, and they told me they were going to visit next weekend." I told her. "That's great. See, it turned out fine just like we said it would," she returned with a smile. We were done for the day, so we headed straight for the academy gate. We talked for a bit while moving there, and I decided to invite them for lunch at RFP. They agreed, so we headed there after leading through the gate. Chapter 209, The final exams are approaching. After that little scare, I kinda cruised through Dial Day the next morning. At the end of the day, the time for new stuff/content was over and the reviewing phase had begun. So, here I was in front of the pile of notebooks I had previously prepared. Well, actually, there were piles of notebooks, not a single one for each course, with some stacked up higher than the others. Meditation 3, Emotion Sensing 2, Aura Sensing 2, Aura Speech 2, Internal Aura Manipulation, and Combat Preparation were the courses, and understandably the last one had the smallest pile. Today was Dial Day 27.14.2179. The final exams went on for a whole week and a half, from ARC Day, December 16, 2179, to Mu Day, 20.16.2179. That left me 6 weeks until then, so if I was generous and assigned 5 days of reviewing to each aura-centric course, then I would still have 2 weeks to go over the first-year material for my regular classes. I was obviously not going to ignore the reviewing we're going to do in class, but the stacks were for my own perusal at home. On a side note, the 1.5 weeks that were still left after the exams until the end of the academic year were not only used by the teachers to grade the exams. No, while the first and second years got to chill during that 1.5 weeks, only having to show up at the academy, the third years were being kept busy. Well, at least at the start all of them were busy, but later on, it was only a select few that were still busy while the rest joined the chill squad. I had been pleasantly surprised when I heard about the events that took place during that time, but it seemed the academy wanted me to wait until my third year before letting me participate. There would be an inter-academy selection on Girata Day, 21.16.2179, where 4 students, third years, would be chosen to represent our academy. That would be just the first phase. The second phase would be from 22.16.79 to 25.16.79. During that time, all academies and schools of a region would compete against each other to select 16 representatives for each region. Obviously, that was a competition in itself and not just a qualifier, so the competition went on until there was a winner. Anyway, a third phase followed that, which went from ArcDay 26.16.79 to Pockeday 29.16.79. The competition of the third phase was between the representatives of each region, and the goal was to determine 16 students that would represent the continent. Just like with Phase 2, Phase 3 was a competition in itself as well, so it also went on until a winner was determined. After Phase 3 was over, Phase 4, the final phase, began. The representatives of each continent competed against each other to determine the strongest middle schooler, secondary student, in the world. Funnily enough, there were two categories for the whole series of events. Number 1 was personal combat and number 2 was a regular Pokemon battle. It was possible to participate in both categories, so for some people, it could get pretty hectic. I had thought there would be a third category for mixed battle, but apparently, that was only added to the competition for high schoolers, tertiary students. However, it seemed that those guys and gals only had an inter-academy/school competition at the end of the third year for extra points. Yeah, I got pretty hyped when I learned all that some time ago and went straight to Mr. Burns as soon as I learned of it, but he told me I could not participate yet. He gave a few reasons, but it boiled down to my age, global fame, and waiting till my third year. Well, at least I could cheer on Ace and Weiss without being their competitor. Not having to kick their butts was going to make my turn much more enjoyable. Besides, in 2 years the strength of my Pokemon would be much higher and my getting global number 1 was all but guaranteed. See, I was not even scared of provoking Murphy or raising a flag. I was going to wreck the show in 2 years. I might even get global number 1 in the personal combat category as well. However, I was much less confident in my chances for this one, so I dared not provoke Murphy. Now, where was I before I went off tangent again? Ah, yes, my sweet little piles of knowledge. I decided to start with the Aura Speech 2 stack. I had a total of 12 notebooks that were completely filled, with each one having 32 pages/sheets. I also had a 13th one that was partly filled. That one was the latest one. Now, normally, faced with such a huge amount of information, more than 380 pages lettered on both sides, I would say that it was impossible to go over everything in just 5 days, and I would be right. Thankfully, I had an enhanced memory and thinking/processing process, so it turned from an impossibility to a choice of how many hours are you willing to invest per day. I was spending roughly 7 to 8 hours per day at the academy if we added the travel time. I also slept 7 to 8 hours per day, so I was left with roughly 8 to 10 hours of free time in general. That time included the time I spent training, with my friends, with my Pokemon, or just relaxing. Oh, not to forget eating and bathroom breaks. Obviously, it was more than that during the weekends, but that was only 2 days out of 7. After some consideration, I was reluctantly willing to part with 3 to 4 hours for studying. That should be enough to go over 2 notebooks per day, which would mean it would take me 6 days to go over everything I have from Aura Speech 2. While that was 1 day more than planned, the fewer days from courses with smaller stacks would make up for it. Satisfied with my study plan, I pulled over the first notebook with the title Aura Speech I, Term 1. I cracked open the notebook and saw the headline of the first topic. Why Poke Speech contains more information than the sounds/words uttered. I leafed through the pages to check the other topics and saw 2 more. One was how different species and typings influence Poke Speech. The other was similarities between Poke Speech and Aura Speech. I returned to the first page while thinking that at least the content was not boring, and with that happy thought, I began seriously studying. It took more than an hour, roughly 80 minutes, to go over everything and be confident in having internalized it. To see how true that was, I would have to do some mock tests, but I had none, so I made a mental note to ask Mr. Smiles if he had some test papers for each topic or term. I would be happy with directions on how to get reliable tests as well. While I was sure I would find some on the web, I did not trust them one bit as long as I did not know if they were verified or not. Anyway, I placed the notebook beside the Yet to Study stack and pulled out the notebook with Aura Speech I, Term 2 on it. I leafed through it first and saw that it only had a single topic heading, Aura, intent, and how to apply it to speech. A pretty broad topic, so if filling a notebook by itself made sense. I began to read through the notebook, making notes on a separate sheet whenever I felt like I should go over a certain portion more than once due to its volume/difficulty. Just to be sure, I did not misunderstand anything. Around 2 hours later I was done and placed the notebook atop volume 1 on the finished stack. Taking a look at the clock, I saw that it was nearly time for dinner, and decided to allot the time after dinner for studying on weekdays and the period after breakfast on weekends. After that, I entered Utopia and prepared some food for myself and everyone else, instead of taking some of the pre-made stuff I stored for everyone, before moving to the pond of Abza/Milotic and Tiamat/Milotic. I set up a few blankets since one was not enough for everyone. I placed all the food I made on the blanket, and took out some juice as well as soda, before calling everyone over for dinner. At least those that had not already arrived while I was setting up everything, which was around half of them. After everyone arrived, we ate our dinner in a happy atmosphere. Once everyone was done, Mothra/Butterfree, Nick/Umbreon, and a few others came over and pouted, asking why I only visited now instead of visiting a few hours earlier like I normally did. I told them what I had been up to during the last few hours. Everyone nodded, saying things like, "Oh, I see," and the like before remembering they had a plan. They quickly adopted their pouting looks once more and forced me to pat as well as rub them for leaving them hanging without informing them. That escalated quickly when everyone else joined in, and it started another grooming session that took 2 more days since there were quite a few of them and I was not willing to do a quick work instead of being thorough. Still, I made sure to do that after I was done studying, so I spent Kaide and Grude eating breakfast, studying, doing a quick training session, grooming a batch of them, eating lunch, and grooming another batch. Followed by dinner, and ended with playing round/relaxing with everyone. By the end of Grude, everyone had been perfectly groomed, and I had spent nearly 2 complete days just bonding and relaxing with my Pokemon. All in all, a good way to spend my time. On ARC Day, I went up to Mr. Smiles during one of the breaks to ask him about the mock tests. He told me he had some for all topics and that he would prepare them for me. I was told to come back at the end of the day to pick them up. I thanked him and returned to my lessons, and after my last class, I went to the teacher's office to collect the mock papers. Each paper had 2 copies, one that was empty and one that had the solution on it for me to compare the answers. I thanked him once again for helping me and left for home. I went through the day, and after dinner, I went through the mock tests for Aura Speech I from term 1 to 6 since I had gone over the whole material during the last 3 days. There were 3 to 4 tests per term, so it took me 3 whole hours to go through all of them. I aced nearly all of them, except for 4 tasks where I misinterpreted something, so after going over those portions again, I placed the tests on the completed stack. Taking a look at the clock told me that it was nearly 10 p.m. I debated whether I should still go over the 2 notebooks I had planned to finish today, but decided not to overdo it. So, I moved them to the next day instead. I went through Aura Speech 2, Term 1 to Aura Speech 2, Term 4 on Nide and Giratidae, leaving only the content of the 5th and 6th term for Pockeday. So, I went to Ms. Brown on Pockeday to ask for some mock tests for all terms of the Emotion Sensing course. She had them on hand as well, so I came home with a stack of tests that I was going to go through during the next few days. I placed them on my study table and went about my day. After dinner, I went through the content of the last 2 terms before finishing the mock tests as well. I must have been extra motivated because I made 0 mistakes, which was a first so far. The next day I decided to go out for lunch with Ace and Weiss. We went to a branch of Aldini's Delightful Meals for some classic pizza, and talked about random stuff, like the study workload and our Pokemon. Ace complained that he had to spend too much time learning, and Weiss humble bragged that the amount was not a problem. We stayed there for more than 2 hours, and I was sure the only reason we were not thrown out was that the personnel was too polite. That and the number of fizzy drinks as well as snacks, biscuits, and stuff we kept ordering. Once we left Aldini's, everyone went home, and I spent some time with my Pokemon. After dinner, I began working on the stack of emotion sensing notebooks, and at the end of my study session 3 hours later I had gone through the 1st and 2nd terms of emotion sensing I. I went to bed happy with myself for being on track with my studies. The next morning after breakfast I sat down at my study table to start on the notebook for the third term. Only 1 hour into my study session the doorbell rang, and I had to stop. I remembered that Mom had told me that they were going to show up sometime around 10 a.m., and I quickly moved towards the door to greet my parents. I hugged them both and Mom kissed me on the cheeks. She held my hand while we made our way over to the couch. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat some breakfast?" I asked them after we had settled on the sofa. "No need, we already ate before coming home." Mom denied and I nodded in acknowledgement. I asked them how they were and they told me they were fine. I saw Mom being really excited and asked what that was about. She told me it was because of the surprise they had for me. "We got you an egg of a Pokemon that can't be found in Kanto, at least not in the wild." Scratch that, it is really rare to see a member of their species anywhere in Kanto or anywhere else on our continent for that matter. Mom said in a proud tone, and I briefly froze. "You got me an egg?" Unsure where that had come from. "Yes, it is one of the yields of our last mission. Your mother and I decided to give it to you," Dad answered in a happy tone. "How did your last mission end up with me getting an egg?" I asked in confusion, and they began to explain how the situation came about. Chapter 210, Family Time. We signed up for a raid mission against a big smuggler ring. I can't go too much into detail, but after 3 weeks of investigations and 3 days of preparation, we along with 22 others began our attack. Dad began to explain what they had been up to the last few weeks. We got the ringleader, his 4 lieutenants, and 64 of his underlings, but a few managed to slip off. Nonetheless, the operation was a big success, and we managed to confiscate a lot of stuff. Mom continued since she wanted to be part of the conversation. Nice was what I thought when I noticed that the number of captures was 69. That was immediately followed by the thought that the corruption through the internet from my last life had somewhat followed me here and it felt clinging, unwilling to let go. Among the confiscated items were some rare materials, but the majority were young Pokemon and Pokemon eggs. Dad resumed where Mom had stopped. "Alright, I get that you guys saved those eggs and young Pokemon, but how did that turn into me getting an egg? I mean, just because you guys confiscated the stuff does not mean you get to keep it, or did I get that wrong?" I inquired curiously, and even if the question seemed a bit banal. "No, you're right," came from Dad, before Mom decided to just continue in his stead, and Dad just smiled at her fondly. "The Alliance processes those Pokemon and eggs. They investigate where the smugglers got the Pokemon from, and if they could or should be returned. In case some can't be returned, they assign them to relevant departments, like the Starter Initiative, nursing homes, or reserves that could take care of them." I saw her give Dad an eye signal that he could continue, which he did seamlessly. After our mission debriefing, we were told that we exceeded expectations and that we would get a bonus reward. The reward was a choice from the eggs that could not be returned. We got to choose one of the eggs before they were passed along to the department your mother mentioned. Dad clarified and I gave a nod of acknowledgement. "So, which egg did you choose, and where is it?" I asked curiously since I had not seen an egg with them, and the standard issue bag of holding could not store eggs and other living beings. There were only a few rare bags that could store eggs for that matter. Those that could store other living beings were even rarer than those, so obviously my parents did not have one of those. I looked into my super library if I could learn how to make them, but let's just say that I am a long way off from doing so. I needed to raise multiple occupations by a lot to achieve that, so maybe someday, but not today, tomorrow, or any day in the relatively near future. A pat on my head brought me back from my internal complaint. I saw that Mom was the one who patted my head, and she smiled at me before she answered my questions. There were 6 or 7 different kinds of eggs, but we chose the salandit egg for you. Those are quite rare and can't be found in Kanto or our western continent," she said, and I was a bit surprised at what she said. "Are they really that rare?" I wondered out loud, and Mom pinched my cheek exclaiming how cute I looked despite me already looking like a 16-year-old. I was never going to grow up in her eyes, and I was starting to reconcile with that fact. "Yes, they live on volcanoes, and there are only 12 to 14 volcanoes inside the human territories, as far as I know. While that is not a small number, not all of these volcanoes have salandit colonies living on them. They seem to have other requirements as well. We only know about 3 places where they have been sighted, and none of those were in Kanto or our western continent. The 3 locations are the Wella volcano on Akala Island in the Alola region, the Faldera volcano on Faldera Island in the Oblivia region, and finally the Fireflow volcano on Voluka Island in the Lentau region. Dad clarified and Mom decided to cut in. Moreover, even in those places, they are pretty hard to find, which makes them one of the rarer species. It's pretty surprising that they managed to get their grubby hands on one of their eggs. So, seeing the chance to get one, we took it. She explained while playing with my hand. Exactly. Currently, the egg, together with the other Pokemon and eggs, is being checked over by the Alliance to make sure the time with the smugglers did not harm it. We've been told we can collect it in another 2 weeks at the earliest. Dad confirmed before finishing up the explanation. Oh, that's good to know. I decided to accept their goodwill without acting coy or unwilling since I knew that it would hurt them if I did. Well, they seem to be pretty rare Pokemon, especially in Kanto and its surroundings. I already knew that the rarity of Pokemon species was different from the games and the anime, so I was not too surprised by Salandit's rarity. Its living conditions were not common after all. Still, all 3 locations were on islands, and I knew of a volcano in the Orange Archipelago and the Sevii Archipelago that fit the bill as well, so I was a bit curious why there were no Salandit colonies on those volcanoes. Food for thought for the future. Anyway, it was not a bad Pokemon line, so there was not much to complain about really. I changed the topic to something else that I was curious about. How's the quest for points going? Have you already redeemed the Dratini? You told me the last time that you've managed to gather enough points already if we count in the voucher. I've not redeemed the Dratini yet. I want to wait until shortly before the deadline in case something better shows up during one of the list updates. Dad divulged, and I understood where he was coming from, but I had a concern with the idea. Are you not worried about someone redeeming the Dratini before you? We are talking about a pseudo-legendary, so it has to be pretty popular. I aired my concern. Both Mom and Dad briefly froze when I said that. It seemed they had not considered that, probably due to hyper-focusing on their own agenda and partly due to the point requirement being pretty high without a voucher. That seemed to have slipped my mind, Dad admitted a few moments later, and Mom patted him on the back when he had a disappointed look on his face. I could feel his disappointment and that it was directed at himself for overlooking something so obvious. Don't mind it, honey. I overlooked it as well. It can happen to the best of us. She consoled him and I patted him on his shoulder as well. Well, it didn't happen until now, so I'm willing to risk it for some more time. There are pretty good alternatives on the list like Gumi and Beldum, so even if it happens I could get someone else. Still, I'd like that Dratini, so instead of waiting for the rest of the 5 months, I'll wait another 2 months before redeeming the Dratini in case nothing better shows up. Dad bounced back pretty quickly. Afterward, we talked a bit more about the things they had been up to before they turned the focus of our conversation to me. They asked me how I have been doing, so I told them about the things I have been up to, which was admittedly not much. Nonetheless, they were happy to hear about my everyday life and they proclaimed their confidence in me regarding the upcoming exams. When told them about playing Red Light, Green Light with everyone, they had an aha moment and told me that game was called Ranger and Smuggler. Mom decided it would be a great idea to play it, so I called out the registered group and we played Red Light, Green Light, or Ranger and Smuggler as my parents called it. We ordered some sushi for the 3 of us for lunch, and I distributed my self-made poke food to all Pokemon including those of my parents. It was the best I could come up with right now. At least it was better than what my parents had access to. I took a look at it before so I knew that to be true. That was why I supplied them with poke food I made with my own 2 hands tailored to Pokemon of the species they had. It took a chunk of my reserves, but I prepared and gave them enough to last roughly a year. As I said, the food was the best I could come up with right now. It had the greatest effect on Silver and Gold stage Pokemon, but it was still pretty great even for Dark Gold stage ones. They did not know that the poke food was made by me. I told them I bought the food from a master called Mr. Tsukubabishi, introduced to me by the merchant I bought my balls from, Mr. Urahara. Obviously, both aliases belonged to me, but they did their job, and my parents only had praise for their products. Anyway, we just chilled in front of the TV after lunch watching some movies until dinner, for which we ordered pizza. I distributed the poke food to everyone else once more, but this time I gave Rosalia and Tangela a special version I prepared beforehand for this. The special poke food was going to ensure that they were going to have a great refreshing deep sleep once they went to slumber. It did not have any other effect and only worked once they fell asleep. I also made sure the taste was not off, which honestly was the hardest part while making the special food, so they noticed nothing off. The reason I did this was that I was planning to place them inside Utopia for their round of optimizations, just like I had done for the rest of Mom and Dad's Pokemon before. After dinner we played Battleship, Connect 4, and Ludo for a few hours. Mom got pretty into it, so it took a while until she was satisfied. Anyway, everyone went to sleep, and since it was warm, Rosalia and Tangela chose to sleep outside in the garden just as I had expected. I had to suppress the urge to finger tint and exclaim excellent. I waited another 2 hours to make sure everyone was asleep before making use of my ninja training to sneak outside. I briefly looked around and quickly found Rosalia soundly sleeping in one of the flower beds. I swiftly made my way over and placed her inside Utopia. I waited for the optimization process to finish before returning her to her previous position. Not a single petal or leaf was different. Only after that was done did I check her new status. Species, Rosalia. Gender, female. Type, grass, poison. Potential, deep green-blue. Stage, silver stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, natural cure, poison point. Talents, natural point. Affinities, grass, poison. It seemed like Mom was a bit lucky. The 160% bonus was apparently enough to raise Rosalia's potential straight to blue. Still, that was less conspicuous since all they would see was that Rosalia reached 5-star potential. However, her new talent was definitely going to be conspicuous when she activated for the first time. Natural point's effect was that contact with Rosalia may poison or cause paralysis or sleep. So, practically an upgrade to poison point. There were abilities out there with the same effect, so it was not something unknown. A combo derivation of natural cure and poison point, at least the name makes me assume that. The saving grace was that natural point was connected to poison point. So, as long as she kept suppressing poison point, which she did outside of battles to touch everyone else without poisoning them accidentally, she would automatically be suppressing natural point as well. This meant they would only notice her new talent sometime during a battle, and while I would normally be against springing such a surprise on them during a battle, paralysis, or sleeping would give them enough time to react, if it happened, so I was not worried. Had it been something else, I would have made them notice it before they left. Anyway, I sneaked towards Tangela next. He was sleeping under one of the trees. I pulled him inside Utopia and waited for the optimization process to finish before returning him to his previous position. Species, Tangela. Gender, male. Type, grass. Potential, deep green-light blue. Stage, gold stage, low. Genetic variation. Abilities. Talents. Affinities. A quick checkup showed that his potential had increased to light blue, which meant it had previously been below 40%. Still, it should not be too far off from blue, so it would fill up within a few years, or during his evolution to tan growth. I couldn't see anything besides that, but there were no visible changes, so a genetic change was improbable. The probability of him also unlocking a talent was really small as well, so I just placed him back in his previous position before sneaking back to my room and going to sleep. Chapter 211, The Final Exams Have Arrived. The next morning everyone woke up, and thanks to the potential increase happening while they were asleep, neither Rosalia nor Tangela noticed that their potential had reached 5 stars, due to missing the surge that happened during potential advancement. I felt slightly sorry that I had not studied yesterday, but ultimately decided that it was worth it to spend time with my parents. I could just make up for the sessions I missed yesterday and today by increasing the study time by a bit for a few days. After exchanging good mornings, we began to prepare breakfast together. I helped Mom with cooking and Dad set up the table. It was one of those small but nice family bonding events one could share, and I thought it was great. Mom was always happy when her men helped her in the kitchen, and Dad liked spending the time with us. That and snacking on the food while we were preparing it. As for me, I enjoyed the time spent with my parents, and the taste testing was not bad too. Once everything was set, we began eating, and I had to say pancake for breakfast was just awesome. Especially with bead real honey and the variety of berry marmalade we had. I preferred the one with strawberry and orange berry in it, but Mom loved mango berry marmalade, while Dad liked pecha berry marmalade. Our whole family seemed to have a sweet tooth. We talked about what to do today, and I decided to show off a few of our combo as well as self-made moves after lunch. That way Mom and Dad's Pokemon could learn them, or rather get an idea of how to learn them, since it would take more than just an afternoon to learn the moves. I was hoping the moves would help them get stronger, and if not stronger, then more versatile. However, before that, we decided to just spend time at home. Most stores were closed anyway since it was crew day, so relaxing at home sounded nice. After cleaning up the table, we spent the time until lunch playing some games and watching some TV. For lunch, we made spaghetti with meatballs. Aldini's had their own spaghetti brand, and we always bought that one since we liked the taste the best among the brand we tried. For those who said they all taste the same, I can only say you've got no idea what good spaghetti was. Anyway, after some satisfying spaghetti, we went to the garden, so that me and my Pokemon, could show my parents' group our moves. Mom and Dad called out all their Pokemon while I called out Optimus/Butterfree, Mothra/Butterfree, Hashirama/Ivysaur, Mocha/Crobat, Parvati/Beedrill, Mars/Ursaring, and Hera/Pidgeot. I'm sure you've already thought or started on a few of these, but I'll have them demonstrate all our moves, then we can go from there, I told my parents before sending the professor to the front since quite a few were made by him. Optimus went to the forefront and began performing his moves. He began with the 4 different versions of Powder Bomb before showing off the 3 string shot and web variants. Rosalia and Tangela could learn the Powder Bomb variants, while Emerald/Butterfree and Cyan/Butterfree could learn everything Optimus had to offer. After demonstrating the moves 3 times, he flew back and I sent Hashirama forward. He showed off his 3 Vine specials, which Tangela could learn since he had Vine Whip and the 3 powder moves. He would even learn an upgraded version using Power Whip instead. After his short demonstration, Mocha went up and showed up Poisonous Leech. Duke/Crobat was the only one that could learn the move, so she quickly returned to the group. Parvati/Beedrill went up next to show off Furious Cutter, and the version we were currently working on with Poison Jab added on top of it. Titan/Nidoking and Titania/Nidoqueen could learn both versions. Titan using Fury Attack and Titania using Fury Swipes. After her, Hera went up next and demonstrated Steel Slash. Duke, Fiero, and Sky/Pidgeot could learn that one. Finally, Mars went up and showed them his Furious Slashes, which Weevil should be able to learn. As expected, my parents had been working on some of the moves or had been working on other combinations, but they were happy with our accomplishment. I was really happy because my parents had no reservation to ask us to explain to their Pokemon how we went about learning the moves and to demonstrate the moves some more. So, while all our Pokemon were either demonstrating moves or discussing how to learn them as well as improve them, I told them some more combo move ideas I had for Weevil, Fiero, and Cell/Magnezone. Mom, I have 3 more ideas for Weevil. Fury Swipes combined with Metal Claw for Metal Swipes, and Night Slash with Fury Swipes for Night Swipes. Metal Claw and Slash can be combined as well for Metal Slash. The names are optional, but I think they fit pretty well. I told Mom and she smiled at me before squeezing my cheeks. My sweet little genius. We're already working on Metal Swipes as you've called it, but the other combinations sound good as well. She informed me before releasing my cheeks from her clasp. I also think that Fiero could combine Drill Peck and Fury Attack for Furious Drill. I offered her another one of my ideas. I seem to have an affinity with the word furious with how many of the combos ended up having the word in them. Well, that was mostly because Fury Attack and Fury Swipes were great moves for a combo move that I ended up using a lot. That's a good idea as well, but I think we'll work on the one you called Steel Slash first. We had been working on the one on occasion before, and with Mothra and Hera's demonstration it will be easier for them to progress. Mom replied, and I had to agree. Combining moves was not easy, since the moves had to be at an advanced mastery for the combination to progress decently. Using mastered moves was naturally the best choice but not mandatory. They could even try to start with proficient mastery, but I would not recommend it since it went way too slow that way. Anyway, I had a final idea, and this one was for Cell, so I turned to Dad, who had been quietly listening to me with a proud smile. Dad, this one is for Cell. He could try to combine Euro Ball with Spark. That one seems like a combination that would work well. He patted me on the head and smiled. That's a good idea. I don't think Cell's Spark is good enough to use it in a combo move, so he'll have to train that one up first, but I like the idea. He responded, and after that admission, we turned to the Pokemon. We spent the next few hours until dinner working on different move combinations and discussing what was possible and what was not. Once dinner time came around, we handed out everyone else their food, before heading out to a nice restaurant that I had found. We had to wait in line for roughly 20 minutes, for a table to clear up, but the wait was worth it. I ordered some steak with mashed potatoes and gravy while recommending my parents do the same. The steaks were made with regular beef, but the chef had obviously mastered his craft because it tasted better than most of the Toro's steaks we had eaten, despite Toro's beef normally being tastier, more flavorful, and impactful. While the Toro steak was more filling for me and most people that needed a high food intake due to their diet, I would definitely still recommend eating this. The difference could be made up by eating more. The taste would make sure one did not get sick of it, and ultimately it still ended up being cheaper. Anyway, my little raving episode aside, we paid for the food, gave a healthy tip, and left perfectly satisfied. My parents praised me for finding this little gem. The funny thing was the restaurant could not be found on the web. The restaurant itself did not need the attention, while the customers did not brag about it to avoid luring in more customers, due to the tables being full nearly all the time. We walked home at a moderate pace to help digest the food while enjoying the clean evening air. Once we arrived home, we watched a movie together, before tucking in for the night. The next morning my parents bid me farewell before leaving, and I left our house for the academy as well. For the next 3 days, I made sure to make up for the missed study sessions by increasing my study time. That way I managed to finish the emotion sensing stack I had started. I spent the next 2 weeks after that going through the Meditation 3, Aura Sensing 2, Internal Aura Manipulation, and Combat Preparation stacks I had prepared, as well as the mock tests I requested from my teachers. Combat Preparation had the smallest stack since it was a mixed class that was part practical and part theoretical, with the practical part being bigger. The theory aspect had rules of engagement, things one should consider before combat, identifying signs of danger, tracking, counter-tracking, and combat moves/theory. The practical aspect was implementing the theory. Still, the exam was a written one, since the practical tests had been done during the lessons. Anyway, Meditation 3 and Aura Sensing 2 had roughly the same number of pages, despite the meditation stack having 3 years' worth of content. Surprisingly, or rather unsurprisingly, Internal Aura Manipulation had the biggest stack despite having only been introduced at the start of the 3rd year. The amount of content per topic was just too much, with all the theories and warnings, and guidelines. Honestly, there was as much on what not to do, as on what to do, along with detailed descriptions of what could go wrong. There obviously were descriptions on how to do stuff, but the previous material made sure one did not recklessly try out the techniques. At least, that's how the lessons were prepared, and that's why there were practical lessons as well. Unlike other courses where each term ended up with 1 to maybe 2 notebooks, Internal Aura Manipulation managed to fill a notebook with each topic. Still, The exam was a purely written one since the practical aspect had already been checked during the lessons, just like with combat preparation, so we only had to worry about memorizing the stuff we had written down, and that could be considered a specialty of mine. Finally, by the end of 23.15.2179, I was through with all aura-centric courses, leaving me only with my regular first-year classes. While the number of regular classes was much higher, the amount of content per course was much smaller. Since exam week began on December 16, 79, I still had 18 days to go over language, math, chemistry, physics, music, art, geography, history, material science, ethics, biology, Pokemon knowledge, and physical education. 2 days later my parents called and told me they had collected the egg, but that they requested the institute to take care of the egg for a while longer. They were planning to leave the egg with them until they were going to visit me the next time, which was during the report day, also known as the last day of the academic year. Anyway, I spent a day on physical education, language, music, art, ethics, history, geography, as well as material science, each and in that order. The 10 days that I had left after that was spent on biology, Pokemon knowledge, chemistry, physics, and math in that order. Each of those 5 courses got 2 days, and I left math until the end because I disliked it the most. It was also the first exam I had to take on art day, along with language and music. Chapter 212, So Many Exams Should Be Illegal. I woke up bright and early on art day morning and prepared myself an energy-rich breakfast. Well, I made a pretty basic omelet, but the important part was the drink. I made myself 3 smoothies using a few berries. I added a chesto berry against any sleep. It was a bit dry, but the lepa berry I added for an energy kick dealt with that dryness. Still, lepa berries were a bit spicy, so I added a pecha berry since its sweetness counteracted that nicely. I added a lum berry since it could clear any confusion. A citrus berry was added to make sure I was in top shape for what was to come. These 2 were pretty taste neutral, so I could just add them into the mix without further consideration. I like the taste of strawberries a lot, so I added some for the taste. After adding in some Miltank milk, I mixed everything before bottling it in 3 bottles. I stored 2 while keeping 1 in hand. After taking my first sip, I was wide awake. I made a brief stop inside Utopia for some motivation in the form of hugs, before walking towards the academy while sipping my smoothie. Of the 3 exams I had to go through today, math was the first one. The exam began at 9 a.m., but we obviously had to be there before that. I obviously considered that, so despite my relaxed pace, I was sitting in the seat assigned to me by 8:45 a.m. I took a look around and saw that none of my fellow first years was happy about being here, which I could understand. I cleared my throat to get everyone's attention before wishing them all good luck. While I was at it, I sent a good luck message to Ace, Weiss, and my other third-year mates as well. At least to those whose phone numbers I had. I quickly received a thanks, you as well message from a lot of them. 5 minutes before 9 a.m. our teacher began placing the exams with the blank side up on our tables. We were asked to place anything besides our writing utensils into our bags, and at exactly 9 a.m. we received a reminder to write our names on the paper. You have 90 minutes to finish the exam. At 10:30 you have to put aside your pens. All right, you may start, came from our teacher, and for a moment the sound of rustling paper dominated the room. I quickly followed the example of the rest and flipped my exam papers. I wrote my name on all 3 sheets. I took a quick look at both sides of the papers to make sure I did not miss any questions by assuming the backside was empty. It was, by the way, empty I mean. I first skimmed through the question to see if there were any I had to leave for later, but there were none that looked too difficult, at least not at first glance. There were a total of 12 questions/tasks, 4 on each paper. I made a quick prayer to Arceus, Mew, and the rest of the big ones to give me some strength. Due to my dislike of math, any help was welcome after all. I began to solve the first question, and everything went smoothly. After finishing all 4 questions, I raised my head to take a discreet look around the room and saw that everyone was focused on their papers. Some were chewing their pens to deal with their nervousness, which I found a bit amusing. A quick glance at the clock told me less than 15 minutes had passed since the start of the exam, which meant I had been pretty quick. I placed the first paper to the side and focused on the second one, before starting to solve the question on it as well. Once I was done with all questions, I placed the paper on top of the first one before working on the last one. Sometime later I wrote down the last bit of my answer, signaling the end of the exam for me. A look at the clock told me it had only been 40 minutes since the start, which was a bit surprising for me. I went at the test slowly and carefully, to avoid any hasty as well as stupid mistakes, or any misunderstandings. Yet, I finished in less than half the given time. As an individual with a dislike of math, I was proud of myself. I would have pat my own shoulder if it would not have looked stupid and disrupted everyone. So, I settled on giving myself a mental pat on the shoulder. Anyway, to make sure I did not make any silly mistakes, I carefully went through my answers. When none came up, I felt pretty happy. Another look at the clock showed that there were still 40 minutes until the end of the exam, and since I did not want to distract anyone, I decided against submitting my papers for now. I spent the next 30 minutes just watching everyone bustling around Utopia, my own little reality show. Privacy? What's that? Can you eat it? Just kidding, I only watched those that were either playing or training, and I had asked for permission to do so long ago. I was a benevolent landowner after all. Besides, I had no weird hobbies like that. Anyway, 10 minutes before the end I decided to submit my paper and leave the room. The next exam was going to start at 11 a.m., so I had 40 minutes until then. I took out another smoothie and sipped it while waiting for the teacher to leave. The language exam was going to be held in our classroom as well, so I was going to re-enter once he left. It happened a bit after I finished my drink, so I stood up and went inside the room. Everyone was discussing the questions, and when they saw me, some headed my way to ask me about my answers to compare them with theirs. Since I remembered my exact answers, I told them what wrote down 1-to-1. I noticed that everyone was listening in, and a few groaned when they hear some of my answers, probably because they answered something different. Still, no one disrupted me, and no one contradicted me. I had a stellar reputation, after all, so seeing the majority agree with my answers, they simply accepted that they are a mistake. Still, after I was done reciting my answers, I saw that no one seemed to be sad, so I assumed that no one ***** ed up too badly in the grand scheme of things. We still had 20 minutes, so everyone took out their cheat sheets to go over some stuff for the last time before the exam. I personally decided against it, but I told everyone to drink something to stay hydrated. Seeing them following my advice, I suddenly got the urge to help them a bit with their condition, so I took out some orange berries. Enough to give 2 to everyone. Those would serve as a snack to suppress any hunger and to restore their body condition close to optimum. Everyone gave their thanks before focusing back on their sheets. Like before, the teacher arrived sometime before the exam time. She placed the exam on everyone's tables before returning to the teacher's desk, where she pulled out a sound player from her bag. The first part of the exam is a listening comprehension, so after giving you a moment to write down your names, I'll play a 3-minute conversation. I'll give you a minute to make some notes before playing the file one more time. There won't be a third time, so make sure to pay attention," she said while letting her gaze wander through the class. "You have until 12:30 to finish the exam, so don't drag on too much with answers." She finished just in time, so she told us to turn around the paper and write down our names. A moment later, she played the soundtrack and I seriously listened to the whole thing, only making notes after the track was finished. I outlined the overall topic and some things that stood out. During the second time, I made notes while the conversation was playing. Then I began to answer the questions of the first task, before going through the multiple choice section. The second part of the exam was a reading comprehension one. I first read through the questions, before skimming through the text once, marking paragraphs that seemed relevant. Then I took another look at the questions before reading the excerpt once, paying extra attention to the marked paragraphs. I then began to answer the questions, and I managed to finish the part without having to take another look at the text. The last part was an essay, and they had added an empty paper in case the one with the task on it was not enough. We had to write a short essay, 400 words minimum, regarding what we thought were the duties of Aura Guardians. Once I was done, I took a look at the clock and saw that I had finished a bit more than 20 minutes early. I looked through my answers once more and waited until the exam was over after that. The teacher left after collecting the papers and we made our way to the music room. The music exam would begin at 1 p.m., so we had 30 minutes until then. Everyone took place at their assigned seats and then proceeded to take out their notes to get a last look at some stuff. This time I followed suit since I had nothing better to do because everyone in Utopia was eating lunch. I finished my final smoothie while idly looking through my notes before the exam started. The music exam took 90 minutes as well, and besides some tasks with note sheets, the others were about knowledge of certain instruments and musicians. After the exam was over, I decided to invite my classmates to lunch since it was the first day of our exams week, and I wanted to do something nice for these poor souls. No one said no, especially not after the majority agreed and looked at the rest for their answer. Ah, sweet peer pressure. Even in another magical world, peer pressure was a thing. At least, this time it was used for a good cause. Besides, I was sure everyone would have agreed to my invitation anyway. While everyone was packing up, I called Weiss and Ace to ask how their exams went, or rather I called Ace, and Weiss was beside him since they were in the same room. After hanging up, I brought everyone to RFC, since inviting so many people to RFP would have cost a lot, at least in their eyes, and they would have hesitated due to the price. In RFC, however, I told them to go wild, and everyone ate till they were full. We called about the exams and everyone began complaining about how many of those were still ahead of us. We stayed there for close to 2 hours before leaving and going our way. I obviously settled the bill, and while some wanted to chime in, I declined, citing that I was the one who invited them, so paying was par the course. As soon as I was back home, I went inside Utopia to de-stress by spending time with my Pokemon. I relaxed there until dinner, after which I went over my meditation LLL, history, and physical education notes since those were the courses I had exams for the next day. The next morning I once more prepared my smoothie. This time I made some extra, that I offered to Weiss and Ace when I met them due to meditation LLL being my first exam today. After finishing the exam we talked a bit before I had to go and join my first-year classmates, while they had to go to their next exam as well. I finished my history and physical education exams, each being 90 minutes long, before calling Ace and Weiss to ask if they wanted to go for lunch together. They agreed and we went to RFP. Surprisingly, or as expected, the topic of our talks was the exams. They complained about the exams while occasionally talking about other stuff as well, but they mostly complained about the exam. That seemed to be a trend at the moment. We agreed on splitting the bill, like always. They wanted to review for the next day, so we split up, and everyone went back home. On Girata Day I finished the Aura Sensing 2, Art, and Ethics exams. On Pocket Day, I completed the Combat Preparation, Biology, and Pokemon Knowledge exams, and today I went through the Aura Speech 2, Geography, and Material Science exams. I still have 4 more exams ahead of me, 2 on Arc Day, and 2 on Mu Day, but for now, I got to enjoy the weekend. Chapter 213, Graduation and Farewell? I spent the weekend unwinding from the stress the sheer number of exams involuntarily caused me. I did go over my notes on the last 4 courses, but that took less than 4 hours of my GRU day. On Arc Day I first went through the chemistry exam, before finishing the Emotion Sensing 2 with Ace and Weiss. I only had to go through those 2, but they had another exam waiting for them, so I wished them good luck and went home. Mu Day felt like the dawn of a new day after a long night full of terrors for all students that went through the exams. They only had to finish the exams today and they would finally be free. To an extent, I felt like that as well, despite not struggling as much as they did, or at all for that matter. It was the psychological burden of going into test after test that drained me. So, despite having to go through a math-heavy exam like physics, and the hardest aura-centric exam, internal aura manipulation, I felt happy to be done with it all. For everyone except for the third-year students, a leisure period had started that would go on until the last academy day when they would receive their report cards. For the third-year students, on the other hand, competition season had begun, at least for those that managed to qualify. I knew that, so I addressed all of my third-year classmates after the internal aura manipulation exam to ask them if they wanted to go out for lunch together. Everyone agreed, and we clamored about where to go since they decided against RFP. I suggested the steakhouse I brought my parents to, as that started another round of discussions since there were too many people who wanted to invite the rest. In the end, it was decided that Ace, Weiss, I, and 3 others would split the bill. The whole thing was pretty funny since we showed up as a group of 22 students. We had to wait 20 minutes until enough seats were free, but once that happened we filled more than a third of the tables in the restaurant. We politely asked if we could combine 2 tables to allow more of us to sit close to each other, and the owner was nice enough to allow it. We stayed there for close to 2 hours, and the bill, tip included, was 1,500 poke, so each of those paying contributed 250 poke. The next day the inter-academy selection happened, and all third-year students, except for me who was only counted as a part-time third-year student, participated. The 4 students that won managed to qualify for both the personal combat and regular Pokemon battle categories. All 4 were individuals that had shown promise in the excursion. The 4 winners were Ace and Weiss, as well as Pierre Durant and Clarissa Claremont. Surprisingly, all Pokemon battles were 3 versus 3, including the global competition. The rationale behind that seemed that 3 Pokemon with top capabilities was the maximum kids of that age group could raise. At least that was what history had proven. The principal gave a short speech about them representing our academy. He announced their prizes, which were contribution points and a cash reward. The principal also introduced the person who was going to supervise them during the following competitions, and surprisingly it was someone I knew. Mr. Cameron would be the team leader and Ms. Yu was his assistant. The next day the second phase started and went on for 3 days. While I and everyone else could not watch the first 2 days on site due to the competition happening in Saffron City, the battles of our students were shown in the auditorium. Many of us did travel to Saffron City for the final day of Phase 2 since it was a Kaide. Heck, the academy teachers organized travel groups for those interested, and all of us cheered for our participants. Our results were not bad at all. In the personal combat category, Weiss and Pierre made it into the top 16, with Weiss making it into the top 4. Another one of my acquaintances that made it into the top 16 was Urza, who made it to the top 8. The others were from Psychic, Astral, or Elemental academies. Honestly, besides Urza there was only one more person who made it to the top 16 using martial prowess. As for the Pokemon Battles category, Pierre barely made it to the top 16, Ace made it into the top 8, and Weiss made it into the top 4. Urza from the Knight Academy made it into the top 16 as well. Unlike the personal category, the other 12 representatives of Kanto for this one were from all kinds of academies and elite schools. We celebrated Pierre, Ace, and Weiss's success, and I went up to Urza to congratulate her as well. From Art Day, 26.16.79, to Pocket Day, 29.16.79, the battles to determine the 16 students that would represent the continent waged on. Sadly, we were unable to watch any of the battles on site since they were happening in Hoenn this year, but we followed the battles in the auditorium. Ace and Weiss managed to make it to the top 16 for Pokemon Combat, while Weiss also made it to the top 16 for Personal Combat. Pierre, unfortunately, didn't make it in either group. Urza didn't make it for either group as well, but she barely lost out on the Pokemon front. It was an unlucky matchup really that cost her a place in the top 16. I naturally called her to comfort her after her loss, but she was not as sad as one would expect. She told me that things like that happened and that luck was an important factor as well. Meanwhile, our academy was on fire due to Weiss and Ace making it to the global competition. Especially Weiss, who made it to the global stage in both categories. Even if the personal combat one had more to do with her ice elemental abilities than her aura. She was a student of the Air and Aura Academy, and that was the important bit for everyone. The principal announced that he would bring along everyone to the competition venue as long as one of them made it to the quarterfinals. Considering that the global competition was held in Sinnoh this year, that was kind of a big deal. The first 3 rounds of the personal combat competition were held first, and unfortunately, Weiss lost her third personal battle against someone from Rensei called Hideyoshi. The guy was a fire elemental and expert martial artist. The way he fought made him kinda look like a firebender, and I had to admit it looked pretty cool. While everyone was disappointed that she had lost, they were proud that she made it to the top 16. I called Weiss a few minutes after her loss to encourage her, and we talked for a bit before she hung up. I felt relieved since she sounded fine, and I'm not talking about the false "I'm fine." Anyway, the whole thing only took till 11 a.m. and the teachers made use of the 30 minutes break between competitions to hand out our report cards. If I was not as interested in the competition as everyone else, I would have laughed at the way the solemn affair of handing out report cards was treated. A look inside showed me what I had already been expecting: straight A's across the board. Unsurprisingly, no one left after receiving their reports, most likely because watching the competition on the giant screen in the auditorium was much better than watching it at home. After the break, Ace lost his first battle against someone from Gaylor, named Raihan. His loss caused a mass outcry of dismay, but no one blamed Ace in their outbursts, they blamed his luck. Raihan had a Sliggoo and a Turtonator, which was impressive and not a good matchup for Ace. I called him as well after his loss, and he sounded disappointed at his loss. When I told him that the matchup had been unlucky, he said that they were just not strong enough and that there was no need to blame his luck. He declared that he would train and challenge Raihan at a later date, once he was sure he could beat him. I had to smile at his determination and wished him luck, telling him that I believe in him. After Ace, it was Weiss's turn, and she won her first and second battle, raising everyone's excitement with each victory. They all started thinking about watching the quarterfinals on site, but she lost her third Pokemon battle. The disappointment was palpable and the collective outcry of dismay was legendary. I practically heard how the dreams of some people regarding the trip to Sinnoh shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces. The person she lost to actually came from more, and his name was Ryudo. I was not 100% sure, but he could have been one of the protagonists of canon, but there was no way to be 100% sure. He did have an Espion though. Still, their early losses meant that they would make it to the graduation ceremony for the third-year students at 4:30 p.m., which was in an hour and a half. Now, many would wonder how the two could make it here in 90 minutes from the furthest continent to Kanto and Rota. The answer was as simple as impressive. I knew that Mr. Cameron had a Galade, so I was sure that he could bring them back after Weiss's loss via teleport. Almost everyone continued watching the competition since the academy staff was not so petty that they would stop the projection due to our students' loss. An hour later, Mr. Cameron appeared with the academy delegation. As soon as they appeared, the principal began clapping and everyone followed suit. Congratulations were thrown around as well. I went up to Weiss and Ace to hug them both. I offered my congratulations, and we talked about their experiences overseas. I also learned that they had already received their report cards from Mr. Cameron. We were interrupted when our phones began to ring at the same time. It turned out that our parents had shown up for the graduation ceremony, mine included, and they met outside the academy gate. The reason my parents came to the graduation ceremony was that I was invited as well due to theoretically graduating from my aura-centric classes. There were still 15 minutes until the ceremony, so the third-year students along with some of the teachers went to Auditorium B while the rest of the students along with some teachers kept watching the competition on the big screen. A lot of adults, presumably parents, our parents included, were already waiting inside the auditorium. Each pair went up to their respective child for a hug, which I returned. A look to my right and left showed me that I was not the only one. Mom and Dad asked to see my report card and I directly handed it over. They smiled happily seeing all A's and praised me for doing a good job. I found it funny since they went about it in their usual way by adding things like "as expected of my son." Still, after they felt they had praised me enough, they turned to Weiss and A's to congratulate them for both graduating, as well as their great performance during the last few days. While we were talking, the principal went up to the podium and did a short speech, praising everyone before addressing a few students directly, especially Ace and Weiss due to their success at the competition. After him, some teachers went up as well, praising a few students, myself included. Afterward, they started handing out the graduation certificates to each student. A lot of photos were taken by proud parents, and I saw the Golds and Schnees taking photos as well. My parents took some as well, once I received my certificate, which by the way was different compared to the others due to being only for the aura-centric courses. After they took some photos of just me, they took some of Ace, Weiss, and me together, before asking the others to take a picture of me and my parents. They did the same for Ace and Weiss with their parents. Finally, we also took a photo with all third-year students and another one that included the teachers. By the time we were done with the photo shoot turned ceremony, it was close to 6 p.m., and the competition was over. The funny thing was that both of Weiss's opponents went on to win the whole thing in their respective categories. So, with everything being over, we left the academy and our families went out for a dinner in one of the finer restaurants. Only after the dinner, while we were saying our goodbyes, did I learn that this was a bigger farewell than I had expected. Chapter 214, The Break Begins. What do you mean you're not going to continue your tertiary studies at Aaron Aura Academy? I asked in surprise, since that was the first time Weiss mentioned anything about that. Ace seemed just as surprised as me, but it seemed to be a lesser degree, and he had a sad look when he looked at me that was not foreboding at all. Meanwhile, our parents stepped aside to give us some privacy. How nice of them, right? Yet, I was sure they could hear most if not everything we were saying given the distance they kept. Typical parent curiosity. Well, it was the thought that counted, right? Weiss nodded, before explaining the reason. Now that I have a pretty good grasp of the fundamental aura abilities, the family decided that it is time I changed my focus back to my ice elemental training. What about your aura training? I couldn't help asking, despite being able to guess the answer. I will continue any further studies on my own under the supervision of hired tutors instead. Twice or thrice per week should make sure I keep improving somewhat. She explained simply. If you're going to study aura with a tutor and ice with your family, then what about tertiary schooling? Where are you going to apply? I asked out of curiosity. I'll commute to Azure Snow Trainer School using teleportation for my tertiary education. It's a trainer-centric school in Azure City sponsored by my family. Azure City was the closest Tier 6 major city to the Seafoam Islands where her family lived, so going to a trainer school there made sense, especially one sponsored by her family. I had not even considered her going to a civilian or regular studies-focused school. All right. I had to nod when she said that since it made sense for her to go there. I guess we'll have to keep in contact over the phone and see each other occasionally during the vacations, I said with a slightly sad tone since she was one of the few true friends I had. I was definitely not going to let our friendship fade to obscurity. Weiss agreed with a slight smile, and I took a look at Ace to see his reaction. I saw him looking down as well, but he seemed more conflicted than sad. Sigh. I'm not going to attend Aaron Academy as well. I'm going to the Navy and Sea Ranger Academy in Coral City. That way I get an in with both the Navy and the Sea Ranger Corps after finishing my mandatory education. Ace said after releasing a sad sigh, which made me throw him a look that said ET2, Ace? I was quite surprised when he admitted that. While Weiss's admission came out of nowhere, I kinda subconsciously expected something like that. However, Ace's declaration truly surprised me. In hindsight, it shouldn't have been as surprising. With his father being in the Navy and Ace's admiration toward his father, I should have gotten an inkling that he would try to follow his path. I just thought he would do so after he started his official journey. I neglected to consider the existence of military and ranger academies, despite knowing of their existence. Seems like we'll have to stay in contact over the phone as well, I told him, giving Ace, who nodded, a slightly sad look. I'll stay in the academy dormitory, but I'll totally stay in contact. We'll try to meet up during the holidays, and you could come by for a visit during the weekend if possible. I'll have to see what the dormitory rules are regarding weekends. Ace promised, and I gave him a small smile. I'd like to know why you kept it for yourself until now. I'm sure both of you knew about this months ago. I asked them, using the disappointed grandfather look and tone created by the great Al Dumbles. It was not as effective when used by a young person, but oh well. I didn't know how to break it to you too, so I kept putting it off, Weiss admitted, and Ace professed that it was the same for him as well. I asked them some more questions about their future schools, and after promising to meet up at least once or twice during the 3-month-long break, we split up. On the way home I felt a tiny bit somber, and my parent noticed that as well, so they tried to distract me by talking about the latest stuff they had been up to. Apparently, 2 days ago Dad had exchanged the Dratini using the 50% voucher and the majority of the points they had gathered during the last close to 8 months. He even bragged that he managed to get it by spending only his points without using my mom's points. I couldn't wait to check it out, and I needed to consider when to place it inside Utopia for a spa trip. They also told me that they had brought along the Salandit egg and that it was currently at home since they had stopped there to store the egg. Now, I had to say their strategy worked. My curiosity was currently at the forefront of my thoughts. While I was still bummed out that Weiss and Ace wouldn't be readily available after the break, I knew I would still get to see them and talk with them over the phone, so my curiosity won out. Once we entered our home, Dad and I went to the living room while Mom went upstairs to bring down the egg. I saw her enter the room with an incubator in her arms. Inside the incubator was a black egg with a few thin red and purple lines on it. She arrived beside us and both Mom, as well as Dad, had happy and excited expressions while presenting the egg to me. "Here it is," Mom said while handing the incubator over to me. "I'm sure you'll raise and treat it well. It will be a good addition to your team, and I believe, no, I'm sure that you will train it to be a strong Pokemon," Dad added after Mom, and after smiling at my parents, I used my ability to check the egg to see what I was going to work with. When I saw the status screen I froze for a microsecond since I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Species, Salandit. Gender, male. Type, poison, fire. Potential, light orange. Stage, none, Poke. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, oblivious. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, fire. There were 2 major issues with what I was seeing. 1. The Salandit inside the egg was male, and 2. The potential of the Salandit was currently light orange. Well, I could deal with the second issue. It might take a long time, a lot of resources, and a lot of patience, but I was sure that with Utopia, my knowledge, and my resources I could slowly train him up and raise his potential while doing so. A slow and costly process, but definitely possible. However, the first issue made the whole thing a lot more complicated. As far as I knew from my old knowledge, Salandit only had a female evolution, and I had heard or found nothing that disapproved that knowledge during the research on Salandit I made after my parents to me about the egg. Still, the fact that I found nothing or that it was currently unknown did not mean that it was impossible. I mean, as far as I knew, there existed only 2 species with a female-only evolution, or rather one where only the female could evolve. Everyone else had an evolution for both genders even if they looked different. Those 2 species were the Combi line and the Salandit line. So, knowing that everyone else had an evolution for both sides and that the legendaries, especially Mew and probably Arceus as well, treated all species fairly meant that the male evolution most likely existed, but had just not been discovered/seen by humanity yet. Had it been the case for both genders, I would have said it could be, but I honestly did not think that they cut off the advancement path of just a part of a species based on gender. The evolution condition for male Salandit was probably really high, so they were extremely rare globally. At least that sounded much more believable than a Pokemon being unable to evolve just based on its gender. Consequently, the strength of the evolution was presumably just as impressive. What this meant for me was that I just had to find out what the conditions for a male Salandit's evolution were, and help my Salandit achieve those conditions. I was already doing something like that for Osiris/Marowak, so this was just a step above that. Besides, with his potential, I had a long road ahead of me to get him ready for evolution anyway, so I had more than enough time to research the evolution condition and prove that it existed. So, all I had to do was to treat it with love, raise it to the best of my abilities, and help it evolve into an until now unknown evolution. Easy, right? I kept my look at my parents. I saw their excitement, happiness, and expectations. I felt that and much more through my aura, and I also felt the slight doubt that began sprouting when I did not speak up for a few seconds. While all my mental considerations had taken a scan a few seconds, that short delay was enough to make them wonder if something was wrong. I had already solved the situation in my head, and it was going to take more time as well as effort. That was something I could easily afford, so it was not worth making my parents sad by rejecting their goodwill. Moreover, now that I had accepted that egg, Salandit was part of my family, and he would be treated accordingly, with love and care. While I generally avoid Pokemon with bad potential, once a Pokemon joined me, all that did not matter anymore, and I would do everything I could to help it. So, I gave them a bright smile. I put aside the incubator, before rushing up to hug them. I thanked them for their gift, and I saw them beam at my positive reaction. We kept up the hug for a while before separating. After that, we made ourselves comfortable, and my parents began asking me how I felt about the exams. They saw that I had a perfect report card, but they wanted to know how I felt about the workload. I gave my honest opinion, adding that I had an easier time due to my passive psychic abilities. They were happy for me, and the topic shifted to any plans I had for the break and the things I wanted to do. They were willing to put aside their mission rush if I wanted to go on an extended vacation, but I told them that wasn't necessary. There were still 3 months until the deadline for Dad's access, which was just as long as my break, so I told them they should not give up the chance to exchange some of the materials useful for their Pokemon. We agreed on a compromise that they would do missions for 4 days of the week, from Arc Day to Pocket Day, and spent the other 3 days, from Dial Day to Grew Day, with me. By the time we came to that agreement, it was already pretty late, so we went to bed, but before that Dad promised me that he would show me his new Dratini after breakfast. The next morning we slept a bit in, and only woke up slightly after 10 a.m. We leisurely prepared breakfast together, some eggs, sausages, and freshly made juice. After breakfast, we cleared up the table, before making our way to the garden. Once we were outside, Mom and Dad called out everyone, including Dratini. He introduced me to Dratini, who seemed a bit reserved, probably due to seeing me for the first time and being in a new environment. Moreover, he was a pretty new addition to Dad's team as well, so that much was pretty normal. I greeted him in a jovial tone, before taking out some poke food I had made with dragon types in mind. Dratini seemed to like the taste and released a happy thrill. While I was feeding it some more food, I decided to check Dratini's status. Chapter 215, Lucky Deflection. Dratini's status screen was about what I had expected. Species, Dratini. Gender, male. Type, dragon. Potential, blue. Stage, iron stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shed skin, marvel scale. Talents, none. Affinities, dragon. I already knew that Dratini had 5-star potential, so I was somewhat prepared, but that his potential started straight at blue was pretty lucky. This meant that once he got his dose of Utopia, his potential would definitely increase to deep blue and might even reach light purple. His potential immediately increasing this early would be really suspicious, especially if it reaches light purple, or 6-star if we use the Alliance standard, so I think I was going to wait until he reached the high iron stage. That should take a few months even with the support of resources and the food I gave my parents. I already had a batch of poke food I made beforehand for Dratini, or rather it was poke food for pure dragon types, which Dratini was. The food would have a great effect until Dratini reached the mid-bronze stage. After that, I would need to use higher class ingredients. I began turning toward my parents to tell them I had prepared food for Dratini and that his potential was pretty good. However, while I was turning, I suddenly got a great idea. I bought a year's worth of poke food for Dratini from Mr. Tsukubabishi. He said that it would have a great effect until the mid-bronze stage, so no need to worry that it's going to go to waste. I also checked what kind of feeling he gives off, and I believe his potential is pretty great. He's definitely at the upper range of the 5-star potential, I told them. This way they won't be surprised regardless of how big the improvement is later on, so when Dratini ultimately reaches light purple or 6-star, they won't be as surprised. That's great, seems like we hit the jackpot with Dratini, Mom said happily, and Dad nodded beside her. Yeah, that's great news indeed. Let's hand out everyone's breakfast, and after that, you can hand over Dratany's food stock. We began handing out the food to everyone before I began pulling out sealed food bag after food bag out of my silph.co bag, and Dad began storing them inside his bag of holding. I let out nearly all my Pokemon, at least those not waterbound, since those preferred staying inside Utopia due to the lack of large water bodies on our property. They did not count the small/medium-sized pond since it could not accommodate more than a few of them. We let them mingle among themselves, telling them that they were free to do whatever they wanted, before moving to the porch. I asked them to tell me some more about the things they experienced while they were out doing missions, at least the non-confidential parts. There were a few noteworthy events. For example, a week after we left the last time, we noticed that something had happened to Rosalia. Dad began, and I interrupted him. Nothing bad, I hope? I asked, and he shook his head in denial. Before he could speak up, Mom did. Not at all, in fact, I would call it wonderful, Mom assured me. During training, Rosalia put Star/Starmie to sleep without actively trying to. Really? I asked, surprised, happy that they had noticed her talent during a spar instead of a fight. Yes, we tested it out, and since it happened upon contact, that's what we did, repeatedly. After a few rounds, we noted that she could not only put others to sleep, but she could still poison them, and paralyze them on top of that. Her poison point seemed to have somehow evolved. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Dad clarified before posing his question. Interesting, I have heard about Pokemon having abilities beyond the standard ones their species possessed, but the ones I heard about are either inborn, gained during evolution, or gained during a breakthrough. Gaining one randomly is a first, but you should know that much since you were there during one of the videos of Professor Oak I watched on that topic. I decided to go full investigator on the situation. She didn't break through recently, did she? I asked, committed to my role. Actually, she did. Rosalia broke through to the low, gold stage 2 days before that happened. Mom spoke up, which surprised me since I had yet to check up on the rest of their Pokemon besides Dratany. Lucky, was my primary thought when she said that, and I naturally capitalized on it. That's probably when it happened. I'll have to congratulate you, Mom, seems like luck decided to side with you now. Maybe it had enough of Dad and decided to defect to you. I joked, and Mom began laughing while Dad moped a bit. Ha ha ha, really funny. You should be thanking me, I have so much good luck that it is overflowing and rubbing off to you. He countered, leaving Mom and me speechless since we could not even refute him considering his past luck. Seeing our speechless looks, Dad began to chuckle jovially, and seeing the satisfaction he got from the situation, we had to laugh as well. Still, you're probably right, and that's when it happened. I had come to a similar conclusion, ugh, he said before grunting in pain due to my mother elbowing him in the side. We had come to a similar conclusion. He corrected, and Mom gave a satisfied nod. I'll see if I feel something different, I said before walking toward Rosalia to check up on her status. Species, Rosalia. Gender, female. Type, grass, poison. Potential, blue. Stage, gold stage, low. Genetic variation? None. Abilities? Natural cure, poison point. Talents? Natural point. Affinities? Grass, poison. I managed to confirm that she had broken through to the gold stage, and due to that the 4 sections after stage had turned into question marks, but since I had seen the status before, the last visible content was displayed in brackets. However, if something had changed, I would be unable to notice that, due to being unable to check the current situation. After checking up on her, I went around to check up on the others to see if something had changed with their stage or potential, since that was pretty much all I could see for nearly all of them. Unfortunately, nothing had changed compared to the last time, so I walked back to the porch. Well, I've checked Rosalia, and I noticed that her potential has improved. If I'm not wrong, she should have a 5-star potential now, and she's not the only one. I checked everyone, and Tangela also gave off the feeling of 5-star potential, so it seemed like his potential improved as well. I told my parents what I had found out. Incredible! Mom exclaimed while Dad had a happy smile on his face. We'll bring them over to one of the test centers later on for an official test, but that's wonderful news, he informed me. Say, Mom, Dad, how does it look with evolution? I inquired curiously since they currently had 3 Pokemon that could still evolve. Rosalia is ready and could evolve at any time, as long as she comes in contact with a shiny stone. I'm on the lookout for a high-quality one, and as soon as I find one she'll evolve. Mom declared, and Dad started after she finished. Tangela managed to fulfill the ancient energy quota, so he could evolve any time as well. However, I asked him to delay his evolution for now, since there is the possibility of exchanging one of the useful materials on the list for him. He agreed, since delaying his evolution for a few months is not a problem, even if we should be unable to exchange for one. I planned to get a trigger from the list for Vibra first to let her evolve to Rhyperior, and he accepted that she had waited longer than she had, so her priority has been acknowledged. Still, I'll just buy some supporting items elsewhere if I'm unable to get him something from the list. Dad explained and I had to nod. What he said made sense. Vibra/Rhydon had indeed been ready for her evolution for a long time but had to wait due to being unable to find a suitable evolution trigger. We began talking about the materials on the lets that could help the 3 with their evolution, and while doing that I began using my second thought process to think about my newcomer. Specifically about the things I had prepared for it beforehand. Now, that I knew that his potential was light orange, the ones I had prepared could not be used due to being too potent. They would only harm the egg, so I would need to prepare new stuff that was within the tolerance state of the egg. Besides some poison and fire energy crystals, I had also prepared a paste to apply to the egg using a lot of materials of both types. I would have to make another paste. Thankfully, I could still use the same material as long as they were of a lower class, which I had a lot of thanks to Utopia. Finding poison material that could be used for eggs was not easy after all. We stayed outside for another 2 hours before going back inside to prepare lunch. I felt like pizza, so when Mom asked what we should eat for lunch I had suggested it. I did not expect her to insist on making some herself. I thought we would order some, but here we were preparing the dough. It took a few hours since we had to let the finalized dough sit for some time, but finished our self-made pizzas. Still, it ended up being more of a dinner than lunch, but that was fine. I kept to the original and made a fungi/champignon pizza. Dad chose a Magikarp pizza with onions, while Mom went a bit too exotic for my taste. She made herself a fruity de mer, commonly known as seafood pizza. Personally, I disliked the last one. We made 3 trays of each pizza to hand out some to all our Pokemon as well, and as expected of my Pokemon they preferred the fungi pizza. After that little kitchen episode, we settled in the living room to watch some movies, before going to our rooms. I took the egg and entered Utopia after looking at the door. Utopia went to work and created a small habitat with a nesting area for the egg. I placed the egg there, before arranging the materials helpful for its development around it. Once the egg was secure, I moved towards my home and went to the workshop to prepare the new paste I needed for the egg. My parents told me that according to the care center the egg would hatch in 5 months, so I made enough paste for 3 months. If I needed to make more of the same after that I would do so, but it was possible that I would need to create a new one. At least I hoped that I would need to do so. I checked the clock and saw that it was 3 a.m. already, which meant I had spent nearly 4 hours preparing the paste. Well, sacrificing some extra sleep was worth it to help our new family member. I quickly made my way to the new nesting area to apply the paste to the egg. I would need to apply the paste to the egg once a day, and I was planning to do so during the mornings. Obviously, I was only going to do that after a polishing and care session, but for now, I just evenly smeared the paste on the egg before going to sleep. Chapter 216, A Busy First Week. Ring, ring, ring. I woke with a start at the sound of my alarm and swiftly deactivated it. A quick look at the time told me that it was 6 a.m. Before I went to sleep, I set an alarm that would ring every 3 hours, since I planned to dutifully check out the egg every 3 hours. The reason I did this was to make sure the paste and items placed around the egg had no adverse effect on it. While Utopia had a slow healing effect that would help if the paste was a bit too potent or the energy intake was too much, a late reaction would be detrimental to the development of the Salandit. If it was too potent, then even Utopia's healing would be useless and the Salandit would be damaged. Moreover, it was possible that the long-term exposure to a seemingly optimal paste could accumulate any surplus energy that could not be digested in time, resulting in a poison/fire/energy overdose or shock. The same was possible if the energy intake from the outside was too much and the digestion could not keep up. That was something I wanted to avoid at all costs, hence the periodic checkup. My decision proved to be a wise one, since I noticed just now during the checkup that my lesser paste still turned out to be a bit too potent. I saw that the energy had started to accumulate and that Salandit was starting to feel uncomfortable. Well, the paste itself was alright, but combined with the slow absorption of poison and fire energy from the outside, it became a bit too much. I made sure to clean up the egg before going back to my workshop to make enough paste of a slightly lower potency for 3 days. I would create more later on, but for now, I wanted to sleep some more. As for the old paste, that one could be used in a month or 2. As soon as the paste was ready, I applied it even to the egg's surface. A look at my watch told me that it was 6:30 a.m., so I set my alarm to 9:30 a.m. to adjust to the change of paste. I left Utopia and laid back down on my bed, and as soon as I put my head on my pillow, my lights went out. Ring, ring, ring. I once more woke up with a start and could not help but curse a bit. It felt as if I had just gone to sleep, but a look at the alarm showed that it was indeed 9:30 a.m., so I put the alarm to rest and entered Utopia for the second checkup. Unlike the last 2 times when everyone was asleep, this time around they were awake, so they began to crowd me as soon as I appeared inside Utopia. Horus/Satu and Mothra/Butterfree were at the forefront of the mob. They had noticed the new addition and asked me to show them the new bee. I had told them we were going to get an egg that would join us, and they were all curious about what it looked like. I did not have it in me to tell them no, especially not to Mothra when she looked at me with her big glistening eyes full of hope and curiosity, so I went inside the nesting area and brought out the egg. Since it was currently covered with the reddish-purple paste, not much could be made out of its original look. I began to wash off the paste before taking the egg care products and rubbing them on the egg with a cloth. I finished the process with a nice polishing before properly presenting it to everyone. They had been watching me the whole time and exclaimed in marvel, since most of them had only seen Growlithe's egg while others saw an egg for the first time, and a few had seen Nyx/Umbreon's EV egg. The water Pokemon were much more experienced in that regard, since they had seen quite a few Magikarp eggs, but they still looked at the egg curiously since the coloration and pattern were different compared to that of Magikarp eggs. They wanted to know what it would look like after it hatched, and instead of showing them a picture or video from the web, I pulled out some of the colored sand I had in store for my telekinesis training. I then used the black, gray, purple, and red sand to form a Salandit. I focused on the black and gray ones first to form the body outline, before using part of the purple pile for the eyes and part of the red mound for the tail. I ended up with a sand Salandit that looked pretty much like a real-life one. I even tried to make it move, but that was much harder than just manipulating the multiple piles. It was a nice exercise method, so I decided to do this more often. Everyone cried out in elation before they began requesting that I made a sand sculpture of them as well. I had to promise them that I would do one for all of them over time, but due to time constraints, I could only do so for 3 right now. They discussed among themselves, and Horus, Osiris/Marowak, as well as Engi/Growlithe were the ones to get the first turn, so I pulled out quite a few piles of sand in their color. I had to do them one by one, and they were not as big as the original, a bit more than 1 meter in height, but everyone was thrilled nonetheless. I asked Horus which pose he liked the most before making the sculpture assume that position. Horus wanted one with his head tilted to the sky and one of the wings pointing up while the other was beside the body. I put as much pressure on the sculpture as possible to compact it and make it hard, before spraying it with some of the clear glue I had in store. Then I asked Ignis/Gyarados to use a really low-powered heat wave to dry the glue before polishing it a bit to make sure it was perfectly transparent. The result was a nice Satta sculpture in Horus's favorite pose that I then gifted him. I could have tried turning the sand into glass, but honestly, I had not tried that before and I did not want to try my luck. I might come back to glass making someday in the future, but for now, clear glue had to do. I repeated the process for Osiris and Ingi as well. Osiris wanted one where he was in a battle-ready position with his bone club in a mid-swing position. Ingi had one that was in a sitting position with a happy look on his face. Taking a look at my watch, I saw that nearly an hour had passed, which meant that my parents could wake up anytime now. So, I told everyone that I had to focus on the egg now, before sending them off to their own places to eat their breakfast. Afterward, I brought the egg back to its nesting area and began doing my checkup. This time there were no problems with the egg, or rather the salandit inside the egg. It was not easy to categorize the feeling it gave off, but if I had to do so, I would associate it with contentment. I also noted that there was no accumulation of excessive energy, so it seemed I had managed to match his maximum digestion speed or came close enough to it. After I was done with the checkup, I applied a new layer of paste before leaving Utopia. I decided to go to the workshop first thing tomorrow after my parents left, and create more of the paste for the egg. I'd make enough for at least a month. I would need to see if I could increase the potency of the paste after that before making some more. Now, however, I had no time for that, since my mom could call out to me at any moment. I promptly set my alarm to 1:30 p.m. and began to set up an incubation area in the corner of my room to place the egg during the day while my parents were around. I was nearly done by the time I heard my mom calling out to me. "I'm up!" I shouted, before adding, "I'll be down in a few minutes." After that, I finished the area set up, before moving the egg there. A super swift cloth change later, I went downstairs. I saw Dad lounging in the living room watching some morning news, while Mom was in the kitchen, so I gave him a morning greeting before I entered the kitchen to help Mom with breakfast. She gave me a hug when she saw me, which I naturally returned. After breakfast, we went out to the garden where I released my Pokémon. The majority of Mom and Dad's Pokémon were already there since most of them preferred to sleep there instead of staying inside their Pokeballs. Weevil, Almi/Lapras, Chaos/Lapras, Cell/Magnezone, and Vibra/Rhydon were the exceptions. They preferred to stay inside their Pokeballs, which I could understand. I had made them after all, and they were pretty good if I had to say to myself. Anyway, Mom and Dad let them out as well, and as soon as everyone began to mingle, my Pokémon began to brag about the sand sculptures I was making for them. That ended up with them crowding me, asking to see the sculptures. Mom and Dad became curious as well, and I had no choice than to go to my room and bring over my bag of holding. I then acted as if I was using the bag to take out the 3 sand sculptures I made. Mom, Dad, and their Pokémon were all very impressed, so after putting the sculptures away I had to make some for them as well. I spent the next 2 hours making 5 sculptures before my alarm went off alerting me that I had to check up on my egg. I told my parents that I had to check up on the egg before I went to my room. They went inside as well to prepare some sandwiches for lunch. After I made sure everything was alright with my egg, I went to the kitchen to help them with the sandwiches. We made enough for everyone, which with the amount of Pokémon we had in total was quite a lot. So, by the time we were done we directly decided to start lunch. We placed the sandwiches on 4 large plates and brought them outside. Everyone was able to choose any sandwich they wanted from the 4 piles, so the next 30 minutes were dominated by chewing and idle conversations. Once we were done with lunch I was crowded once more and was gently persuaded to make some more sculptures. So, I spent another 2 hours making 5 more sculptures before declaring that I was too tired to make more. I promised them I would make the rest when they would come back home on dial day. After that, we went back inside, and just as I was about to sit down on the sofa my alarm rang once more, causing me to pause mid-air. I told my parents to choose a movie and went upstairs for the routine check. When I came back down they told me they had pre-ordered pizza for dinner, and that it would arrive by the time the movie was over. The movie they chose was not bad. It played during ancient times and showed a man captured by a neighboring region during some skirmishes. He was forced to fight as a gladiator and bonded with some of the Pokémon he had to fight against and escaped with their help, returning to his home. The movie ends there, but with how open the ending was I was sure a second part was in planning. A few minutes after the movie ended, the doorbell rang and our pizzas arrived. I went out and distributed everyone's food before going back inside. We started another movie, a comedy this time, and ate while watching the film. In the middle of the movie, my alarm went off again, so we had to pause the film while I went up to check up on the egg for a moment. My parents praised my dedication after I came back down, and we resumed watching the movie. Once the movie ended, I went outside to recall my Pokemon, and Mom, as well as Dad, did the same for those that preferred their balls. Once I was inside my room, I locked the door, and placed everyone, egg included, inside Utopia. I followed inside and wished everyone a good night. I then went to my workshop to make some paste while waiting for the alarm to go off, which it did roughly 30 minutes later. After that checkup, I went to sleep for 3 hours before the next alarm went off. Once morning came around, my parents and I had breakfast together before they left to do some missions till Dial Day. I began my morning training routine with my Pokemon before I made 3 more sculptures for them as promised. Everyone used that time to relax and unwind. We did some light exercises afterward, before stopping for lunch. Afterward, we played some games for a few hours, before I made another 3 sculptures. Still, while I was making the sculptures, everyone was working on their moves. We had dinner after that and spent the rest of the evening relaxing. Obviously, I went to check up on the egg every 3 hours, but nothing had come up until now. Mute went nearly the same with training, me making 6 sculptures in total, checking up on the egg every 3 hours, and some games as well as relaxing. By the end of the day, I decided to increase the checkup interval to every 4 hours, which I increased once more by the end of Pocket Day to once every 5 hours once it became clear that there seemed to be no negative energy accumulation. I also managed to finish most of the sculptures by the end of Pocket Day, only the water group was left, but that was because I had to order some glue that was especially water and ice resistant so that they could place their statues inside their habitat. The glue had only arrived a few hours before dinner today, and since my parents were going to come back tomorrow, I told them I would start their sculptures on Arc Day. Chapter 217, Mikhail-sensei. The next day, 2 hours after breakfast, my parents came home while I was out in the back doing some light training with my Pokemon. I noticed them arriving in the back watching Tyson/Machoke and me doing some sparring. Dad nodded his head happily when he saw me matching Tyson during our spar, while Mom winced every time Tyson landed a solid hit. I chose to turn my full focus back to my spar with Tyson, so my second thought process was dedicated to back to the ongoing spar. We kept going for another 5 minutes before I noticed an opening that came about due to me forcing him to overextend a bit. I used the opening, grabbed his outstretched arm, and did a judo throw while keeping my grip on his arm. I then twisted his outstretched arm into a locking position which he couldn't escape from due to lying prone on the ground. I saw Tyson considering ways to get free, so I twisted his arm a bit to demonstrate that any forced movement could result in a break. The pain made him twitch, ultimately, forcing him to give up. I helped him back on his feet before turning to our audience. "Ollie, come over and use Heal Pulse on us, especially Tyson's arm and shoulder." I waved Ollie/Ralts over. He teleported over and sent the first Heal Pulse to me. I motioned him to stop after 5 seconds since any fatigue or strain I felt went away. Once Ollie started to work on Tyson, I turned to my parents. "Say, Mom, Dad, do you want to spar as well?" I knew they had a pretty good physique due to the energy washing they went through thanks to their bonds. I just did not know how much the bond energy helped them. Dad had a dark gold stage Nidoking and the rest of his Pokemon were at the gold stage. I did not know how strong his bonds were, but I was sure they were at least genuine. The same was true for Mom as well, just that she had no dark gold stage Pokemon yet. Still, her team was full on gold, so pretty good as well. "Sure, I don't mind," Dad said while Mom was still fretting whether she should hit her beloved child or not. Dad, on the other hand, seemed pretty eager for some controlled violence. "Great, I'll make sure not to go too hard on you, Dad," I joked and made Mom laugh, while Dad just chuckled a bit before moving in front of me. Ollie and Tyson move aside to make room for us. I saw Horace/Sada moving a bit forward to referee the fight. "Alright, we'll go with the standard sparring rules. No moves or special abilities. Whoever lands 3 critical hits, or 10 clean hits, will be declared the winner. Whoever causes his opponent to be unable to continue will also be declared the winner. He broadcasted and we both nodded to show our understanding. "Begin!" he said, and we began to move. I decided to start low to see where he stood strength-wise, so I limited myself to the equivalent of the low, bronze stage before gradually increasing the strength I used. I quickly noticed that Dad might know some form of fighting/self-defense style, but he was not fluid with it. His moves were partly stiff and they did not flow into each other, resulting in openings that could be exploited. Don't get me wrong, he could defend himself against the attacks of both humans and Pokemon for some time as long as the disparity was not too big, but that was pretty much it. He could also beat those weaker than him, but the fighting style he used seems to be focused on delaying time, probably until his Pokemon could come to his help. I landed a few clean hits while slowly matching his strength to show him the mistakes he made, and around 5 minutes later I delivered the 10th clean blow to finish the spar. I would place his physical fitness somewhere between mid or high bronze, but his fighting prowess was lower than that, more like low to mid bronze, and in an unrestricted battle that would be low bronze. We stepped back as soon as Horace declared the end of the spar. Sigh. I combed my non-existent beard of wisdom while staring at my dad. He seemed both amused and confused at my antics. Mom straight up laughed and came up to me to pinch my cheeks, directly destroying my master-like image. "Aren't you cute, acting like some old master?" she said, and all I could do was cough a bit into my fist to hide my embarrassment before focusing back on Dad, who was watching our exchange while laughing. "Dad, I'll be honest with you." He stopped laughing and turned serious when I began speaking. "You seem to have the basics down, but your performance leaves much to be desired. You should be able to handle individuals equal to yourself, but you can keep them occupied for some time at most. You seriously need to work on your personal combat ability. I don't want you to get critically hurt just because you were unable to do more than defend yourself for a few minutes." I laid my thought on the proverbial table before turning toward my mom. "Mom, it's your turn," I told her, making her stop gloating at Dad. "Honey, do you want to hit your beloved mommy?" she asked with trembling lips. "I just want to see how you'll fare," I told her, ignoring her guilt-tripping. Seeing that I was not planning to let her off, she abandoned the pitiful act after throwing in a last comment. "First he spanked his daddy, now he wants to spank his mommy. Just where did I go wrong?" she joked in a dramatic tone before moving in front of me, while Dad vacated the area to give us room to spar. I repeated the process with her as well. Mom was a bit weaker than Dad as far as her physical fitness was concerned, but prowess-wise she was about as good, or bad, as Dad was. "Mom, your situation is the same as Dad's. Solid basic moves, but lacking in application and chaining," I told her while she was trying to get her breathing under control. "I think it would be a good idea if you take part in our daily sparring/training whenever you two are home. At least this way you'll have an easier time in the wild if your Pokemon are occupied," I proposed directly afterward. "Probably a good idea. We've been using the self-defense training we learned during trainer school and the practical year until now. Expanding outside of defense seemed to be unnecessary until now, except for the one incident with the ambush, but learning more in the direction of retaliating instead of just buying time seems good as well," Dad said, and Mom agreed with him. It won't hurt to do so. At worst it will count as combat experience," she acknowledged. "Yeah, I don't need you two to go around challenging Pokemon, but if you're more experienced, you can take care of yourself whenever you are attacked." Learning how to retreat without being hit in the back would already be pretty good, I affirmed, and they agreed with me. We began talking about the stuff they learned on self-defense. I occasionally asked them to demonstrate the moves/techniques, and at around 1:40 p.m. my alarm rang, reminding me that I needed to check up on Iggy. "All right, go on. We'll go inside as well and start preparing lunch," Mom said. I'll come to help you once I'm done," I replied before heading upstairs. The result was once more that everything was all right. I had actually noticed that there had been a minimal accumulation of stockpiled energy during the last few days, but that had solved itself now. I placed the egg in my room today since I was planning to keep it there during the day for the duration of my parents' visit. The difference in energy density meant that there was less energy in the atmosphere despite my usage of material around the area assigned to the egg, and that difference led to the egg using up the backlog. I had expected as much, which was why I had not adjusted the paste after confirming the slight energy excess. Anyway, after confirming that everything was okay, I went downstairs and directly headed to the kitchen. We made some spaghetti with meatballs a la Aldini before heading back out to the porch, where I called over everyone so that we could distribute their lunch as well. While everyone was eating, I felt a lot of gazes directed at me. They came from the ones that did not get their sculptures made. I did not forget my promise. You'll get your sculptures. There are 9 of you, so we'll do 4 sculptures today and 5 tomorrow. I addressed the reason for the staring, and it stopped. Instead, they started to eat their food even more enthusiastically. Once they were done, I began to make the sculptures of Chaos/Lapras, Almi/Lapras, Weevil, and Vibras/Rhydon. While I was doing that, Mom, Dad, and everyone else was relaxing. Mom and Dad were making some music using a flute and a violin. The others were either enjoying the music by lying down or by dancing to the music, like Mothra/Butterfree, Parvati/Beedrill, Emerald/Butterfree, Cyan/Butterfree, Optimus/Butterfree, and Prime/Beedrill. It took me close to 2 hours to finish the sculptures, and after that, we went inside to watch some movies. A few minutes after the movie ended, my alarm went off, and I went upstairs to check up on the egg. After that, we made some dinner before watching another movie. We went to bed after that, and except for the routine checkup, I had a restful sleep. After breakfast, I began to work on the last 5 sculptures. While I was working on the 3rd sculpture, the alarm went off, so I had to check up on Eggy after finishing the 3rd sculpture. Once I was done with all sculptures, we began our sparring session. I had them spar with Tyson, and while they were doing that, I filmed their battles. After 2 rounds each, we went over the videos talking about what could have been done differently and what was wrong. Following that, I showed them some of the moves we learned during the combat preparation class. It was fun supervising them while they repeated the moves I showed them, especially whenever I had to correct something. My poise as a teacher got destroyed once more when Mom said how cute I looked when I was seriously trying to instruct them. Thankfully, she did not try to pinch my cheeks, cause that would have damaged my prestige as a sensei even further. We decided to stop at 1:40 p.m. and went to the city center for lunch. After some nice pizza, we strolled around the different stores to look for a nice birthday present for Rose. Rose's birthday was on Pocket Day in 2 weeks, the 20.17.2179 to be specific. She turned 11 on that day, but the birthday party was going to be held on Dial Day instead. Are we going to meet there, or will we be meeting at home and leaving for their home together? I asked since Mom brought up the topic of Rose's birthday. I think it would be better if we went there together, Mom replied swiftly. I think it would be better to meet there, that way you don't need to make the extra journey home. I returned and Dad agreed with me. Still, Mom was pretty adamant about moving together. Let's talk more about that later on. Dad decided to close that topic for now. We checked out a few stores but couldn't settle on a gift. We decided to try again next week and went back home. Due to my impeccable timing, the alarm went off less than 5 minutes later. We spent the rest of the time until dinner with our Pokemon, and after dinner, we watched a movie before splitting for the night. The next day was spent at home with the sparring/training we agreed on, relaxing, and the routine checkups. That night I decided to extend the checkup intervals to 6 hours, and the next morning my parents went out for their missions once more. Chapter 218, Stubborn Boy to Stubborn Guy? 1. I started our morning training after my parents left. For diversity's sake, I decided to spar with Mars/Ursaring after going 2 rounds against Tyson/Machoke. Fighting Mars was different than Tyson since Mars was more of a tank. Anyway, while Ollie/Ralts was healing our bruises, I checked his progress and saw that his energy density had increased to C, which meant that only vitality was left, and that would happen pretty soon as well. This meant his evolution was not too far off, and it was time for him to copy one of the abilities I had been considering for his save point talent, or rather it was time for me to increase my efforts in finding those abilities. My favorite, at least for his time as Galade, was Protean, since it would give a large boost to all his moves due to adjusting his typing to that of the used move. However, unlike with Cannon, here it seemed that the Pokémon kept his primary typing if he has two. While not confirmed, it had been speculated that it might even adjust both typings if the Pokémon used a combo move of two different types/elements. Still, Wonder Guard was probably better during his time as a Kirlia. Being invulnerable towards direct damage from all types except for those that one had a weakness to sounded really useful for Pokémon in general, more so for the more fragile ones. Besides, who knew, maybe he would be able to awaken another talent using Wonder Guard as a basis during his evolution. While it was most likely extremely improbable, it was not impossible. I would have tried getting it for Ollie from the start, but I had no luck so far with finding a Shedinja. They were already pretty rare due to the circumstance of their creation, but their general vulnerability despite the ability that turned them nearly invulnerable, and wasn't that ironic, made them not as desirable for trainers as one would think. Finding them in the wild was even harder, so I had been unable to find one to copy the ability from so far. I had actually heard about the appearance of a trainer with a Shedinja twice, but both times I missed them when I traveled to the area they showed up in. Still, I wisened up after my last failure and bribed a few people at the most likely places a Shedinja could show up. Those being the receptionist and a few regulars at the few bug clubs and bug halls I visited before. I had been warned that they would monitor my engagement with the Shedinja's trainer before they agreed, since they were unwilling to harm the owner in case I was planning something nefarious. I obviously agreed since my intentions were pure. I promised them money as long as they informed me about their appearance, and some more if they kept the trainer occupied until I arrived, in case he or she wanted to leave before my arrival. I did the same in areas where a Kecleon or Frocaline member could show up, but that proved even harder than finding a Shedinja. Protean was a hidden ability, which translated to pretty rare among the species. That Kecleon were already relatively rare made things harder, not to mention the Frocaline, which originated from another continent on top of being just as rare if not rarer. While I got no alerts regarding Froakie, I had received 3 alerts for a Kecleon after initiating the bribery operation, but the Kecleon in question had color change, which was not what I wanted. Anyway, after I decided to intensify my efforts, I called Kinji/Samurai to ask him if he knew where I could find a Shedinja. I had tried to keep him out of my search efforts since I wanted to try it without involving one of my friends first, but time was running out. "Yo, Kinji! How's it going?" I greeted him over the phone. I could have video called, but that was not convenient most of the time. Moreover, it was not really necessary. "Everything's fine. Still, working on becoming a bug king. How about you?" He returned, giving me the opening I needed. "Bro, do you remember me telling you about my Ralts's talent?" I began, and he was quick to answer. "Sure, hard to forget such a bug-like talent." "Why?" Seeing as he remembered what I told him, I went straight to the topic. "Well, I have been trying to find a Shedinja so that Ollie can copy Wonder Guard off it, but I had no luck so far finding one. I know you don't have one, but do you perhaps know where I could find a Shedinja?" I could hear him pondering and chose to wait for him to speak up since urging him would be useless. I did fight against a few trainers that had a Shedinja, but I don't have their number, and I don't think I'll be able to find them quickly. Still, I think I might know where to find one in the wild if it is still in the area I last saw it. I did a fist pump when he said that. Still, don't set your expectations too high, since it's possible that it left the area, been driven out, or simply not survived, Kinji added, and I nodded at that since he was right. Not that he could see me nodding or anything. That's still more than I can say otherwise. There's at least a chance to find one at the place you mentioned, I honestly returned. Could you tell me where I could find it? Somewhere in Viridian Forest, I would assume. Well, it's pretty hard to describe it in words, it would be better if I showed you, Kinji replied. Are you sure? I could try to find it on my own. I wouldn't want to distract you from your stuff, I asked, not wanting to impose too much on him. Yeah, that's no problem. I wouldn't have offered if I did not have the time. I can use the occasion for a short training trip inside Viridian Forest, so no need to worry about wasting my time, Kinji responded before he continued. How about tomorrow? Does that fit, or do you want to do it on another day? I'll tell you straight up that I can't do it today since I have to prepare stuff for the training trip. I want to do it tomorrow since I want to be done with it as soon as possible, I replied, which was met with a grunt of acknowledgement. Alright, then let's meet up at 10 a.m. in front of the Leaf City Bug Club, he said before we exchanged farewells and hung up. After that, I began working on the sculptures of the water types. I started with the sculpture for Manami/Lapras. The mini Lapras had its head slightly raised with an open mouth, smile, and her left frontal fin was raised as well. Once we were both satisfied, I sprayed the sculpture with the water and frost/ice resistant glue I made for the water types before Ignis/Gyarados helped finish the sculpture by drying the glue through a low-powered heat wave. Before I could start working on the other sculptures, my 12:30 p.m. alarm went off, reminding me that it was time to check up on Iggy. Everything was fine, and I was considering switching to the previous pace that had been a tick too potent. In the end, I decided to wait until next art day, so exactly 1 week, to do so. After the checkup, it was Kuin's turn. I made his sculpture with his wings spread, belly towards the ground, with front and back raised into the air. After him, it was the turn of Abzu as well as Tiamat. They chose to pose in such a way that their sculptures were nuzzling each other. Since I made them one after another, it took a bit more work to make sure the two sculptures fit perfectly, but we managed. Once I finished with them, I decided that it was time for a lunch break, so I began taking out a working table, 5 large pots, 5 gas burners, and other things necessary for cooking curry. The reason I brought out 5 pots instead of a single giant one was that I had noticed that I was unable to cook a curry that satisfied everyone. Maybe there were chefs out there that could do that, but my culinary prowess did not allow that. Still, after a lot, and I'm talking about a lot of tries, I managed to reduce the number of curry variants I needed to make to satisfy everyone perfectly from 16 to 5. It took me nearly 3 years to achieve that, and the lower the number became, the harder it was to further reduce the number of recipes. Truly, it took me roughly a year to reduce the number of recipes to 10, and another 2 years to reduce that to 5. After lunch, I began to work on the sculptures of the Sinister Six, while everyone else was training their moves and resistances. It took me roughly 2.5 hours to finish the sculptures of all 6 Gyarados. There were 3 poses either of them chose. The first one was coiled, the second was a snake-like with a raised upper body and a straight lower body, while the third one was like the second just with a U-shape instead of a straight lower body. After I was finally done with all sculptures, I called everyone over and began playing until my egg alert rang. That signaled the end of playtime, and after the checkup, it was time for dinner. I had made more than enough curry for dinner as well, so once I heated it, we ate it with relish. After dinner, I placed everyone inside Utopia and headed inside for some meditation. I felt that I was not too far off from increasing my reserves enough to reach Tier 2 First Class in both Aura and Psionic Energy. It would take less than 12 months, less if I devoted more effort to meditation and increasing my reserves. I did that for a few hours before going to sleep, which got interrupted by the alarm going off twice. The next day I woke up at 9:20 a.m. and had a quick breakfast before teleporting to Leaf City, the Bug Club to be specific, through the Horus Express. There still were 10 minutes until our appointment at 10 a.m. when I arrived there. Kinji was not there yet, but he showed up just 2 minutes later. "Morning, Mikhail, I hope I did not make you wait," he said before pulling me into a brief hug. "Nope, I arrived just a minute ago as well. Seems like we're both early, so don't mind it," I replied jovially. "Alright, let's get going. The place I plan to bring you to is pretty far, so let's not waste too much time." Kinji returned and we left in the direction of the Viridian Forest. As far as I can remember, the Shedinja in question has already developed an ego or personality, whatever you want to call it. Since it was somewhere around the silver stage, as far as I can remember, it might have developed sapience as well, he said while we were making our way deeper into the forest. I knew from research on Shedinja that the species had no sense of self or identity right after its creation. They had to develop that afterward, which they did in the following months and years of their existence. As for Sapience, Shedinja were bug and ghost-type Pokemon, and their ghost-typing helped reduce the minimum stage requirement to mid-silver. Still, no matter how strong it was at the point of its creation, it had to develop its personality/identity first, before it could gain Sapience. The reason I emphasized that was that Shedinja started at the stage the Nincada evolved at, despite being born/created at that specific moment, which was something unique to their species as far as I knew. So, theoretically, if one trained a Nincada until the gold stage before evolving it, which would take longer than raising a Ninjask to that stage due to lower BS, one received 2 gold stage Pokemon. At least, that would be the case if they followed the Shedinja protocol. Chapter 219, Stubborn Boy to Stubborn Guy? It took us more than 3 hours to close in on our goal, and thanks to Kinji's Scyther as well as Yanmega we remained unmolested the whole way. Their dark gold aura was more than enough to deter any Pokemon from approaching us. At least that was the case for the Pokemon in the areas we covered so far and in the outer as well as most of the inner area of the Viridian Forest too. The Pokemon were simply too weak to go against Dark Gold stage Pokemon. Thankfully the area we arrived in was only in the middle of the inner area, so Kinji's strategy worked the whole way, otherwise, we would have had to sneak the rest of the way. In the center area and the inner area close to the center area, such an aura projection would have resulted in us being besieged and/or attacked by those that felt provoked. The Pokemon in those places were strong and influential enough to afford to feel provoked. We slowed down after getting closer, and a few minutes later Kinji raised his fist, signaling us to stop. I'm hearing sounds of a fight, and they seem to come from the area where Shedinja should be. I focused on my hearing when he said that, and after filtering some of the other sounds of the forest I heard a lot of cries from Spearow and a lot of rustling noises. You're right, I'm hearing a lot of Spearow and probably a few Fearow as well. I agreed, before making a suggestion. Let's go there and see if it's the Shedinja that's being attacked. We can help it if that's the case. I'm sure saving its life will make it more open to my request. Alright, normally I prefer to leave it to nature, but I'll help if it's the Shedinja, Kinji replied, and we began moving towards the battle noises. I called out Thor/Pikachu, who climbed on top of my head, and we set off. It took us less than a minute to arrive there, and we saw a small flock of Spearow and 3 Fearow attacking a single Shedinja. Shedinja was holding up despite being besieged by so many flying types, which was one of the types that could hurt it. It was really lucky that his attackers were Spearow instead of other flying types, since the Spearow line was a physically oriented one. That was the only reason he held on until now, since most of his attacks were useless against them. However, I saw him getting skimmed once or twice, which proved that his in-game terms HP was more than just 1. Though, it was probably still pretty low, since Shedinja seemed to be on its last legs. Let's go, Kinji said, and Thor released a thunderbolt into the flock, getting their attention and bringing the weaker ones out of the sky. Scyther and Yanmega chose that moment to flare their aura, which made them all release a squawk of fear/surprise before the Fearow cried retreat. The flock immediately flew away, leaving the ones that had been taken out of the sky behind. Thor, knock them out, I told Pikachu while pointing at the roughly 20 Spearow that were starting to recover from his previous thunderbolt. Pika-Chu! Thor first affirmed before jumping off my head and releasing a thunderbolt that he held for a few seconds. He landed on the ground and swiftly ran around the area, making sure they were all knocked out. He only had to help 3 Spearow on their way to La La Land, before he ran back and climbed back on my head. According to him, none had died, while 3 seemed heavily injured, 5 were injured quite a bit, and the rest were only slightly injured. Good job, I praised him before turning towards the reason we came here in the first place. Shedinja had not run away like the flock and was observing us cautiously, so I began to apply what I learned in the academy. I released my aura that said, "Trust me, bro. I'm on your side," and I could see how Shedinja became less tense as soon as I used my mojo. I took a look at Kinji, who signaled to me that the stage was mine. His Scyther and Yanmega also retreated a bit and turned their presence/aura away from Shedinja. That helped Shedinja relax a bit more, and taking note of all its actions as well as reactions since our arrival, I was pretty sure it already developed his ego. If the same was true for sapience remained to be seen. Still, I began to walk closer to him to talk to him face to face. Normally, all I would have to do was call out Ollie/Ralts and let Trace do its work, but that would mean I would have to repeat the process if he ever wanted to change his saved ability. I didn't want that, and I had come up with a great solution for that. I'll get straight to the point. I have a Ralts who can copy an ability and I want him to do so with yours. Since I do not want to keep searching for a Shedinja every time I want him to have Wonder Guard, I offer you the opportunity to live with me. I went straight to the point, and as expected its reaction was rather neutral. Shed, Inja, she, Shedinja, was its reply, which translated to what does that have to do with me, and why should I go with you? That bit of communication was enough for me to conclude that he had gained sapience. Still, it seemed to be a recent thing, at least that was the feeling I got. Good question, and the answer is easy. First of all, I won't force you to fight, but make sure you can fight if you want to. I will also ensure that you have a safe space to live in, with an abundance of energy in the environment. I also know you don't have to eat, and can sustain yourself using ambient energy, but I'll provide you with a steady food source anyway. I'm pretty sure those conditions should be good enough, especially because you seem to have become a target. I outlined my offer while reminding him of the situation we saved him from. He seemed to mull over my offer, and I projected feelings of sincerity to show that I meant what I said. I was not sure if it was my aura that convinced him that I was serious or not, but he agreed to my proposal. Alright, I'll have to capture you real quick to transport you to your new home. Don't resist, alright? I informed Shedinja before pulling out one of the bug balls I made. I might need to make a bug/ghost one for him later on, but that could wait since I was planning to leave him inside Utopia most of the time anyway. Anyway, I went up to him and softly touched him with the ball to capture him while using that moment to check his stats as well. Species, Shedinja. Gender, male. Type, bug, ghost. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, silver stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Wonder Guard. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, ghost. The bug ball shook only once, probably due to Shedinja being surprised by the change in environment, but the capture was completed after that. The status was not too bad since I had no intention of making him part of the main team, or any of the sub-teams for that matter. Shedinja normally started as genderless, but it seemed the ego that had formed was a male, so it adjusted to that. The only reason I thought that was possible was his ghost type. I stored the ball inside Utopia before turning towards Kinji, who had been quietly observing the situation. So, you're done, I presume? He simply asked, and I shook my head. I plan to capture the Spiro as well. They got hurt and were left behind because of me, so I'll heal them and find them another place to stay. I replied before turning towards the Spiro on the ground. I went up to each of them to first check their mind, before checking their status and capturing them. I checked their minds to see if any of them were sapient or not, but none were sapient. Moreover, none had any promising potential. The best one had light yellow potential, while the worst one had deep red potential. Stage-wise, they were all at different phases of the bronze stage. There were a total of 27 Spiro, 12 females and 15 males. Still, their potential was not important since I was planning to place them inside the subspace anyway. They were the start of my second resource species. Anyway, I put the balls away after I was done and turned back toward Kinji. Bro, thank you for helping me out, I said sincerely, but he waved me off. No need to thank me for such a small matter. I didn't do all that much anyway besides leading you here, Kinji returned, and this time I was the one to disagree. Don't say that, leading me here was already more than enough, I said after coming closer and patting him on his shoulder. Really, thank you for helping me out, I repeated, and he just smiled. Do you need something else? Or do you need me to lead you out of the forest? If not, I'll head deeper into the forest. I'd offered you to come along, but I think it would be too dangerous for you right now. He asked, and I choose not to keep him up since I could feel that he was itching to go. He wanted to train, and I was really grateful that he was willing to take some time to help me despite his focus on reaching the Bug King rank. I'm fine, thank you for asking. Don't let me hold you up, and I wish you success in your training. Take care of yourself and call if there is any way I can help you. I told him, and he patted my shoulder. Will do, he said with a nod. Take care of yourself, he added before calling out a Venomoth and heading towards the center area of Viridian Forest with his 3 Pokémon. After he vanished from my sight, I called out Horus/Satu and asked him to teleport me home. Once we were back home, I prepared myself a late lunch, before checking up on Eggy. I was late by 2 hours, but since I had been unavailable that was okay. After Eggy's checkup, I released Shedinja and Utopia did its thing. He got his little eerie forest, and his potential was improved to light green at 83.51%. I chose to not release him to leave the artificial link to me through the ball intact. Once Shedinja was relocated to his new habitat, I focused on the Spearow. I was going to place them inside the fauna subspace, so I decided to adjust the layout. The main space roughly had an 18 square kilometers area at the moment, including the areas left by my parents' Pokémon, so each subspace had 1.8 square kilometers in size. I chose to allot a fifth of the subspace as their area, which is 360 km superscript 2, and they would be unable to leave that area without my approval. While they did not need that much space right now, I was planning to increase their number a bit more before leaving them to propagate on their own. Besides, I had more than enough space, so why not? Currently, there was only grass on the ground, so I decided to relocate a few lower-class berry trees and other fruit trees. The lower classes I was talking about here were the F and E class. They were originally from the Flora subspace, but I had moved quite a number of those into the storage since I could not bring myself to destroy or throw them away after they were replaced. Now, I was planting some of them in the area assigned to the Spearow. I made multiple copses with a mix of berry and fruit trees before releasing all 27 Spearow inside the subspace. After the upgrade, the worst potential was light orange while the best was yellow. I also released them from their Pokeballs to sever the artificial link between us. Utopia went straight to work and started to heal them, and the first ones woke up within seconds. As soon as 10 were awake, I told them about their new situation, and they did not complain after a look around them. Chapter 220, Stubborn Boy to Stubborn Guy? After settling the first 10 Spearow, the 17 that woke up afterward got their explanation from the early birds, and I just confirmed what they relayed. I kept an eye on them for the next 20 minutes after everyone woke up to make sure no one made any problems, and thanks to Utopia being Utopia, they settled without making any ruckus. Once their introduction ended, I began to consider which land-bound species to choose as the other resource species. I was planning to add one beside the Spearow. The most obvious choices would be Rattata, Sentret, and Zigzagoon, since they were the most abundant species on the northern continent that was not a bug type or a water type, cough Magikarp cough. Mareep was an option as well, that could actually provide more than just meat, but somehow, due to my own bias, using the Mareep line as a resource species felt like a waste. That had to be because I actually like Ampharos. Maybe Bidoof could be used as well, but then I would have to import quite a number of them since they were more prevalent on the southern continent and rather rare on our northern continent. No, it seemed that using one out of Rattata, Sentret, and Zigzagoon made the most sense. The question that arose now was, at what point I was willing to send them off to their next great adventure. To be honest, I did not want to do so until they lived a majority of their natural lifespan. The problem with that was that the shortest lifespan among them was at 15 years, and that was without considering the increase in lifespan due to evolution or increases in strength. Especially the last one, which could double, triple the lifespan or more depending on how high the stage was, and I was thinking of allowing them to progress as much as they could since that would increase the quality of my harvest. I didn't have to worry about them gaining sapience by getting stronger anyway. Still, that did not help me with the lifespan problem. Being able to speed up the flow of time inside the subspace would have been really useful right now. There were a few candidates I could think of besides the legendaries that could mess with time, but traveling to a point in the past was not the same as manipulating the time flow in a certain area, so I'd have to shelf that for now. since I'd have to wait for them to become strong and proficient enough to do so, which would not help with my problem in the close future. Still, it was food for thought. I have to think about that more, for now collecting them is enough. Let them stay inside the subspace and propagate, I'll leave thinking about the rest to future me. Keeping regular cows and sheep was much easier. I think I'll buy some regular cows as well as an alternate meat source. Normally they have a lifespan of around 20 years, so I'll set the minimum age for slaughter to 15 and the maximum to 18. I knew that cows in my previous life only survived for 5 years. I always thought that was a bit too cruel, so my policies might be because I was influenced by that info. The threshold I set will allow them to live out a majority of their lifespan, and thanks to Utopia making sure they stay in top shape until death, I won't have to worry about tough or unpalatable meat. Moreover, cows would give milk as well. I researched this topic when I found out there were regular animals on Terra. The pregnancy period for cows on Terra was about 10 months. The regular milk-giving period was 20 months, which was 10 in my previous life, but I was pretty sure I could let Utopia extend that to 36 months, a full year, without harming the cow. For the first 18 months, I would only take what the calf did not drink per day. After that, all milk would be taken since the calf would be weaned off at that point. Also, considering the pregnancy period, it was theoretically possible to have 3 calves per year, but I decided to set it to 1 pregnancy every year and a half per cow at maximum. That would give the previous calf some time to grow up with the mother. I knew that an acre of land/grass could feed 10 cows for 5 days, and since the growth rate of even the E-class vital grass was currently only 3 days, I could use that number for my plans. Moreover, I could prolong the grass's growth time to 5 days to compensate for the low amount of energy the cows contributed to Utopia. That way we wouldn't have to use our reserves and the cow farm would be self-sufficient. I was not planning to plant anything besides different kinds of grass as fodder for the cows. Now, considering all that, 360 km superscript 2 were roughly 89 acres, so I could keep 890 cows in such an area. Now, taking all my previous decisions and information into account, I decided to buy 150 cows at the age of 15 and up. Since Utopia would make sure they were in top form until they died, I did not need to worry about illness and so on. I would further buy 300 cows from the ages 8 to 12 for breeding purposes along with 30 bulls from the ages 8 to 12. Another 150 cows and 15 bulls aged 3 to 5 would be bought to ensure a constant cycle until the first calves were born. That would make a total of 660 cows and bulls, which gave me breathing room in case the number increased faster than it reduced, which was certainly possible. I ultimately decided to assign 400 km superscript 2 to them, and as soon as I made that decision I had Utopia isolate that area. I used the tons of F-class wild grass, tall grass, vibrant grass, fragrant grass, as well as vital grass I had accumulated during my starting years, and transplanted them onto the grass field of the cow farm. There was not enough to cover the whole field, since I had stopped growing them after a certain point, but that would happen over the next few days. There was less than 15% missing anyway. I also added a few harmless flowers on the field for optic purposes, and a few large trees since I had read somewhere that cows like to sleep beneath those in the wild. Once I was done with all of that, I took a look at my watch and saw that there were only 20 minutes after 3 p.m., so I went online and searched for the closest 8 largest cow farms to our home. I called them and asked if they were willing to sell some of their cows to me, and after getting their consent I visited them. Still, before I left I made a brief stop inside Utopia and had Ollie/Ralt's copy Shedinja's Wonder Guard. I left after that was done. Ultimately, I had to visit all 8 farms and then another 3 farms on top of that to get all 660 cows and bulls I wanted, but at the end of more than 6 hours, I was the proud owner of a lot of cattle. I had to take a brief break to check up on Aggie an hour ago, but that took only 5 minutes, so it was not a problem. The way I transported them was pretty simple as well. I told the previous owner to gather them in one area before I called out Horus/Satu. I told him my plan and began to act as if he was teleporting them away in groups while I was in truth relocating them inside Utopia's subspace each time Horus teleported away on his own. The amount of money I had to pay was both pretty big and small at the same time. Big if we look at the sum itself and small if we compared what I bought in comparison to what some Pokemon could cost. Anyway, I paid a grand total of 3.850.000 poke for 660 cows and bulls. Well, the actual price was 3.823.000 poke, and the additional 27k poke was to persuade the owners to sell their cows or to meet up with me after 7 p.m., which considering that it was 10:13 p.m. had been necessary. I didn't want to waste another day on this, so I finished everything today, even if it got really late. Anyway, I was back home now, and instead of eating my more than late dinner, I began checking up on my cattle. I had separated them into groups with 10 to 15 members with one bull and 1 or 2 older cows in each group, and it seemed they had all settled right in. They were all lying on the grass in their groups beneath a tree sleeping. Once I saw that I made myself some pasta, and while eating my spaghetti I decided to organize the Pokemon side for the subspace some other time since I had enough of that for a while. The next morning I saw that everything was peaceful inside the fauna subspace. The Spearow were just chilling or flying around their area, while the cows were simply grazing or lying around. The bulls were a bit more active, but they weren't making any problems as well. Once I was sure that everything was fine, I focused back on my routine. Tomorrow was Pocket Day, so the day after that my parents were coming for a visit, and I would be a bit busy with other stuff. Hence, I chose to focus some more on training myself and my Pokemon for today and tomorrow. I went through an hour of sparring, before supervising the training of everyone for the next 3 hours. Before checking up on Eggy, I made and served some lunch to everyone. That was followed by working on either the moves or their resistance training for 2 hours. I gave everyone the next hour off and they wanted to play games during that time, so we played a few rounds of tag. We went through an hour of parameter training before it was time for me to prepare dinner. Dinner was followed by another hour of relaxation before we did a final hour of parameter training. I timed it perfectly since my 8:30 p.m. alarm went off, so I went to check up on Iggy, before calling over everyone and watching a movie together with them, a la open-air cinema. I did that by opening the TV and projecting what was playing onto the sky of Utopia using the channel between Terra and Utopia. Even Shedinja and Gaia/Nidoqueen as well as Seb/Nidoking's parents joined in on the fun. I handed out a lot of soft drinks and juice as well as some snacks made from berries and sugar or honey. Once the movie was over, everyone dispersed and I went to bed. The next morning, after my spar, I was once again supervising everyone's parameter training, when an hour into the session Ollie bound over excitedly. It took nearly a whole year, roughly 30 months, but he finally did it. Over the last 8 months, he had successfully raised nearly all his parameters once, including energy density a few days ago, and only vitality had been missing. At least that had been the case until now. He told me he felt something akin to a breakthrough, and a quick checkup confirmed that the stubborn little guy finally managed to raise his vitality to C as well, which raised his average enough to qualify for the high bronze stage. After I affirmed his claim, he began cheering, which attracted the attention of everyone else. I announced that Ollie was ready for his evolution, which resulted in a round of cheering from everyone. I asked him and everyone else to move to his habitat before I set up the evolution circle using psychic and fairy-type materials. Once the circle was set up, I told him to enter the center, before applying the paste I prepared for this occasion. After I left the circle, I gave him the go-ahead and he began to shine bright like a diamond. We all waited for the light of evolution to die down, and once it did, a freshly evolved Kirlia stood before us, where previously a Ralts had been. The stubborn little guy had evolved into a hopefully less stubborn young man. Well, looking at his current appearance, he looked more like a trap, but at least he had grown up, I thought with a snort. I went up to him and congratulated him for his successful evolution, and everyone else saw that as the signal to do the same. While everyone was crowding us and congratulating Ollie, I took a look at his new status screen. Name, Ollie. Species, Ralts-Kirlia. Gender, male. Age, 7+ years. Type, psychic, fairy. Potential, blue, 96.84%, deep blue, 23.92%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, synchronize, trace. Talents, Save Point, Wonder Guard. Affinities, Psychic, Fairy. Bond, Mikhail, Weak. Quirks, Faintly Stubborn. Parameters. Stage, Bronze Stage, High. Vitality, C+. Strength, D+. Endurance, D+. Agility, C+. Energy capacity, C+. Energy density, C+. Immunity. Dragon. Resistance. Fighting, Major, Psychic, Minor. Weaknesses. Poison, Minor, Ghost, Minor, Steel, Minor. Condition, Healthy, Happy, Excited. Masteries. Psionic Energy Manipulation, Proficient. Fairy Energy Manipulation, Beginner. Techniques. In Progress, Initial. Endure. Novice. Growl, Charm. Beginner. Life Dew, Future Sight, Plus. Proficient. Disarming Voice, Confusion, Psybeam, Psychic, Protect, New, Plus, Hypnosis, Plus, Heal Pulse, Plus, Dream Eater, Plus, Draining Kiss, Plus. Advanced. Teleport, Double Team, Plus, Calm Mind, Plus. Mastered. Not applicable. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.